Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. There's some drink on my trackpad.
Also need to see a dick erect.
That's not going to get us demonetized in the first minute. Thanks. Randy's with me.
Hello.
Also Reese.
Hi.
And Greenline.
Hello.
And Footnum.
Hey there.
Great. Very efficient. We're doing good. Okay, let's get started. So if you guys like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to get over to patreon.com/OCA podcast. Fund us over here. That will ensure that monthly payments remain consistent. Or you can go to patreon.com/the anime collector and pay me per video, which does not include content related to the podcast. Or you can go to ocapodcast.com/support. Donate directly to us. This is how you can donate with the minimum amount of fees removed. You can also support us directly by heading over to places such as Tango. Reese, look, it's your boy. Tengatron.
Boy.
I'm tempted to buy the 24 Days of Extravaganza.
24 Days of Happiness.
The only problem is we aren't going to have enough podcasts to be able to do like one each podcast.
You do like 12 per podcast.
Yeah.
Like real men.
I say we do it. Destroy Dick December. All right. Let's get right into
What
it.
you do is you split them up and send each of us some, and we each use them 3 times, like 3 of them in the podcast. And we give our on-stream review.
What do you go into the pickups channel and say, so this is after my first 4 days?
Yeah. This is my first goon. It was a 7 out of 10.
This is the aftermath.
On the first day, goons miss.
I need a new laptop. I got it all with my keyboard.
All right.
In the mic.
It sounds all weird now. Hello, Nexi. It was great playing Mario Party with you last night. All right, let's jump right in here. So, Trump's FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, has coming after Section 230 over disinformation. So, for any of you who are not familiar, Section 230 is the qualified immunity that social media platforms get, where because they are a platform and not a publisher, meaning they don't have editorial oversight for what their users post, they do not get to, they're not beholden to a lot of rules that otherwise would make it impossible to host a website. Because, for example, people post CP, they post, all sorts of, racist or whatever have you, content. Johnny Somali, for one, right?
Or just look at Blue Sky after everyone's running from Twitter.
Gilzino said, "You played Mario Party without me?" Hey, Gilzino, buy Jamboree and we can have a never-ending 30 rounds that only take 30 years when we have 60 players going at once.
Oh, God.
All right. So anyway, President-elect Donald Trump. Oh, he says, I have Jamboree, you fuck. All right, buy me Jamboree. President-elect Donald Trump recently named Brendan Carr as his choice for FCC chairman. Carr has been vocal about the role the FCC will play in the upcoming administration, and in particular, he accused big tech of running a censorship cartel. In a formal letter to big tech CEOs at Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and Apple, Carr accused the companies of contributing to censorship via their fact-checking and labeling of disinformation, in particular, their use of the NewsGuard service. So NewsGuard is a Microsoft-run company that acts as like a fact-checker, but not so much for specific articles, but it's more about the aggregate of the news source together. So, like, they'll rate CNN like a 9.5 and, some Russian sounding Serbian website might be like a 2. I don't, you know what I mean? So, All right. That was satisfying. All right, so NewsGuard is ostensibly meant to provide transparent fact-checking that is meant to help users identify reliable information online. Carr accuses NewsGuard of having a partisan bias and draws attention to the fact that the company has allegedly rated CCP propaganda outlets as reliable in the past.
Wow.
Importantly, Carr expressed a desire to peel back protections from Section 230 of the Communications Act. Section 230 famously protects social media platforms from liability for what its users post and is one of the foundations of how such sites operate. Section 230 states, quote, no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Without Section 230, websites could be held liable for illegal content hosted on their site, even if the site moderates said content in good faith. It's this good faith qualifier that Carr emphasizes, claiming that sites who perform moderation on what he considers to be valid political speech shouldn't be covered by Section 230. Carr is largely known for being one of the authors behind Project 2025, in particular covering matters regarding the FCC. Wow, it's happening. So, Josh Moon had a repudiation of the idea that Section 230 needs to be repealed. Do you remember? He made some great points. Randy, do you remember what he had mentioned? Something to the effect of Section 230 is what allows sites like Kiwi Farms to even exist. Without it, it actually becomes impossible.
Yeah, I don't remember specifically his point, but that is true. Like, if you just take away Section 230, it would be bad for the internet. You don't want to take it away because then smaller sites would be liable for anything that's put on their website, and they can't have they don't have the ability to implement advanced techniques like AI, monitoring and thousands of employees to go through all of the submissions.
Yeah, it'd be like if our Discord was instead a forum on the OCA podcast website. Like, I can't manage everything. You know what I mean? It's impossible for me to even stay up to date with what's happening in the Discord. So
all they need to do is actually, enforce it, because Google and all
which
these
is what
companies,
it sounds like he's doing, rather than repealing it. There for a long time, the phraseology was repeal Section 230, but instead he's saying he's going to come after them over Section 230.
Well, the issue
over disinformation.
Yeah, the issue with Section 230 is that it says, like, basically there's some language in it that basically says, if you are in good faith taking down content that is like child porn and stuff like that, like obviously bad, and then comma or otherwise objectionable. And so people have used that comma or otherwise objectionable as basically saying, like, anything you don't agree with, you could take it down. And so then that gives them the right to basically ban anyone that they just disagree with. Oh, you're bad for my advertisers? Okay, we're going to ban you. And then they get to keep their whatever the thing is, where they're not like a publisher. Yeah, they're not a whatever the words are. I forget what they are. But anyway, So anyway, so he's basically saying we're going to have to look at this in good faith section or I don't, maybe it doesn't even say in good faith, but like maybe he wants to add that. Basically, he wants to make it so that they are genuinely taking down only bad stuff that everyone agrees is bad, and not subjectively. My word, I'm bad with words tonight. Yes, subjectively.
I know what's weird about right now. I don't have my energy drink.
Oh no, we must fix this pronto.
I forgot my energy drink. I'm gonna do a super loud kiss.
Oh. shit.
I'm so violated. I'm just playing games.
Are you alive?
I think we need to report a crime here, boys.
It sounded like an elephant just ran out of the room.
So
Look, you
basically,
missed
you're
out
saying
last night.
what?
You missed out last night.
On
Are
what?
you saying words?
No, I don't speak words anymore.
Budnam missed out last night?
Oh, that's you.
Is that what you
On
said?
what?
Yeah.
He did, but I don't know what I missed out on.
He was
Was there a
there.
post Mario Party?
I thought he wasn't there. Who was it?
Oh
I
my
won the
God,
Mario
Reese.
Party.
I
Are you
forgot. Oh
drunk?
yeah, yeah. He was traded.
Holy
I'm
shit.
tired. I was thinking.
I wasn't there. If that gives you any
Yeah,
consolation,
Greenland.
what do you think?
That's who I wanted to say. Greenland. Jesus Christ.
What happened?
Reese got bodied
Reese
so
said-
bad in Mario Party. His brain shut off who was actually beat
I'm
him.
exhausted.
And he refused to acknowledge that Putnam was even there last night.
He
Wow.
said, "Footnam, you missed out last night." It's like,
I
oh,
missed
Bitch,
what did
I
miss out
won.
on?
I got 10
Yeah.
stars. I
I
spanked
meant
your
to say
asses.
Greenland. I meant to say Greenland.
Yeah,
I'm
Greenline did miss
exhausted.
out. I'm so sorry, Reese. This is going to be a horrible night for you because of our watch club. All right. Any more thoughts on this before we move on? All right,
I think
cool.
we're good.
So, an economist has claimed game console prices will double from Trump tariffs. Gasp! Maybe just buy them now on Black Friday, right? Like, multiple outlets are reporting on a paper published by the Consumer Technology Association in the wake of President-elect Donald J. Trump's proposed tariffs on foreign countries and/or foreign products. The report claims Trump's proposed tariffs could cause the prices of gaming consoles to rise by as much as 40%. That ain't half. This is such concern trolling too. It's like, your game console is going to cost twice as much. It's like,
It's even. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's like, well, fortunately, when my gas costs 1/10 as much, I can fucking afford it. Like,
It's even worse when you think about or when you realize that the paper that this person is citing that said oh yeah, this is all the effects of Trump's stupid plan. It's like, that was his just off the cuff, yeah, we should do tariffs on everything. He hasn't sat down and set out an official, yes, this is the plan.
Yeah.
We're going to push it through.
There's nothing been official yet. Yeah.
They're
it says
basically
here-
crying about vapor.
Yeah, but it says here, okay, so first of all, it says, meanwhile, the price of a smartphone will go up by 26%, while the price of laptops and tablets will go up by as much as 46%. Okay, so what's going to happen here? The price of a smartphone will go up by 26%, and the laptops and tablets will go up by 46%. So
Where does
Who
he get
makes
these specific
smartphones?
numbers from?
who makes smartphones and laptops and tablets? Apple.
Samsung.
Yeah.
And
So
Sony.
Samsung probably won't change, but Apple and Android will probably start manufacturing that shit in the United States. Problem solved. That's the whole point of the tariff, believe it or not.
It's hard because there is restrictions on raw materials.
Mhm.
So
But the raw materials can be imported to the United States differently because it's not a product. Right.
It depends on how. See, this is where it kind of gets sticky. I don't think Trump is going to do what they think he's going to do.
They're
Now,
assuming tariffs
did
mean lockdown
say-
everything.
Yeah,
But-
he did say blanket tariffs, 10% on everything,
Mhm.
and that would imply tariffs on imports of raw materials as well. I just don't see Trump doing that.
So
I think
I
he did
think-
say that. To be
I
fair
believe
to them,
I believe what Trump said was that he was going to make foreign countries pay their fair share for like NATO and whatnot through things such as tariffs, right? And so what that'll do is if you're importing a product that's made by China, for example, that's going to be they're going to be a tariff on that the Chinese will have to cover in order to even be able to sell it, right? Now, the purpose of the tariff is to strategically force companies in the United States who are currently using slave labor in China to now move their manufacturing back to
slave labor
States.
in America.
Well, like Foxconn and all them have those buildings in China with nets around them because so many people end up killing themselves that they actually have to build nets around the building to stop their workers from dying. So
Yeah.
I think that it's unlikely that Trump is going to include tariffs on things like cobalt because we don't have cobalt mines in the United States.
Well, that's what I was
and
thinking.
You probably don't
It's
want
like,
cobalt mines either.
Right. And so if you were to tariff cobalt, for example, cobalt is what's used in the batteries for electric vehicles, right? And lithium ion and whatnot. So if you will be working in the opposite direction if you create tariffs on things that we can't obtain naturally here. But I don't think that's how it's going to work. And even if it did work that way, like I said, the cost will go down so significantly for other things that it is no longer going to be burdensome if the cost of some things increase. Right?
That's possible. But I would just like to stress that, like, again, he has said a bunch of different things, and if you take the worst of what he said in terms of like the most tariff stuff, he was like, I think he even said tariff on 20% on some things, and then he was going to pay for it by removing the income tax. But then, like, economists have looked at how much the income tax brings in and realize, like, basically from what I saw, there's no way that you can make up the money that the income tax takes in with tariffs. So, like, when he gets into office, he's going to get given actual information on this, and he's going to realize what he can and can't do.
Yeah.
He's not going to just be stupid. And also, Trump has a way of, now, I'm basing this off of the first term. Well, that too, but it's based off my assumptions are based off of his first term, which he may change his attitude during his second term. But in his first term, he cared a lot about bending to public pressure. So when a bunch of people come out and say blanket tariffs are stupid, I don't see him doing blanket tariffs.
No, I think that the reason, this is a common thing with presidents, though, is that you have to stick with like public, like what's popular publicly in your first term, because otherwise you won't get elected for your second term. So now that he doesn't have the ability to get elected again after this term, he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, but I still think that he is an entertainment guy, and
possibly
he's going to still want, even though he doesn't need to be popular for another vote, he's still going to want to have people like him.
Legacy?
Not just legacy. I don't think he this is just my personal opinion. I don't think he cares so much about legacy. I think he just cares about having people like him. He wants to walk down the street and have people like him. Now, if you like, obviously not everyone's going to like you, so I'm sure there's some people he doesn't care that like him or not, but my assumption is based on how he's acted, he will try and get as many people to like him as possible.
Which honestly is going to be super fucking easy to do once you start grinding out all the people that need to get out of the government with the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, right?
Yeah.
Because like my wife and I were talking about, like there are people for whom they have not done any goddamn work for decades, and they're collecting a government paycheck, right? Or their work is something as simple as, you give me this form, my job is take this rubber stamp your form. That's my whole job. And I get paid over $100,000 a year to do it.
Yeah.
Right. So
I know some people who work for a very large corporation up here, and they have automated their job to the point where they basically don't do anything.
mm-hmm.
And if anyone found out, this is not me, okay? I'm just saying this is not me. But like, I think they've moved on from this job, so they're not doing it anymore. But if people found out that this job could have been automated,
how much inefficiency is in government,
yeah, they like that wasn't government, but like it was close enough. It was
kind of the thing, right? If you realize, like, it's
government
office space
job, yeah,
right? Like the guy in Office Space who doesn't, like, they don't even know what he does anymore. He's just on payroll, right?
Yeah.
So old man said he doesn't have to make the tariffs into law for them to have an effect. He can use the threat of tariffs to establish better deals for the U.S. interest, which he will, absolutely, right? I mean, look at how quickly things turned around in Ukraine over Trump winning, right?
Well,
all of a sudden,
until someone just torpedoed it.
Kind of strange, isn't it? Where have I seen this before? Was it World War II, where the Rothschilds had intended to gain access to Palestine, and was that World War I or World War II? Now, I think it was World War I actually. And the that was in World War I. The Rothschilds had attempted to gain control over Palestine, which was a British colony at the time, and they basically were funding all sides of the conflict and controlled Wolf in Germany, was it Reuters in England, and Havas in France, these, like, newspaper companies, and were basically controlling the narrative and the propaganda. And their intention was to gain control of Palestine from, the Queen of England, who was willing to give it to him. And as soon as they got done with talking to the Queen and basically agreeing that if the Rothschild family was able to bring the West, meaning like North America, bringing America specifically into the conflict on behalf of Great Britain, that they would be granted, like, basically the title, or however fucking countries work, for Palestine. And immediately after they got the go-ahead for that, Germany started having armistice talks with Britain. And that was a big fucking no, because then they wouldn't need the Americans, and then they would lose out on Palestine. So then they have what's called the Balfour Declaration, which is Richard Balfour, basically the hand of the Queen, speaking on behalf of the Queen. Basically, they needed that agreement in writing. And then the second they got it, and you can read this thing, it's like in fucking museums. You can look it up right now on Wikipedia. The Balfour Declaration is talking about the Queen's intention to give the land of Palestine to the Rothschild family. That in doing so, as soon as that was signed, all the propaganda machines started whirring in the United States and all over the place in order to change things so that they could keep the war going, get the U.S. involved, and therefore get what was due to the Rothschilds in that agreement, right? And so that's exactly what's happened here with Ukraine, where all of a sudden, as soon as it looks like peace talks might be on the table, nope, we got to give the Ukrainians some, like, surface-to-air missiles, or whatever the fuck they gave them, the long-range missiles that launched into Russia, History rhymes, as they say. Anyway, where was I on this? So the analysis is this analysis is based on Trump's promise to impose a 10 to 20% tariff on imports from all countries, not China, and a 60 to 100% tariff on all imports from China. Oh no, my game consoles are from China. The latter would also include tariffs on digital goods, not just physical ones. For example, Black Myth Wukong would end up costing twice as much as what it does now if you buy it in America.
Glad I just got on sale.
Maybe during pickups, I'll have to go pick that up.
I got digitally because I don't think there's a physical yet.
There is.
There-
It's for PS5.
It's coming out in like the end of the year. Next year.
Yeah,
it's
it's up for
Is
pre-order.
that
I don't-
considered
Amazon has a
pickup?
pre-order guarantee.
Is that considered a pickup or is that considered in stock?
It's
Is
considered
that
in stock.
considered what?
It is considered in stock if the item is in stock in the warehouse.
What? Man.
The reason this would affect the prices of game consoles is because imports make up approximately 90% of video game and audio electronic equipment that gets sold to U.S. customers. I'm much more concerned about the anime, right? Because that's an import, technically. However, Japan is like the 51st state of the United States. So it's kind of like, I don't know, I feel like we're not going to have to deal with so much there.
The only thing we'll have to care about is the disc made in Mexico.
Start manufacturing those at home, boys.
Yeah. I think those so basically when you were describing that stuff earlier, that was kind of my thought process. Is it feels like it would only make sense for them to tariff goods that you can't get yourself in your own your own country, because otherwise you just burn your thing to the ground.
Yeah. Ronan Jaw says, "Good morning. How's everyone's weekends?" See, but the problem is, good morning, Ronan Jaw. It's actually evening for us, but I hope you have a good morning. The thing is, though, that we need to create the incentive to create things here, right? Like, and it actually is like we're trying to solve a problem where things that were created here now aren't created here because it became cheaper to get slave labor in China and whatnot. So Mirage says, friendly reminder to all the Asians that keep sticking their dicks in things. Please do not get your dick stuck in the Thanksgiving turkey. That is all. Wow. Something tells me the Asians don't celebrate Thanksgiving.
Well, compared to all the other things, I feel like that's pretty mild. You know, that's preferable to all the things we've seen them.
Yeah. What's good, juicy top? What's good? What good juicy topics are we covering about today? Today's gonna be kind of light. We have a watch club to do tonight, so we're gonna be a little bit lighter. We're gonna talk very soon about Sony trying to purchase Kadokawa. You stick around for that. That's a stuffing that I definitely do not want to try. Oh. Yes. All right. U.S. has all raw materials. Does it have cobalt? I don't know. I never really thought about it.
I mean, it might. The issue isn't so much that you have the material. It's, do you want the environmental impact of mining that raw material?
Yeah. And see, this is the hilarious thing, actually, is that in the process of mining the cobalt used to make the electric vehicle, you exhibit more CO2 emissions than the entire lifetime of a non-electric vehicle would exhibit. Like, literally, it is actually worse for the environment for every single new electric vehicle you create than to have just made a gas-guzzling one.
And the hippies in the government, they're perfectly happy with other countries burdening that, but they'll be like, our country's nice and clean, right?
Yeah, and if
they don't see it, it doesn't affect us.
If you were to try to mine that stuff here, you'd be tied up with red tape up the ass over the fact that the hippies and the activists and stuff would chain themselves to the cobalt drills. And Trump will just show up and be like, fuck it, I'll hit the
bulldoze them.
Can you imagine that, death? Can you imagine being attached to the drill as it's spinning? First of all, that would be awful enough, but then it goes into the ground. That would be a horror. That'd be almost worse than being thrown into a giant blender. What does this mean? Trump is old. People liking HR is a fleeting concern? I don't get it.
Nope.
AC, when you talk about pickups, I want to mention something regarding. Okay, I'll star that. We'll talk about it in a minute. Okay, cool. The same report found that 88% of computers and 78% of electronic appliances are imported. fucking imagine, goddamn imagine we start mining that stuff here and all of a sudden Taiwan isn't important anymore. Fucking China's not even going to want it anymore. Once it's not a power play thing, they're like, oh, fuck. You know?
I think they would still want it. China seems to not care.
They might want it exclusively because, well, at least now we can get their materials. You know?
Yeah, I don't think they care because a lot of the stuff that is, I mean, the chips are in Taiwan, but most other stuff is also manufactured in China itself. So, like, besides the chips, I think they just want it for like what do they call it? The unification of China, right? Like China's got to spread around, so they want China to be China again.
Make China China again.
I'm in a political Discord. The anti-Trump people just happen to work for the government. Isn't that weird?
Well, that would make sense that all the people that are currently in the government
pay really close attention to how
Democrats.
many of them start whining about being out of work in the next couple of months, please. Okay, well, sorry that. Okay. So the same report found that 88% of computers and 78% of electronic appliances are imported. Much of it come from China or Taiwan. Imposing a 60 to 100% tariff on all imports from China would therefore make a $500 PlayStation 5 cost $700 in the best of cases, for example, and a AAA game that costs $80 would now be $112. In the worst cases, the PS5 would cost $1,000 and the game would cost $160. However, there is reason to be skeptical that the tariffs will actually happen. Experts are reportedly skeptical that Trump intends to follow through with his plans. When President Trump began his first term,
I'm an expert now.
Okay. He was quickly convinced by his economic advisors, such as Larry
They're clearly
Kudlow.
talking about me, obviously.
Oh, the expert? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That this would be a bad idea and instead focused on much more limited tariffs. The most drastic tariff President Trump imposed in his first term was in 2018 when he imposed a 50% tariff on solar panels and washing machines. That same year, he also imposed a 25% tariff on steel and a 10% tariff on aluminum. All of these were limited strikes, one might say, against a particular industry. A blanket 60% tariff on all products from China would have been almost unthinkable back then. Bring it on, baby. It's still possible that these tariffs actually do happen. Larry Kudlow is not returning to the second Trump cabinet, thank God, and most of the other faces will be new as well. However, there are also many economic libertarians who are expected to be a part of Trump's administration. For now, I'm guessing it is more likely than not that this is one thing President Trump is convinced to pull back on, but we'll just have to wait and see. Wow, this is from Pro Goblin. Nice. All right, so any more thoughts on this before we?
Yeah, I have a thought. Nothing to do with the article, but like, have we ever had like a president before Trump where they were elected and then they didn't get elected and then they got reelected?
Yes, he's the second one.
Yeah, it was Grover Cleveland.
Grover
was the
Cleveland,
first.
okay.
Yeah,
because I lose track of presidents.
Yeah,
like,
Grover Cleveland was the only president ever before Trump to be elected president in 2 non-consecutive terms.
Okay.
However, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because Trump is the first in a lot of things. Like triple assassination attempts.
The first man of Orange.
Right. Orange man.
Double impeachment.
The first president to have definitely shat in a golden toilet. Old man says
Biden got the first one to shat in the Oval Office.
Yeah, so. Biden got the first president to shit his pants in front of the French
on
president.
television.
On television. Old man says AAA game, you mean quadruple A. China and the WWE is definitely a wall that Trump does not want to build. Oh. Okay. You mean a wall he doesn't, a China he doesn't want to keep out? What? All right. Anyway, so last podcast, we went off on a weird tangent, and I had mentioned I was trying to remember the name of Owen Benjamin, and the weirdest fucking thing happened. moments after last podcast, I got a notification that our episode had been featured elsewhere on YouTube because Owen Benjamin Highlights shared us on their community tab. Quote, "What's the name of that flat earther who is also racist and anti-Semitic? Is it Owen Shapiro?" I never said that. And then they say post does not equal endorsement. Yeah. So there you go. That happened. I don't know how else to address it. So either they've got a very sophisticated bot scouring YouTube's transcripts, looking for the possible mentions of Owen Benjamin, or one of our viewers runs this account. Thank you for the promotion.
Maybe we'll get another highlight.
All right. Let's do some pickups real quick. So I have some pickups. First of all, I spent most of yesterday doing Christmas shopping and stuff, and now we're festive. Yeah. All right. So I went to Book Off, and I didn't get. Well, I bought my wife Dragon Age: The Veilguard for $20. Last night we played Mario Party for 3.5 hours. The entire time that we were doing that, my wife was playing Dragon Age. I got upstairs. She was still in the character creator. Yeah. For another 2 hours, she stayed in there, and I tried to help her make something that wasn't a fucking hideous tranny looking thing. And we failed. Like, it's just not possible, right? Until today we looked up a guide on how to make a non-hideous, because I don't know, there are these jowls, like fucking defined jowls on the females, right? And through some secret necromancy, you can like subtly almost remove them. And we had to follow this extremely long, detailed guide on exactly what parameters to put in for every single thing, just to make something that looks almost vaguely, sort of a little bit like a woman. That's where we're at with that. Now, I also picked up the DVD for Earwig and the Witch for $10, which, yes, I would
Blu-ray?
like to have the Blu-ray, but everything in my collection so far, all my Ghibli stuff is on DVD. So I'm like, whatever, I'll fucking buy it. And then I bought a bootleg of Roka no Yusha. Is that Roka the Brave? Right?
Roka the Six Flowers? Or no?
I don't think so. Isn't Yusha like hero or whatever?
Yeah.
Show us the cover.
Raka Brave.
Yeah.
Raka Braves of the Six Flowers.
Anyway, so I didn't want to spend $16 on a bootleg, but
Well, clearly you did.
I bought it because it's from Hong Feng, which looks a lot like Tai Seng. And although I'm pretty sure I have a Hong Feng bootleg to go in the bootleg series, I just thought, look, fuck it, whatever, I'll get it, okay. Anyway, so those are those pickups. Now, while I was there, I also went to the Japanese market and bought some nice stuff for tonight that I will grab later. One such thing is the potential to have one of these neat little vehicles, and I am hoping I can get a truck coon. So, oh yeah,
You're gonna get.
It is a
Oh.
Got the end going.
dream come true.
it's not the truck coon I wanted, but it is a truck coon. It is a seafood truck coon. Does it open? Oh yeah, boy. What do I stick in there?
I don't know what you're complaining about. It looks exactly like the truck coon from Zombieland Saga.
I just wanted that one is all
Oh.
instead of that one. Yeah, I didn't realize this when I bought it, but it says, and now that you won't be able to see it because I ripped it off, that part right there said Toraku on it, so I knew I was going to get a truck coon, even though I didn't know when I bought it that it actually told you. I thought I was just going to get a random one. So it said truck on it. It has like a little Kim Jong-il. Right? So anyway, so that's cool. And then I got the thickest boy.
You did buy
thickest
it.
boy.
Nice.
So thick. Let me introduce you to the literal thickest boy in the world. Look at this magnificent beast. Holy shit. He is the thickest boy. How is it?
Is that an authentic Peruvian artifact you have there?
Incredible, right? He's the thickest. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, so anyway, I named him Hector, destroyer or eater of planets, right? Unless anybody else has a better name, he's my boy. Thick boy over here, man. Damn.
Why?
So thick. You know, sometimes you just see something and you know you must have it, okay? God. And then, of course, the Christmas-themed OCA logo back there. Yeah. Are the Ghibli Blu-ray 4K? I don't think so. Not all of them.
I don't think any of them
4K.
The
only one is
Boy and the Heron.
which is by Miyazaki.
Boy and the Heron, yeah. Yeah, Boy and the Heron is the only one so far.
And there's one of the Boy and the Heron, I think. Let's see. People like Trump are a fleeting concern, even if he lives to 100. People liking Trump is a fleeting concern, even if he lives to be. Okay. There have been more than 3 attempts on Trump. The state would gain nothing from publicizing them, definitely.
Well,
people worrying about Trump is the craziest thing. He's only got 4 years before the establishment takes back over, right or left. What's the worst he's going to do? Not start World War III?
Well, the other
honestly, I think he's got the potential to do some great stuff. We just got to wait and see. And hopefully, I mean, let me put it this way. The single greatest thing he could do to supplant the stuff that's going on is fucking audit the Fed. God damn it. Get Ron Paul in there with a battering ram or a chainsaw to go into the Federal Reserve and tear that shit apart. Okay? It's done. Have you guys been talking to me?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
My headphones came on.
We mentioned the Boy and the Heron.
There we go.
How embarrassing.
All of a sudden, I realized, I think maybe when I reached for the thick boy, I should have plugged my headphones.
Well, you responded to Randy.
I don't know.
No, he didn't.
It might have just been accidental. Anyway, yeah, I think he could do some major damage if he took out the Fed. Obviously, history hath shown, such as the need for Andrew Jackson's second term, that they can just put back together the central banking cartels. But fuck, man. I mean, he could do some serious goddamn damage if he start with getting rid of that, save the money supply, right? Supposedly the final straw in JFK's, him getting assassinated was due to the fact that he started to print money again to compete with the Federal Reserve. So I don't know, man. It's going to be a wild couple of years coming up. All right.
He only has to. Well, not has to.
Vosh is not coming anywhere near my thick boy.
He's only going to be in power for 2 years, basically.
Yeah. Well,
we'll see. Because
of the midterms, right?
Yeah. If he can hold on to the midterms, that'd be something. But I doubt it.
See, the thing is that he's got 2 years to fix the shit. For example, the only states that Kamala won are the ones that do not require voter ID to vote. The only ones. So if in 2 years...
A lot of those are also sanctuary states.
Yeah.
Where the ICE can't do anything whatsoever.
So there will be ways that he can act in 2 years that could make a massive dent in that. He's not worried about getting reelected. He doesn't need to be liked to do all this stuff, right? And there's just a lot of shit that could happen. I'm still hopeful about things going. I know it's going to be a great presidency. The question is, will it have lasting impact beyond the 4 years? That's the major thing.
Also, I want to just bring up the third assassination attempt was actually fake. Like, it wasn't an assassination attempt. It was some random California cop that wanted to get some notoriety by arresting a Trump supporter that happened to have a gun with him.
Yeah.
It wasn't an assassination.
Imagine.
But there was one a couple years ago. I think it was while he was still president. But they stopped it early. No, there was some guy got on the stage. If I remember.
There was one in 2016 where a guy tried to rush the stage and the Secret Service tried to tackle Trump and take him down.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
He needs to be up there next, grazing. Put him right up to the plant.
He needs to be grazing on the plant. He's the eater of planets. Hold on.
His butt is so big.
Oh, thick boy over there. All right, we need to get some something to keep him from getting knocked off there by a child with a blanket.
Oh, okay, yeah. The cool Tutti is right. I forgot about that guy. I mean, he was he had a concept of a plan. He didn't really get to the part where he was threatening, but yeah, I forgot about him.
All right. So, anybody else have pickups before we go into the Discord pickups?
No, but my pickups are in Discord, but they're you're gonna have to. If anybody wants to see them, you're gonna have to go to the Velvet Room.
Oh yeah, you want to grab me one?
In order to do so,
Right.
I like that.
I do have one more pickup. My wife is grabbing it. One more pickup, you guys will see. Oh hey, we got another Kim Jong.
Oh nice.
Nice. Bye. Have a wonderful time. Yes, I got you, buddy. All right. I'm going to click on this boy as soon as my... What's up?
Nice.
She's thick, right?
Oh, are we looking in the Discord? Are we all...
We're all enjoying green lines.
Oh, God. She a little too thick, bro.
She got some watermelon.
Yeah, she's bigger than the other one. I didn't realize.
Hector's got some competition.
I've got thighs though. It's just
I've got one more pickup here. Well, actually, I got a couple though. You'll see them all night. They had Digimon themed milk teas. So I've got.
And the fact that you didn't mail these to Footnum is just heartbroken.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't send milk in the fucking mail. I'm sure you can forgive me. Gabumon and Patamon. Thank you. Like Tentomon? That's not right. That's like a bug one.
Yes, Tentomon.
Yeah. Anyway, so I think I'm gonna have the
derpy one.
I'm gonna have the Agumon.
Oh my God, he's gonna drink it.
Which one do you not want?
I don't care.
I think
he's gonna drink Agumon's milk right down his throat hole.
Oh my God.
How's your throat hole after that?
Which one turns into Japan?
Oh, that one.
Oh, yeah, give me that one.
Try this one.
Is it super good?
Oh my God.
But that's
put that in your coffee.
Yes.
Oh, that is good. That's it tastes like it should have boba. It's brown sugar milk tea.
Oh my God.
It's really good.
What is it? This is original and this is taro.
I like taro. I don't know what original is. I've had it before, so that's good.
Nice. All right, let's do these pickups. Okay. So before we go anywhere, Mirage says, I had no idea that Silent Hill Shattered Memories was a non-canon reimagining of Silent Hill 1, but it felt like I was playing Until Dawn with the therapist section. Dude, it is such a good game. I am really looking forward to going back to it. You also said, I actually really enjoy it, except for the chase sequences, which I mentioned before. So I'll just say this. The one thing I don't like about it is, or let me rephrase this. The one thing that I think is a misstep about it is that they make Harry a little perverted in it. Now, the thing about the game is that you have the choice, and the game is psychologically profiling you, quote unquote, as they promote it as, while you play it. But it seems uncharacteristic for Harry, and it feels like they only included it because of James from Silent Hill 2. So that's like one of my only real critiques with it. I don't think it breaks the game, but I just feel like it slightly betrays the character if you take that course where those things run up. So, for example, at the very beginning of the game, you go into like a school, and you can go into the like locker room, and there's like a graffiti or something on the wall that says like 7/23, 2011, Cammy was spit roasted by the whole football team here, or something like that. Yeah. And Harry goes, "Ooh, Cammy," or something like that. Like he makes like a sexually like approval perverted reference there. And then much later in the game, there's a part with Lisa, the nurse, where you're in her apartment and she goes to change her clothes, and they position it such that you can move the camera to look at her in the reflection of a mirror and see her changing her clothes, but not in anything like, not in any, meaningful way, but it's just like the act of doing it. And that's like the temptation on the player to do certain things that will trigger different endings because of how you interact with stuff. So again, I think it's a good idea for the game. I think it betrays the character of Harry a little bit from the original Silent Hill. And I think it leans a little too heavily into what's meant to be sort of the sexual taboo stuff with James rather than Harry. So anyway, let's jump into our pickups now. So I trust this got sorted out, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bootleg 480p quality, not 1080p.
Really? Oh, that's.
Yep.
I don't know if it's actually 480. I think
it was half the size of what it should be.
Yeah, it's called you put handbrake, you crank handbrake to really bad settings. You can have 1080p that's really compressed. So I think it's just really low res 1080p. Because he never really
Low
said like he
bitrate
had the
1080p. Low res 1080p doesn't make sense.
Sorry.
I'm looking to see if I have. I think I have a DVD Info Pro screenshot of this set.
Well, I gave him mine, so I mean,
yeah.
I looked at mine.
No, you didn't, Reese. You don't have DVD Info Pro.
Well,
you have DVD Info Amateur.
Wait, which one do I have?
I'm just seeing if it pops
up. DVD Info Pro isn't really going to enlighten us, though, because we don't have the comparison to the boot.
That's cool.
Right?
Yeah.
Low quality 1080p would also be adequate.
Anyway, so moving past that. Enriv picked up, says, not usually a comic book guy, but I finally got some stuff I'm interested in. Nice. Daredevil Born Again, Hellboy, Seed of Destruction, and The Watchmen as a graphic novel.
It's called a trade paperback.
It's a tankobon.
Trade paperbacks when they collect the issues.
Reese got a new sexy mouse.
Yeah,
that mouse ain't thick enough, boy.
I'm gonna fondle it all night.
He bought his minimalist feature mouse because he's too much of a boomer. He says, "Too many features. I don't like that.
I don't
like having the extra buttons.
I don't need any extra buttons." And I also got the standard edition for Attack on Titan, final season, final chapters, and Digimon the movies collection.
So what is that?
Because he doesn't like
4.
I guess you could say that. But because Reese doesn't like extra features, he'd decide to watch Digimon the movie because he didn't want to bother watching the new dubs that are
I
uncut.
will watch the new dubs. I just watched the new.
Well,
I
that's
just watched the original first.
How are these so good? The taro milk tea is incredible.
You know, the reason why Reese didn't want extra buttons on his mouse was when he was watching his porn. He didn't want to accidentally hit like undo. Unmute. Yeah.
I actually don't watch it on my laptop.
He's been down that road of getting viruses.
No, I actually put it on a thumb drive and watch it on my TV instead.
Wow. Thanks for the details.
Hard to alt tab out of that one, huh?
Yeah.
I'm just picturing a little eyeball sitting on the couch watching the TV.
A wide-eyed eyeball with a real bloodshot.
I spy with my gooning eye.
Rolling to the back of the room. All right. What else do we got here?
Wow.
A lot of talking in this channel. All right. Was this Enriv picked up Tales of Zestiria DX? Is this the last one you needed? Nice. Ooh,
that wasn't
finally
almost
found a list that was $100. Well,
so is this like out of print now?
I guess so.
Did the Essentials collection have a reversible cover that doesn't say Essentials on the inside?
We'll have to see.
I mean,
this one got a limited edition.
Yeah.
Hold up. Wait. Does that include both?
You might be missing one. There's the special Blu-ray disc that came with one of the games.
No. A, right? I'm pretty sure it actually comes in this. And B, he did get that earlier. And that's why I said, is that the disc that ended up getting released on the Funimation one?
Also picked up final season part 2 of Attack on Titan and Black Clover season 4, looks like. Nice. Not sure if this one is technically a pickup, but I got these games and Dark Souls for my Switch 2 nights ago for a pretty good deal. Usually like more. Yes. We would definitely. What?
It's not Switch 2. It's Switch 2 nights ago.
Yeah, I mentioned. Told the whole story about you spending 9 hours in the character creator so far. I think the game has a timer. When you complete the game, it says time spent character creating, and then time spent playing an actual game, and it's like 99 to 1.
Is she still ongoing with the character creator as we speak?
No, she's currently enjoying throwing a Captain America shield that is a boomerang, because that's how creatively bankrupt they were.
Wow.
Okay.
Ironically, that order he shows later, so it negates the actual physical part of that.
Oh, that's hilarious. Wow, Randy over here showing off. God damn it, I wanted that.
Why didn't you get it?
Can't afford it now.
Well, okay, that's
Trump's
different.
Tariffs, man.
I wanted the Pro. Unfortunately, I was not able to get the Pro.
I can't remember. Was this the uncut one? The one on the Switch, right?
Uncut.
We talked about this. Remember where they removed
There are
Dimitri's...
2 different collections, and one was uncut, one was cut.
Yeah, Dimitri like sucks the blood, but they make
that was from a different game.
He makes the characters female first.
Yeah, that was from.
And he showed how he got a little too excited with his chicken sandwich.
Yeah, man. Did you stick your dick in the air fryer?
This. I stuck my dick in the turkey. Like I should have. Where was Garage? He should have warned me.
That's not how you're supposed to.
There's a warning, not a guide.
You should have warned me beforehand. No, this is the KFC festive double down. I don't know if you know what a double down is, but it's basically where they use the chicken as the bun.
We didn't get a turkey this year. For Thanksgiving. No, let's just go to KFC. Let's have a KFC Thanksgiving this year.
Why don't you just go get Chinese?
Chinese Thanksgiving.
No, maybe Chinese Christmas.
We did that for Christmas last year.
Did you get a duck?
No.
I didn't.
That's what they do in the Christmas story. They get the duck. You gotta get the duck.
Peking duck.
They get a goose.
Whatever. The goose, duck, same difference.
Anyway, what else do we
Just
got
ask
here?
the Haitians. Just to clarify. Go back. Go back. No, on the double down. They put the mayonnaise on the outside of my double down for some reason. I think they installed, like, you're supposed to build it chicken filling chicken. I think they flipped the chicken upside down when they built the sandwich. Anyway, it still tasted good.
Dude, Postmates has burned me so many times lately. I mean, it's not really Postmates. Obviously, it's like the restaurant and the delivery driver. But I can't tell you how many times I have paid for an item and it's not in there. And those fucking items are expensive when you order them through Postmates. Anyway, tell us about your vibrating Master Sword.
Yeah, so I got the replica Tamashii Nations Master Sword.
Size.
Makes sounds and stuff.
Big enough for your prostate, huh? Is that what it says there?
I think it's a little bit on the big side for that.
Oh. Have you... You know from experience.
So you're not very big.
No, just eyeballs. Eyeballs can tell me that. All the info I need from the eyeballs.
A couple Chinese people have this problem where their eyes are bigger than their prostate. Oh. That's an interesting way to package it. Oh, so
yeah, I thought
thing. Okay.
Yeah, I thought I opened it upside down at first, but yeah, no. It's
So what are these?
got a mount.
Do these hold it like it? Oh, it's like a tabletop like stand.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a wall mount or something at first.
You might be able to use it for both, but either way, those things go in it to actually hold the sword on the stand.
Nice. Is the sword sharp or no? It's plastic.
No, it's just plastic.
Oh, it is. Okay. Godzilla -1 exclusive mini poster included. Oh my god, you're so
Steelbook
lucky.
edition. That's not luck. But okay.
Do you guys
just me buying things?
Do you guys want to do Cyberpunk Edge Runners for a watch club if it ever gets a physical release?
No.
If I suppose. I don't know.
So
I like the show.
Let me just tell you guys. I mean, I know I told you the story before about how I was watching it on Netflix and
while edging,
I turned off the TV and it kept playing through my Google Chromecast. And then when I came back to it, I came back to like a super impactful, like shit happens episode. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? So, I like to watch a lot of anime through VLC, right? So I can picture and get other stuff done and everything. And VLC has a shortcut. Command Z. Do you know what this shortcut does?
Undo?
It shuffles the order of the stuff in your queue.
Oh no.
Yeah. It is so easy to accidentally undo something while VLC is your active window.
Why don't you just go change the keybind?
I'm going to. I'm just letting you know. I noticed it, thank God, while I was watching Steins Gate 0, and I just had started watching it again at a certain very impactful episode, and then the next video that played was a video of my boss for work that I put in there in VLC real quick so I could take a screenshot for a thumbnail for an email I was going to send. And so thank God I noticed it, right? Because I could have really fucked up the whole like experience of watching the show. And yeah, basically, word of advice: turn off that shortcut in VLC. But I had that happen to me with Kashern Sins, and I hated that show so much that I forced myself to watch the entire thing in a random order just so that I could say I finished it and I would never have to watch it again. And it was a chore. It was a massive chore. Anyway, I'd like to I'd like to have an excuse to come back to this show in the future. Is what I'm getting at.
I've watched Goblin. I think it was Goblin Slayer, on Netflix, and it started with the last episode for some reason when I clicked on it, and I thought,
rough.
yeah, I thought it was like just like in the middle of battle, and then it's gonna like cut back, and it never cut back, and then the end happened, and I see the credits roll like mid episode, not mid episode, but like early
whole episode end.
Yeah, and it's like what was this? Seems like the end, and then I realized, oh shit, it was the end. Okay, spoilers, I guess.
Yeah. To think, if you just watch the entire show backwards, you get to end on the goblin rape, though. Like.
And on a high note. Yeah.
Oh, Lucy. Nice. That's the real reason you bought these, huh?
Surprise.
Oh,
Rebecca too. I got all three of them.
Dang. Jelly. All right. What is the Samsung solid state drive? Is that for a gaming PC or just happened?
No, it's for just a normal PC. I don't know.
2 terabytes. Zombieland Saga Revenge. I have not picked up any of Zombieland Saga. And Toma-chan is a girl. It's an epidemic of gooners in this chat. Oh, this is what it's supposed to look like? Wow. You really roll out the white napkin for it, huh?
How does that look more disgusting than in your photo?
So, is this stuffing in like...
yeah, it's cranberry sauce. It has to be. What else could it be?
Yeah.
The part of this that I don't understand is why the mayonnaise is necessary at all with the cranberry sauce and the stuffing included.
It's chicken stuffing, cranberry sauce, and chicken.
And mayonnaise. You
And
forgot
mayonnaise.
the mayonnaise.
And mayonnaise.
They had to get the whole family in there.
Mirage picked up Snow White and the Huntsman. Bad choice. Lonesome Dove, whatever that is. Broken Trail and The Outsiders. These seem like, I don't know anything about these movies, but these seem like the Westerns that you find in the dollar bin at Dollar Tree. They're like, they just keep making them, and you're like, I don't know. I hope you enjoy. But they look low tier. But I haven't seen a lot of Westerns I actually liked, so maybe I'm a little biased. Also picked up Dragon Quest Realms of Revelation 6. And Silent Hill for the Room. Nice. Sealed, although not really, because that's probably like torn at the top, obviously.
That's just a
reseal.
sleeve.
Yeah.
Indie game.
Think I might have that game.
I have that on PC.
Yeah, I think I have it.
Do you? I don't think you do.
I have a PC game that has almost the same cover. It might actually be the Spider-Man Cartoon Maker.
Hold up. Who did you say you don't think? Who do?
You.
Was it me? I played this as a kid. I got it in the Scholastic magazine. Got it on my computer.
Spider-Man Cartoon Maker does not have that.
What year was that? 98?
It was in like 2000, 2001.
Ha!
Crazy.
Ha!
I did not know it came out on PC.
There it is for PC.
It looks almost identical to the PlayStation case, right?
I'm showing it right now.
Yeah.
I'm just verbalizing it.
Yes.
Well, there you go. I learned something new.
Cool. You don't even know what games you're in, fool. Or what consoles you're on, I should say.
You want to give me that game? Like, burn it to a CD and like send it to me.
Oh, he's talking. Yeah, I'm sure you got.
I swear I asked you the one time. I asked you which version's the best, and you said like the Dreamcast. And
I didn't even at the time. I didn't even know that there was a PC version available.
Oh, I still have it too.
Wow.
Of the PlayStation N64 and Dreamcast version, my understanding is the Dreamcast version is the best. But if there's a PC version,
PC?
I don't know. Maybe that one's better.
Considering
I'll have
a
to
conversation we had last night, now you have more reason to go over there and break Footnum's legs.
When
He's
was
gonna mug
breaking
me
his
for my-
legs in the equation?
Oh, that was
It's
part of the meme on Mario Party last night.
You're supposed to sabotage my winning streak.
Yeah, you were supposed to stop that fiend from getting his 10th star. You're supposed to show up and break his legs,
Oh.
break his thumbs or whatever.
Now you can
I
go
thought
get his
I thought I was
Spider-Man
going to be
game.
going there just to play the last couple rounds. I thought that was my goal.
Green Line End is 18 plus pickups. The phone aspect of the game was cool too. Oh, in Shattered Memories? I'm trying to remember the phone aspect. There is a phone thing in there, isn't there? Does it taste like Agumon or mango? It actually tastes like brown sugar.
Like Agu Dick?
Agudong. The Japanese uniqueness is why people worldwide happen to love the stuff. There is already U.S. stuff available in the U.S., but what if you don't live in the U.S.? We don't live in Japan either. Wow, what compelling argument. Skipping the rest of those.
Right on the back of a cereal box.
For the Blue Mood reports, is it actually CSAM? You mean Blue Sky? Or is it drawings? I've not seen any of the people who talked about this mentioning it. I think we mentioned that last podcast. I think
we mentioned that there's just reports, not
yeah, but
specifically that
I'm
they're-
pretty sure I brought up maybe not immediately during the segment, but later on, I think we called back to it and I mentioned something about it. I don't remember though. Why skip? You should play Silent Hill 3 next. It's really good. Yeah, that is on. It is next on my agenda when I have time. I never fell for the temptations. What are you, gay? Like, are Reese's materials and TV in 4K? Are you watching 4K Goon material?
Maybe.
If you ask me, there's a certain level to Goon material where you're like, this is too high resolution.
Isn't Reese like?
I don't need to see
compressing-
the ingrown
I don't
hair
go
thing.
after it very often, considering it, like a normal scene is like 1.5 gigs in 1080, but it turns into 5 gigs when it's in 4K, and it's like that takes a long time to download.
I remember
I was gonna say,
reading.
Reese, don't you handbrake your Blu-rays
yeah.
down to like 720p anyway?
I was gonna
No.
say, are you? It's hard to edge long enough for the 4Ks to finish downloading.
It just makes it better for
Well,
gooning, though.
I
If you
read
have to wait for
I
three
read a
whole more
post on
gigs.
Reddit one time about a guy. It's like, today I fucked up. Oh, nice TV versus. That's disgusting. All right, let's. Yeah, thank you for getting that. Okay, cool. We can close that. Whoa, wow, offensive. All right. I was gonna say I saw a Reddit post one time where a guy was talking about, I was like, on the "Today I Fucked Up" board, saying something like, "Today I fucked up. I got really drunk, really shit faced,
And shot the floor.
and so he decided." Like, he got home from drinking with his buddies or whatever, and he's like, I'm gonna rub one out, but I'm gonna do it to some high grade, high quality shit. So I locked the door and I downloaded the full like pirates porn parody, and he's like, I put that shit on and immediately fell asleep. And then in the morning
So
I noticed my speakers, which I cranked up all the way because I couldn't hear anything,
Oh,
were paired to the living room speaker.
Yeah, there's also that meme where it just shows a text message of someone about to watch something lewd, and then there's like the text message, "Mom, we need to talk about the your what is it?" It's basically the same thing. Like the speakers were paired in the wrong room.
Yeah. All right. AC said Switch 2, now Nintendo can sue for piracy. Good save, Randy. Oh, no. I don't know what that is. Doesn't one of the fried chicken pieces sell whole fried turkey for Christmas? Fried chicken places. Do they?
A whole fried turkey? Jesus.
Do you want to get a fried turkey from KFC? No?
I was thinking about going to the Honey Bake store.
That exists?
Yeah, the Honey Baked ham.
Honey baked turkey? Oh.
Yeah, they have it. They have
Nice.
Honey Baked turkey.
Good thing Randy is not in the UK. Yeah, the good thing.
Why?
I don't know.
Although yes, I'm also glad that.
Oh,
they're
because
not
of the
in UK.
sword. Because you have the sword.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Greatest Godzilla movie ever made by the what? What, by the way? Oh, cool. The KFC near me is so bad, they serve the chicken uncooked. The center is still raw. The service is so bad, the workers actually burnt the restaurant down a few years ago. Sorry.
And you just hired them back. Yeah, just don't burn this one down.
They rebuilt it, but the service never got better. They still serve salmonella flavored chicken. Ugh. Edge Runners was an Anime Got Kill clone. I think you mean a Kame Got Kill, but it autocorrected. And I'll just say, I hate the Kame Got Kill. It is so try hard and trash, and it doesn't have Rebecca, so it's not as good. Mirage says The Outsiders is really good. Yeah, I didn't decry The Outsiders. I think isn't Kiefer Sutherland in that or somebody? I don't know. Cool Disease says I got the first 2 seasons of Game of Thrones in the dollar bin. PC used to have jewelry cases. I think you mean jewel cases.
Jewel cases.
Yep. Agudong. Yep. Nice. We think alike. All right. 4K animated would be great. I don't know about live action. I don't know that 4K animated is necessary for the Goon material because it's not like there's a lot of post processing. Not like you're getting like lens flares and shit.
And it's not like your thing is going to be out of focus partially, so you get blurred whatever backgrounds.
Although it'd be really funny to count the number of pubes on the old Cell anime in 4K.
Oh, God.
All right, let's get into it here. Sony is in talks to buy manga and game publisher Kadokawa. Oh, fuck. Oh, by the way, one last pickup. My wife bought me a new chair. It's in that box over there. You can't see. Oh, you actually can.
I was going to say it's already squeaking.
You can kind of see it right there. I'm touching the corner, metaphorically speaking. So that will be put together on Wednesday. And then maybe next podcast I'll have like a huge, like layer chair. I don't know. All right, cool. So Sony is in talks to buy manga and game publisher Kadokawa. So they're reportedly in talks to purchase Japanese media conglomerate Kadokawa, bringing multiple services, game studios, and publishers under their umbrella. Don't like that. Kadokawa is one of Japan's largest media conglomerates, owning multiple publishers such as Bookwalker, ASCII Media Works, and game studios such as Spike Chunsoft. Don't like that. Most interestingly, the company has an almost 70% stake in Elden Ring developer From Software. Don't like that. All these would become Sony's if a hypothetical deal were to go through. Here, let me go through here and read a couple more. Aniplex, which Sony owns, is a subsidiary of Sony Music Entertainment Japan. Animation Studios A1 Pictures and Cloverworks are subsidiaries of Aniplex. So by virtue of owning Aniplex, Sony also owns A1 Pictures and Cloverworks. Kadokawa acquired anime studio Doga Kobo in July. Kadokawa's anime studios now include Doga Kobo Engi, Studio Kadan, Raging Bull, and the newly formed Bell Knox Films, as well as the affiliated companies Kinema Citrus and Studio Chizu. I do not like that. That is not something Sony should have. Holy fuck. That would be awful. Can you imagine? Just think for 1 minute. the company that did what they did to Vic being in charge of the studio that animates Shield Hero? Fuck no.
Go back to the last.
No.
Go back to the last article. Speaking of Vic, they'd be in charge
News
of
Network is
the
also
Anime
owned by
News
Kadokawa,
Network.
yeah.
Like, imagine they owned Anime News Network when that happened.
Doesn't Crunchyroll own Anime News Network?
No, Kadokawa does.
Well, Kadokawa has a stake, not a majority stake.
I'm pretty sure they own the whole
No,
thing.
I'm pretty sure Kadokawa bought Anime News Network. Well, actually, they should say in their right here. I don't even have to look it up. Disclosure: Kadokawa World Entertainment, a wholly owned subsidiary of Kadokawa Corporation, is the majority owner of Anime News Network LLC. One or more of the companies mentioned in this article are part of the Kadokawa group of companies. Yep.
This is majority.
Anyway, according to Reuters, the talks are ongoing and could lead to a deal in the coming weeks, depending on Sony's success in negotiating. Sony already possesses a 2% stake in Kadokawa. Sony purchasing Kadokawa could spell bad news for fans of Japanese games, as
literally everyone.
Bad news
nobody, for everyone.
Hashtag nobody liked that, right? Like, as Sony is infamous for its censorship and content policies. As a result, the Nintendo Switch has seemingly become the preeminent platform for anime games. Not only that, but Sony would also acquire anime studios under Kadokawa, such as Doga Kobo, which could also be subject to Sony's global standards. The company still claims to love Japanese games, but their actions in recent years have left fans less than confident about the company's ability to deliver uncensored products. I'm going to see. Oh, sorry, I had to hard reset my brain. Oh my gosh. Their actions in recent years have left fans less than confident about the company's ability to deliver uncensored products. Historically, games on PlayStation have been censored on Sony platforms exclusively, though sometimes games are censored in development in anticipation of a PlayStation release. Or as Chibi put it, Sony is trying to buy Kadokawa. To put this into perspective, they currently own Funimation, Crunchyroll, and Right Stuff. For the last half decade, they have been buying up the anime and manga market to gain a monopoly. If they acquire Kadokawa, they won't just own major light novel distribution, but also major anime studios. On top of that, they'll own a majority of From Software, aka Dark Souls Gaming Studio. Sony is also the same company that has been actively censoring their gaming department and their recent Concord failure. This is the worst news for anime and manga fans. Legit, this could destroy what we know and love if this goes through. Imagine the Karens at Sony being in control of the publishers that release the light novels.
Well, I don't know if we covered if it was already mentioned, but they also put out anime figures, right? Yeah. So
no more sexy anime figures.
Yeah, remember that whole bullshit, the hullabaloo about the questionably aged anime
on
girls?
Amazon, where Amazon was like, "Nah, we're not covering that. We don't have those anymore. We don't know."
Well, they were bitching about Crunchyroll too.
Yeah,
about them having them. So, like, just imagine them. All that, obviously, the anime figure market is a lot heavier. Has a lot heavier competition. So. It's not like they're going to be able to shut everything down, but like they put out a lot of anime figures, Kadokawa. So how about no, Sony? How about no?
Nobody liked this, right? Okay. Kadokawa released a statement regarding reports of Sony in talks to acquire the company, where they basically said, Although there have been some articles regarding the acquisition, the information has not yet been announced. Kadokawa confirmed that it received an initial letter of intent for acquisition of its shares, but no decision has been made at this time. The company will make an announcement, quote, if there are any facts that should be announced in the future. That's it. That's the news. So
I don't know
this
if
is
Japan
not
has like an anti-monopoly thing, but
I don't know.
they should. The Japan government should go kick Sony in the ass. Say fuck off. Just on the fact that alone that they've moved the headquarters of Sony Interactive to America, and that like the Americanization of the brand, I can't like Japan's government should almost step in and say, get the fuck out of here.
According to ChatGPT, Japan does have anti-monopoly regulations similar to those in the US, though there are differences in scope and enforcement. The primary law governing competition and antitrust in Japan is the Anti-Monopoly Act, the AMA, formerly known as the Act on Prohibition of Private Monopolization and Maintenance of Fair Trade. It was enacted in 1947 and is overseen by the Japan Fair Trade Commission, the JFTC, an independent administrative body. Key provisions of Japan's Anti-Monopoly Act are the prohibition of private monopolization, which is similar to the U.S., laws against monopolization. This prohibits businesses from excluding competitors or controlling markets unfairly. Restriction of unreasonable restraints of trade, which prohibits cartels and collusion between companies to fix prices, limit production, or restrict market access, akin to the U.S. Sherman Act. Unfair trade practices that prohibit practices like predatory pricing, abuse of a dominant position, discriminatory pricing, or unjust refusal to deal. Regulations of mergers and acquisitions, so they can require companies to report certain mergers or acquisitions to ensure they do not harm competition, similar to the U.S. Hart-Scott-Rodino Act. And abuse of superior bargaining positions, which is a unique provision that is not explicitly covered in the U.S. law, targeting large companies that exploit smaller suppliers or vendors. I wonder if they can stop a company from being sold to an American company. You know what I mean? I wonder if that comes into play or not.
I would hope so.
So in addition, just as a reminder to what happens when Sony entities are in charge, this has been going around here. So Yoko Taro, I'm taking this at face value. I didn't verify this. I haven't seen this show yet. This looks like a screenshot from it based on how the art looks. So I don't know if maybe the thing ended up in the show, but the point still stands if this is true. What needs to be sort of brought up here. Yoko Taro, the creator of Nier Automata, initially wanted to add an intimate sex scene between 2B and 9S in the Nier Automata anime, but the idea was rejected by the Aniplex producer, who argued that, quote, 9S would not do that.
I thought they were robots or something.
What is he, gay? Right? Like, 9S would not do that. Yoko Taro, literally the creator. Hey, how about we add a scene with 9S and 2B getting it on? Aniplex producer, no, 9S would never do that. The face when you literally created something and some producer decides their own opinion of your characters matter more than you. Yep.
I'm pretty sure
Tony's
that's
not attempting to own Calvin and Hobbes.
I'm pretty sure that screenshot is from a parody. Let's just say it's from I think it's from an artist called Maple Star. I think that's his name.
Wow.
Oh.
Live reporting on the scene. Green line.
Yeah.
Goon line.
Yeah.
Goon line 743. So named for how much he must goon every day.
Deep in the trenches of
Does anybody have any other topics they want to discuss about that? Any other things?
I thought they
novels
were
are bad.
androids. Like,
Yeah, I
So-
thought they said she didn't have parts.
so are they decanonizing that?
I mean, it'd be a great way to do it by just having a full-on explicit hardcore sex scene right in the middle of your Saturday morning anime.
Animated by A1 Pictures, no less.
Yeah, boy. Just gonna open these now. Sick. Awesome. All right, cool. Let's do it. Samurai ritual suicide contest canceled by organizer in West Japan.
Oh man, I really wanted to attend.
This was on my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Holding a seppuku contest on government property deemed inappropriate by City Hall. Like many places in Japan, the city of Matsue is proud of its local history. And also, like many places in Japan, that local history involves samurai. Matsue is the prefectural capital of Shimane and now has a population of nearly 200,000 people. Damn. But Matsue Castle, which the city grew up around, remains an iconic symbol of the community, and there are various events held throughout the year that celebrate its samurai heritage. However, the organizer of one samurai throwback event went a little too far when they decided to hold a seppuku contest. Seppuku being the act of ritual suicide, sometimes also known as harakiri. Kiri meaning to cut, and hara meaning guts. I don't know.
You're an expert.
I think it's to cut diagonally or to cut horizontally, or it might even just be to cut the middle. The robots in Nier Automata cruelly simulate human copulation. It's weird. Nice. I want to see that awkwardness in my Saturday morning anime.
Hara means belly.
Yeah. Didn't Sony immediately ban spicy material when they bought Right Stuff? Yeah. Hell yeah. Let him cook. Hara means belly. Onaka means belly. Onaka means stomach.
Hara belly, belly, true self, energy center, center of gravity, seat of well-being, diagnostic, gut.
Yeah. So what does Harajuku mean?
In Shinjuku specifically.
All right, belly of Shinjuku, Harajuku. Right. All right. Readers of a local newspaper were startled when, on November 9th, the following ad appeared within the publication's page.
Private tutoring school.
What?
Juku is private tutoring school.
Oh. Seeking participants. Seppuku contest. We are seeking participants for a seppuku contest to be held in the Dan Terrace at Matsue City Hall on December 14th, Saturday. After committing seppuku with a plastic sword, please demonstrate your acting skills by writhing around for 30 seconds to 1 minute. The person with the most vivid performance will be named the champion. The use of fake blood is prohibited. Why, though? The ad concluded with an email address for participants to contact in order to register for the event, along with a cautionary note that in the event of a large number of applicants, registrations would be closed early. Imagine. I honestly thought that what this article was going to say is that nobody signed up for the competition, so they canceled it. Instead, they're like, you know what? Get in now, because we are going to fill up so fucking quick that you're not even going to be able to compete. So definitely sign up right now. You know?
Wasn't like the whole idea of seppuku that you like sit there and you stab yourself and you don't move around a lot? Like that's dishonorable.
Well, I don't know so much that it's dishonorable, but
someone's
the intention
an expert
is
in killing himself.
If you on the battlefield, it's an honorable way to die where you disembowel yourself while simultaneously somebody else is relieving you of your head. Right? Like that's kind of the point of it. Let's see. So the contents of the ad then started spreading on social media, where some people expressed amusement at the idea, others expressed revulsion, and just about everyone was shocked that not only was a seppuku contest going to be held, but that it was going to be held at a government facility, the Dandan Terrace event space at Matsue City Hall. Actually, Matsue City Hall was just as shocked as everyone else, since the newspaper ad was the first time they heard about the planned seppuku contest too. Yes, Matsue City Hall had received and approved an application for an event to be held at the Dandan Terrace on December 14th, but it was for something much more benign, a flea market. What's more, the applicant was someone who previously organized at least one other flea market at the venue without any ritual suicide reenactments being pitched as a bizarre bit of a side entertainment. Following the reveal of the seppuku contest plans, administrators from City Hall spoke with the organizer, and the contest has now been canceled, with the organizer making the following statement, quote, "Our core concern for this event, the flea market, was how to attract customers. I've organized various events with vendors, and the idea for the seppuku contest came from a girl in one group who stabbed herself in the stomach with a retractable toy sword that she was selling. We thought it would be interesting to use the toy for that kind of acting performance. I would like to apologize to the involved party at City Hall for causing such a disturbance from something we intended to serve as entertainment. On the other hand, we have also received emails from people saying they approve of the idea and want to participate, but we feel that holding it could contribute to a loss of trust from City Hall. So we are canceling the contest." Just imagine going to your local City Hall and there's a suicide contest happening, right? Like in the United States. The use of fake blood is prohibited, but nooses are okay. While an individual vendor fooling around like that might boost sales of a novelty retractable sword toy, it's hard to imagine a full-on seppuku contest would put people in the mood to buy secondhand sweaters, retro electronics, or the myriad other non-shanking and slicing related items offered at flea markets. Even from a historical reenactment perspective, when samurai committed seppuku, those who could did so with a second on hand to behead them shortly afterward, so that they wouldn't thrash around for 30 to 60 seconds. So the contest cancellation is probably for the best.
But you only got that second person to chop off your head if you were
in battle. Yeah.
No, it wasn't just about battle. It was like if you were an honorable person and you were taking this as an honorable death, then they'd have someone be nice and chop your head off for you, right? Well, but you could still seppuku without the chopping of head.
Yeah, you definitely can. And seppuku is meant to be like it's almost like in some ways it is sort of a spiteful last fuck you, right? To the person. You like to show how serious you are. Yeah, fuck it. I'll just kill myself right now, bitch. Kill. Like, you know. But samurai would burn incense or whatever and like put perfume and like potpourri in their helmets so that when they were killed on the battlefield, especially in this way, as their head fell out of the helmet, it would smell positive and lovely to the person killing them.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't like lilac. Fuck you.
I'm going to stab you in the asshole next. Right? All right. The Demon Girl Next Door stage play reveals cast visuals. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I am not convinced that is three girls. One of them looks glaringly not like a girl. I don't know. I don't know. Right? You know what's really not feminine to me? Crocs, right? Like that's part of it. Crocs are inhuman. Looks a slightly better here, still mannish. Here, I just zoom in and hangs. I think that very well could be a man. Namely, the hips seem very mannish. Footham's confused boner is going.
Well, no, I just like whoop-de-doo, Basil. You found another man. Like...
I'm just doing my duty.
What does that mean?
All right. Also, 12 years after 12 years, Ubisoft has canceled its Splinter Cell movie.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Right. Another day, another not good Ubisoft headline, as the company is having one of the worst years anyone can remember. This time around, we're just moving into somewhat bizarre territory with the line item that Ubisoft has canceled the Splinter Cell movie that was in development since 2012. Seriously.
I mean, let's think of it this way. Kind of like Mass Effect. It's like, do you really want them to make a new thing in this franchise? Do you trust that they're not going to massively mess it up?
No,
so it's honestly probably for the best.
I just think it's funny because as we're about to read, like, you know, this is something we could have headlined and moved on. I chose not to do that, and there's a reason for that. So Basil Iwanek said, quote, "That movie would have been awesome. Just couldn't get it right. Script-wise, budget-wise. It is not clear whether this was just canceled or it was canceled a long time ago and Ubisoft simply never said anything about it. Either way, this movie was in fact announced in 2012 with Tom Hardy supposedly on board as Sam Fisher. While Splinter Cell is dead, there remains a long list of in the works Ubisoft multimedia projects where almost all remain in total mystery status. I didn't know about any of these, except for maybe this one. The Division movie starring Jake Gyllenhaal and Jessica Chastain for Netflix.
The game wasn't even good enough to get a
sequel.
Yeah, like the game wasn't good. Why are you giving it a movie? What the fuck? The problem with a lot of these movies too are like they're so generic that like if someone has a good story that they could tell that would be a Splinter Cell type story, why would they pay or have Ubisoft take a cut of that money to license out the brand of Splinter Cell when they could just pitch it to an executive themselves? Don't like create a new character and have it be the same thing.
Don't try to tie it to a franchise or something.
Easily.
Like Ubisoft almost has to pay people at this point to make
shit with them. Yeah, like they're no longer a hot ticket item; they're a liability. So they said that they had a Beyond Good and Evil movie for Netflix, a Just Dance movie. Oh, definitely, that would have been so great. That definitely would have got more people playing that franchise, right? A Watch Dogs movie starring Tom Blythe, which is actually being filmed after previously being in development for 10 years. An Assassin's Creed live action and animated series for Netflix. A Far Cry animated series.
They already made one live action Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
Michael Fassbender.
I think Jake Gyllenhaal.
No, that's the Prince of Persia one.
Oh, right.
Michael Fassbender.
Yeah.
I thought Michael Fassbender. I heard you, Reese. I wasn't sure if he was the lead.
Hold on. Assassin's Creed movie. When did that come out? Oh God, that looks fucking awful. What the fuck?
No,
Holy
like
Wow, that looks horrible. Who made these costumes? You can't even get the freaking color right. Oh my gosh.
You gonna share your screen? Or share your tab?
If I share my tab, I have to include it in the freaking doc. Hold on, I'm just gonna find the appropriate.
You know, you make the rules. You could just not include in the doc if you don't want.
Let me show you this.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Show it.
Here you go. Look how terrible this looks. Is this the color in the game? Isn't it a white cloak usually? Unless you're Yasuke.
Yeah, true. Actually, it doesn't look like Yasuke. There's no samurai armor. You're completely right.
How does this look so awful?
In 2016.
This looks so cringe. Oh, that looks so bad. 2016? Damn. I might have been preoccupied that year with partying since, you know. Anyway. So they're also going to make they were going to make a Far Cry animated series for Netflix and a Splinter Cell animated series for Netflix. Anyway, I don't think we need to read the whole rest of it, but I just can't believe that. Like, I was like, what the fudge? Anyway. Put this in old doc. All right, let's talk about the Netflix writer who claims the season 2 character is based on Donald Trump.
Not writer.
Everyone covered this like 2 other times.
Yeah, well, we did cover that Monkey D. Luffy was inspired by Kamala Harris, whose middle name is D. Kamala D. Harris, or whatever, right? She has the power of D.
Whoa.
You do accumulate that power the way she did.
She does
right?
harness the D quite aggressively, it sounds like.
The power of D's nuts. All right, so a Netflix writer claims a One Piece Season 2 character is based on Donald Trump, despite this character debuting in the manga in the year 2000.
I think it was 2002.
Whatever. President-elect Donald Trump hasn't set foot in the White House yet. Actually, he has. Believe it or not, that part place. He was president before. Believe it or not.
Just full of inaccuracies.
I can't.
He also went to the White House to meet
already
Joe Biden already.
Yeah.
So you can't even argue. Well, that doesn't count. He already went. Just inaccurate.
Hold up.
Absolute trash.
2002. I'm pretty sure the one-shot anime came out in 1999.
Well, we're talking about a specific character. Let's see.
Yeah, we're talking about one specific character.
So President-elect Donald Trump hasn't set foot in the White House yet, but Hollywood is already gearing up for more Orange Man bad narratives. A writer for the Netflix live-action One Piece series, which received critical praise nearly across the board, is trying to create parallels between Trump and a comical dictator character named Wapol. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yeah.
Man, if they cast Donald Trump and they get him to just like
he's not gonna have purple hair anymore. It's gonna be blonde. He's gonna be orange.
No. Trump's gonna get a purple dye. Can we get some AI Donald Trump? You'd watch the shit out of that, and he'd make it entertaining. Spencer Bakuli, editor-in-chief at Bounding Into Comics, gave an excellent description of the character, stating, quote, introduced in the manga's 131st chapter all the way back in 2000, the stocky and purple-haired Wapol is best described as a comically stereotypical dictator. his greatest accomplishment in life being his absolute ruining of his inherited drum kingdom, whose people have been left in a state of constant poverty, starvation, and sickness thanks to their monarch's own selfishness, as he regularly pillages the nation's resources in service of funding his own pleasures. Netflix One Piece staff writer Randy Troy is attempting to claim that manga writer Eiichiro Oda had always intended WAPOL to serve as a direct commentary on Trump. Are you a fucking retard?
Okay, I would just like to say, okay, fine. It was 2000, but I have no clue where they're getting the fact that they think that Randy Troy is an official writer for One Piece.
Because you're Randy Troy, actually.
Because he has written. So hold on, the article says Netflix writer. Oh, One Piece Netflix writer, maybe.
He has written for a couple, like very small things. I think he wrote. He's on his IMDb. He's credited with one thing. This movie called Regression. It's labeled as a short.
Mm-hmm.
He is a YouTuber. He is a One Piece YouTube content creator. He is not, as far as I can tell, had any access to the writing staff, or like he might have had like an interview with one of the lead guys, but like to claim that he was a writer on the show is a huge leap from everything that I can see.
Wow, he's the mobber in Little Nicky. Personal assistant to Christopher Walken on Severance. Oh no, he's in the VFX unit of Tom and Jerry. Spider-Man Far From Home production staff, New York, uncredited. Which means that he put his own credit in here, probably. Men in Black International, Gotham, set production assistant. What an unbelievable amount of weird work.
The only thing I can think of is if you go to his Twitter account, he's got a pinned tweet where discussing film says the writer's room for One Piece season 2 has reopened, and he says, and he quote tweets that and says, "We're back in the kitchen, and we have Michelin star chefs cooking up these scripts. I'm talking top quality ingredients and distinctly familiar flavors. Trust."
So it sounds like he is sort of lumping himself in with them. Is there any possibility, because he's a One Piece YouTuber, that they are deferring to him at all as like a cultural expert on One Piece?
No, because they already have that. Okay. That's the showrunner.
Okay.
The black guy. He's their guy. And they did talk to Arthur, which I hate that they did. There's a YouTuber named Library of O'Hara. His name's Arthur. And I know that the showrunner guy did talk to that guy, but that doesn't make him a writer.
Wait a minute. Oh, hold on.
Also, Arthur puts out crazy videos that are not he makes huge leaps in logic and then says "Oh yeah, Oda just confirmed this crazy plot point," and it's no, he didn't. What manga are you reading? You have to make 10 assumptions for that to be true, and none of that has even come close to being confirmed.
Okay, Randy, is he featured in this image?
He's the second to the left.
Yeah. And this is a picture from Matt Owens, the black guy you were referring to earlier, who's the showrunner.
He is the guy in the center. The black guy in the center.
Yeah. But I'm saying that this is a screenshot from Matt Owens' account making this statement. So Matt Owens is the one who said, "Meet the writer's room for season 2. We can't wait to share what adventures we have in store." So Matt Owens is the one saying that, not Randy Troy. But Randy Troy is featured here in the image. regardless of whether or not he's credited on the on IMDb yet. I think there's a strong likelihood that he is at least being given some nepotistic, involvement in the.
Okay.
Production.
So I hadn't seen this picture, and I get like that makes more sense, I suppose. But I guess.
Yeah, the GOAT. Big congrats, Randy. You're gonna kill it. Season 2 will be savage. You're getting writing credits on this? Right, so people are responding on his Instagram to him, right? Saying those.
What is his comment? We're making One Piece.
One Piece Season 2. It's super rare in this business for one's passion to intersect with one's profession. Super ultra rare to have kind and genuine people to work with when it does. I am so incredibly grateful for everyone in this photo and everyone who helped me get there. Much love.
Wow. All right. Well, I guess he is a writer. Fuck. Well, he's a stupid writer.
Yep.
And
let's find out if he's going to tank the whole season. I really wonder, like, now that Trump won, like a bunch of and that Trump got the popular vote, even though they're trying to undermine it like dramatically, the Californian counting taking 20 years. But it seems like a lot of places have immediately pivoted and pretended to always be pro-Trump or something. You know what I mean? Like, just all of a sudden, the second they saw that, like, oh, fuck, we've been catering to the wrong side of history. Pivot. You know what I mean? And so, so I kind of wonder, I feel like we're going to watch in the next couple years franchises like this that are, continuing, maybe perhaps not this one, because I think they already finished filming this one. So I don't even know if they're even going to get his whole like Trump thing in there, because I think season 2 already wrapped filming before he even said this. I don't know though.
No. I don't know. I don't think season 2's wrapped. But also, even if it did, Oda has ordered reshoots before, so while it's possible that they might have added something in, at the bare minimum, Oda would have to okay it. So I'm not too worried about like them adding stupid stuff. And Oda has made them do reshoots before, so if they fuck something up, like he'll fix it.
All right. I'm just seeing if I have any. Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah. So anyway, let's get back to this and see what he has to say. Netflix One Piece staff writer Randy Troy is attempting to claim that manga writer Eiichiro Oda had always intended WAPOL to serve as a direct commentary on Trump. Sorry, my archive of this failed. I'm just trying to ghost archive then, bitch. Take that. Okay. This is despite the fact that he was first conceived in 2000, 16 years before Trump would enter national politics in a meaningful way. It was announced recently that WAPOL will play a central villain role in the show's second season, and that the main Saints of Newark star Rob Coletti would play him. Do you think, does it make sense for WAPOL to be the villain in the next season?
He is definitely a villain.
Okay. Oh, yeah, he's definitely a villain. But for the next season, do you think that timeline-wise that makes sense?
Yeah. They've already confirmed that like the last episode will be the end of the season will be Drum Island.
Okay. Which is what
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But yeah, they've confirmed Drum Island is in season 2. I forget. I think it's the end of the season. And yeah, he's the villain from that season. So
One Piece inspirations. The greedy and petulant WAPOL is based on Donald Trump, whose family name comes from the German Drumpf, hence where drum got its name. Don't think so. That doesn't work.
We already
In an almost prophetic turn from Oda, Trump's U.S. policies were/are riddled with healthcare management issues.
We didn't cover this tweet, if that's your question.
Well, I meant the lore of like, no, its origin isn't drum or whatever.
Yeah. So
it's from
Oda,
like some island or whatever.
Oda has stated previously in the One Piece logbooks that his inspiration from Drum Island came from Drum Rock in Canada. Get noted. In his since deleted post, pictured above, I already read it. That's what he said. Of course, he was.
You know what's actually worse than him getting it wrong as a Netflix One Piece writer?
Mhm.
Like, I could almost grant that Netflix One Piece writer would get that wrong, but this guy is a One Piece content creator.
Yeah.
Like, of all the people that should know that where that
the lore, the
name
backstory
came
of
from,
where the Drum Island.
it would
thing.
be a One Piece content creator.
Yeah.
Like, you're
For
not only proving
livelihood.
you're not even proving that you're going to be a bad writer.
You're
Well, to be
proving
fair,
that you also should be unsubscribed from.
Yeah, he could be a good writer, but he's more proving that he's a bad One Piece content creator with this comment.
Don't get isekai.
I'm not.
Oh no, I dropped it.
Who's this on this?
I think it's Kim Jong Il.
Not Kim Jong Un.
Nuke delivery. Okay, so of course he was immediately hit with a community note, which pointed out that Oda had previously stated in the One Piece logbooks that the inspiration for Drum Island came from drum rock in Canada. Soon after, the post vanished from Twitter. It is like so squatty in the front. Like, my wife just discovered that it has like a motor in it or whatever, whatever that's called.
The ones where you like reverse it or whatever.
Quote, one day I read a book and found a photo about drum rock, Oda said in the 25th logbook for One Piece. If I remember correctly, Drum Rock is located in Canada. The rock looked cool, so I drew an island called Drum Island with a mountain called Drum Rocky. Thus, the so-called Chopper arc started. When someone pointed out that Wapol first appeared during a time in which Trump had no impact on politics, Troy doubled down. He planted seeds as early as 1986! Leading to many jokes about him as a U.S. president in popular culture well into the early 2000s when drum was serialized, he said. Even the famous Simpsons episode, Bart to the Future, referenced this idea, predating the start of the drum arc. I don't think so. Do you believe
I don't know about
Troy?
I don't know about the Simpsons, but he is right that Trump was a very public figure before 2000. He was in the Home Alone movie, right? But he wasn't in The Apprentice yet. The Apprentice started in 2004. You also have to think of like how much of an impact he had internationally for Japan to notice him. It's like, okay, did they notice him? I don't know. And then think, okay, we're gonna name also the idea that his last name Drumpf was popularly known back then before the internet. Like, I doubt people were in Japan in 2000 knew that his last name was Drumpf. And then on top of all of that, you'd have to think, okay, as the creator of One Piece, I'm going to name an island after Donald Trump and then make the ruler of that island in Trump's image and not have the character itself be named after Trump. There's like this degree of separation between the island and the character, because the island is named Drum Island, not the character.
Sorry.
And the character's name Wapol has nothing to do with Trump.
Yeah. It's retarded. Anyway, so at least we determined he is in some way, shape, or form actually working on it, which is not a good thing.
Well, it is possible, although unlikely, that he can separate his political opinion from his writing job, and he
he cannot.
He could be a good writer. There's a chance. There's a chance. Okay.
You're saying there's a chance.
Yeah.
It could happen. Where are we? Oh, here. The chair review. Nice. You'll hear about it when I get the other chair all set up or whatever. Why would Sony want Kadokawa? They literally make all the things that go against Sony TOS. That might be why. Because if Kadokawa is making the things that Sony won't, then people will buy the things that Kadokawa makes and not the things that Sony makes. So if Sony buys Kadokawa and they stop them from being able to make the things that Sony won't, then you have less options to buy from instead of from Sony. Sony also worked on Pokemon music before. Puffy, best known in the US, to the Teen Titans theme song, did Hajimari no Uta, featured in the Pokemon Lucario movie credits. Okay. That was relevant. Thanks. Okay. Latest from the future news. Sony is shutting down From Software after their westernized Elden Ring 2 failed because it was made for the modern audience and not gamers. Yep, definitely. It's like Sony buying Gab or Rumble. Why would they want companies that go against their values? Well, I think my point already
to cleanse their values. So then the only values remaining are their own.
It might be okay, though. There will be a fertile ground for new companies if this goes the way we expect it will. Sex sells, after all. Didn't Sony immediately ban spicy material when they bought Right Stuff? Yes. So real blood only. Yes. Competitive maids. This should be a competitive game in Canada. Competitive maids. Is that the assisted death?
Medical assistance in dying.
In dying, yeah. No, this would promote it in Canada. Sony buying Kadokawa is like saying vegans buy a steakhouse. Yeah. And now it only serves Beyond Meat or whatever. Weird news. Man gets samurai sword stuck in anus. JK. Yeah.
You say JK.
You say JK, but we already showed that game. The Katana game. Where you stick the Wiimote in your ass or whatever. For the Joy-Con, I guess it is. Does Japan use the same DEI hiring as Hollywood? No.
Well, they're starting to have DEI shit.
They are. Yeah. Which is worse, canceling or a black Sam Fisher? Depends on who the black guy is. If it's Anthony Mackie, fucking cancel it. Right? Did it? Yeah, it bombed. It looked like it got bombed.
If you're gonna make Sam Fisher black, just take the whole franchise out of the name. Like, just make a spy, like stealthy movie with a black guy.
Yeah.
Like,
I also liked the Jake Gyllenhaal Prince of Persia.
I thought it was decent.
You must include in doc because I use OCA to reference obscure stories. Yeah. It's the rules, man. They did do a Far Cry movie. I think it was Uwe Boll, right?
it was a very weird movie. It was similar to the Doom movie, like in feel vibe.
What do you mean? Oh, the Far Cry one was?
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you were talking about the Prince of Persia one. I was like, what?
Far Cry.
Kamala was the one who overspent, not Trump. Kamala bankrupted her campaign to meet her favorite celebrities. Yeah.
Dude, she spent over $1 billion. Like,
okay, look. I get emails from her campaign, and the desperation for donations is unbelievable. And right now, they're trying to raise money for a recount. But I'm telling you, she's just trying to get out of the $20 million in debt she currently is in order to cover that and in the guise of doing a recount, right? That'll probably not cost that much, you know. Marvel Comics already made Trump a supervillain in the comics. Trump is MODOK, the mental organism designed as an America's king. Giant head with tiny arms and legs, yeah. Fancy that. Can I grab this link? I cannot. Sorry, I can't grab it right now. Trump derangement syndrome is so bad they see him everywhere, even in manga and anime made decades ago. Trump was super popular back then. Imagine Steins Gate-wise that you remove somebody from the timeline so nobody knows who you're talking about, but you're still deranged and obsessed about him. Trump was super popular back then, at least as a celebrity. It makes no sense anyone would think of him as a villain. Drum Rock is based on Drum Island, I think. Yeah, that's how it works. Live action is so over budget. I never watched anime in live action. Okay. I will say Kirifuda is cooler than Trump card. That is because Kiri itself can mean cut, and Fuda is used for like plates, tags, and
so that's basically de-Fudaizing a Fuda. Cut off the dick of the Fuda.
Trump hentai manga is real. Well, now you've got my attention.
God, please.
Why don't you lead with that?
Are you talking about the manga just called Trump? Because I'm pretty sure that in that case it's about like the card, like the Trump card. Is it? Yeah, we. Oh, wait. What was that? Hold up.
It's even orange all the way down here, too.
I like this one.
Oh, God.
Hold on.
It's got your Jimmy's wrestling.
Yeah, take a look.
Oh, God.
Tell me you wouldn't read that, Julie. 10 out of 10.
I would definitely.
I'm going to save America, but first, I'm going to kill the terrorists myself.
Print that and frame it and put it as a wall.
It is on redbubble.net. I assume it is, in fact, a print. All right.
I posted that link in private chat if you want.
Thank you.
Click on it.
I would like to, actually. Yeah, I've seen this. All right, we can take a quick gander.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember what he normally looks like. And I'm not talking about the
If you minimize this, there's a link to MODOK normally.
yeah, here I got it right here. This one?
Just click. Yeah, MODOK. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he normally looks. Oh, God damn it. We're going to pretend that didn't happen. Yeah, he normally looks like that. The other MODOK here has like a helmet or some shit on.
MODOK, Father of Goku special.
All right. Whatever. Moving this into old doc. All right. And while we're here, I might as well name Donald John Trump Sr. Huh. So they literally, actually, 100% wrote him into the story because they are that cringe.
In that alternate universe, yeah.
Oh my God. All right. Make MODOK great again. All right. In This Corner and Other Corners of the World anime movie is now available on Crunchyroll. So,
it took how many years?
Seriously, still no physical for this. The new extended version of the original movie was released in 2019, 5 years ago. We've been talking about this shit for so goddamn long. It still does not have a physical media release.
Maybe this is just like a precursor. It's going to be released next year.
I hope. I'd like to finally get to watch it. How much longer is the extended one? It's the critically acclaimed 168-minute extended version. So how long is the original?
Original is 2 hours. No, it's not right. Just giving me the runtime of the extended edition. 2 hours 48 minutes.
What the hell? 2018 TV miniseries. God, there's a live action.
It's 30 minutes longer.
Damn. It's all credits. No. No. Yeah, anyway. All right. Tsukasa Hojo's Cat's Eye manga gets a new anime. Whoa! On Disney Plus.
No.
You can tell by the poster that it's already pre-nerfed.
Pretty shit, right? Exclusively on Disney Plus. Disney announced during its 2024 Disney APAC content showcase in Singapore on Thursday that it is producing a new anime adaptation of Tsukasa Hojo's Cat's Eye manga that will debut exclusively on Disney Plus in 2025. The Disney Plus YouTube channel is streaming a teaser video for the new anime. Now, nearly all of the trailer is CGI too. It's like all CGI.
Oh, lovely.
And then at the very end, did they cut it?
I mean, it's not.
Yeah, at the very end.
Cat's Eye all that dirty? Like I don't remember. Okay, so
it's very tame.
At the very end, you see what's effectively the poster, and that at least appears to be drawn.
Yeah.
Do you think they're gonna? Do you think they're gonna make one of them lame and gay?
Hope not.
I bet you they'll make at least one of them lame and gay.
All three.
I'm hoping it's like Disney Japan that's working on this.
I mean,
like Disney America.
We'll see. The teaser features singer Otto performing a cover of Henri's Cat's Eye. The opening theme song. Yep, Henri's.
Wow.
The
Lucky Reese. I heard Otto's a pretty.
Disney did not reveal the precise format of that anime, such as whether it will be a series or a movie. If it's coming to Disney Plus, I don't think it's going to be a movie.
Yeah.
Hojo's Cat's Eye manga centers on three sisters who run a cafe by day and are notorious art thieves by night. I don't think we need to read this. Everybody knows what this is about.
Yeah.
The franchise-inspired Lupin the Third versus Cat's Eye cel-shaded CG crossover anime. Blech. Ugh. Don't give me more of that. Anyway, that's that.
So I wondered if Disney was just looking to get some anime in their catalog, and they were just like, "What do you think we should do?" And
Girl power.
It was like, I don't know. We got Cat's Eye. Do we want to do Cat's Eye? Like we've been wanting to make somebody in Japan had been wanting to make a Cat's Eye anime. They just needed the funding, and Disney was like, "Sure, we'll fork that over so long as we can put it on our platform."
And then the people in Japan were like, the amount of panty shots Disney just paid for. Right. Meanwhile, Netflix has subpoenaed Discord in an investigation of post-production partner leaks. You guys will remember that Ranma 1/2, Dan Da Dan, and the whole Mononoke film were leaked on such sites as 4chan. So Anime News Network can confirm that the Northern District of California Court issued a subpoena on Thursday to compel Discord to share information that could help identify users allegedly involved in the recent Netflix leaks of anime episodes and anime films, as well as other animated and live-action works. Netflix filed the request on November 15th with the court, Friday, my birthday. And the request specifically referred to an unreleased and copyrighted image from the second season of Squid Game web series posted by a Discord user with the online handle at JaceJohns4N. A person going by the pseudonym Jace Johnson had an interview with YNGKKR in which Johnson stated they were responsible for the leaks. According to a report on The Verge in October, South Korean publisher Nexon had subpoenaed Discord on October 11th, alleging that Discord had refused to comply with several Digital Millennium Copyright Act notices to disclose user information in regards to users who Nexon believes are infringing on its intellectual property. Discord is currently contesting the subpoena in court. Regarding the August leaks, initially, episodes of the new anime of Rumiko Takahashi's Ranma 1/2 manga and the television anime of Yukinobu Tatsu's Dandadan manga, as well as Geki Joban Mononoke Karakasa anime film, were leaked to the public in early August via sites such as 4chan and piracy BitTorrent sites. The originally leaked material included episodes 1, 3, and 4 of Ranma 1/2, the first 2 episodes of Dandadan. No, the first 6 episodes, right? That's what I got.
Well, maybe initially, and then they got as more came out.
Thank God I got the other ones, or else I wouldn't have been able to do that video where I first impressioned it. I paid so much for those tickets that I didn't get to use. Go ahead, Footnote.
I was gonna say, isn't there like 7 episodes and everything? What was the premiere you saw again?
Well, I was going to see the first 3 episodes when I was in Vegas, but I couldn't get to the venue because of situations with the event I was running while I was there. So we just hooked up my laptop to the TV in the hotel room and watched the leaks instead, because we had to make it work somehow. And we had 6 episodes to choose from, but we could only stomach 3 because holy shit, it was awkward. It was very, very awkward anime to watch with somebody that's not your significant other. Anyway, the first 2 episodes of Dandadan and the entire Mononoke movie leaked. The leaks have blurred watermarks and burned in timestamps and are in a low resolution 9th HD 640 by 360 or 640 by 352 format. Later, the first episode of the 3rd season of ReZero, Starting Life in Another World anime, was leaked as well. The episode has a watermark for Francis Japan Expo 2024, which took place from July 11th to 14th. Episodes 3 through 6 of Dandadan and all episodes of Skydance Animation Production IG's Terminator Zero has also been leaked. Okay, so I guess it did come out later for the 6th. Fortunately, I had them when I needed them. Whatever. Finally, more episodes of Ranma 1/2 anime were eventually leaked for a total of 12 episodes. The average number for an anime core in a year. The quarter of a year is what they call, I guess. Netflix and Iuno's response to the leaks. Netflix stated the leaks were initially reported internally before spreading online. Netflix told IGN, quote, "One of our post-production partners has been compromised and footage from several of our titles has unfortunately leaked online. Our team is aggressively taking action to have it taken down." Global entertainment technology and localization company Iuno, or Iuno, I'm not sure, released a statement regarding its investigation into the security breach. Crunchyroll also made a statement. Good for them. According to IGN, other Netflix shows and films, including the 2nd season of animated action series Arcane, Heartstopper Season 3, Gentry, Chow versus the Underworld, Plankton the Movie, and Spellbound were also leaked. Anyway, so I guess this is more just an announcement that stuff is moving, and we might see stuff come out of this, right? I'm going to need some links. Links, please. I need to know if it's actually real or if it's, the manga.
Yeah, just don't link them in the YouTube chat.
Put them in the Discord.
No, don't do it because they're going to want to ban, I don't know, someone.
Anyway.
I think they frown upon linking porn on YouTube.
Well, you can't even put it in your videos. That's
the porn bots are here routinely. I think it'll be okay.
Who was it that got
JT Master got his account terminated for saying child porn in the comments.
Well, that's not what I was thinking of, but there was a YouTuber she linked to J-List and
Snap. No. So what happened? She didn't link to it. She did, but not the way you're thinking of.
I know.
She had a
regardless-
contest. Yeah, she
Yeah, I
had
know.
a raffle that was sponsored by J-List
Yeah.
that YouTube decided wasn't on the up and up,
That was a
and so
scam.
YouTube gave her like a community guideline strike, and J-List was like, "Hello, we're right fucking here, YouTube," like tweeting at them, like, "This is legitimate. What are you doing?" Yeah, that sucked. I feel bad for her. Politicians broke promises before. Wow. Can you imagine if you had like a genie in a bottle and you had one wish and you said, yeah, make it so that politicians can't lie.
Yeah, all politicians.
Fuck, man. Fucking imagine how different the world would be.
That would be so cool.
What I'm going to do is steal your money and invest in the stock market that I will manipulate. Like, oh, if you vote for me, I am going to rape your children in a satanic ritual. Oh, like. Right. Netflix is never something you can collect. Okay, good for them. Skipping all that. Okay, sign away your rights to Disney Plus for a CGI anime. Never use Discord for anything you want to be private. You can use your own Matrix server. I use the Matrix. I log in daily. Don to Don is my favorite anime this season. It is a must watch. Yeah, it's pretty fucking great.
It is good.
I would recommend not watching the leaks because they were
official stream.
awful.
I don't think anyone's going to opt to watch those.
Yeah. Raging Golden Eagle got banned over a crease in a manga. Got banded?
Crease in a manga.
Because the crease looked like boobs or something?
Or a crevice.
Crevasse.
The one genie's wish you would not backfire on you. I mean, it would when they're like, I'm going to send all your children off to war to die. And they're like, yeah. People are still voting for it. Like, they're telling the truth, but these idiots are still voting for it. It's like, God, we've been lying all this time. Turns out that's not even necessary. All right. Cool. All right, let's move past this. Cool. Let's Solo Leveling ReAwakening anime movie tickets are now on sale. It's coming to the US and select international regions with more to come. Unfortunately, I don't give a shit about it, so I'm not going to even try to see it. It's coming out. Omnibus film is set to open on December 6th. And you can see it in Austria, Australia, Benelux, wherever the fuck that is. France, Ireland, Italy, Kazakhstan, greatest country in the world, don't you know? Mexico, Netherlands, New Zealand, Switzerland, or the United Kingdom. Also the US and Canada. Didn't you know? Cool. All right, moving past that, making that into more than it needs to be. Okay. Uglymug Epicfighter manga gets a TV anime adaptation. Julie.
Smash your pass.
Smash your pass. Did you notice his hairy mole, though?
I'm sorry.
That mole's the deal breaker. Sorry.
Whoa.
I think Japan is getting way too many Western animation influences. They need to back off.
The likeness is uncanny, don't you think? If I just shaved that beard a little. Oof. All right. Let's see. His looks are negative 255. Touching girls causes him pain, and sexual acts will literally tear him apart. Just what can our ex-salesman Shigeru get in the other world in exchange for such inconveniences? This is an epic tale of one very ugly but ridiculously strong man. I don't know, man. I think it's
an isekai.
Yep.
Okay. Wow.
So it's like the reversal where it's like you're conventionally attractive.
You're this guy. You're like this guy who gets hit by Truck-kun and turns into like the standard,
This guy not only got hit by Truck-kun, he looks like he got hit by a Truck-kun, right? He's got the kind of face that you have after getting hit by a truck.
Yes, we got that.
Yeah, all right. Magic Maker Isekai Mahou no Tsukurikata anime reveals 3 new character visuals. Actually 4, but we'll save this one. They look really skinny. Like really skinny.
Or is it just the big heads? I mean, it's probably both.
Anyway, there's also this character.
Go TT. What's the point of all that strength if you can't reproduce?
Reproduce by force. Anyway, so there you go. That's that show. Moving on.
Sheer fucking will.
Demon Lord 2099 anime gears up for new story arc and new trailer. Who cares about the trailer? Here's the thick-legged lady with the heterochromia. There's the big boobied lady without the
unlike you with your homochromia.
Yeah. And there's the Goblin King himself, who apparently is a main character. I'm trying to remember as I'm scrolling, like, why did I share this? That's right. Pimp Goblin King. I can't wait to find out who's going to dub him in the English one. I don't know who I'd pick. Who do you think would make a good voice actor for him? Maybe the guy from Persona that plays like the red devil guy. What's the name of the Velvet Room, right? That's what they call it?
Igor? How's that the red devil guy?
I don't know what he looks like. I'm just trying to picture it in my head. That guy.
Igor.
That guy would be a good voice of this goblin, huh?
I can't remember if the Japanese voice died or the English voice died.
R.I.P. either way. All right, anyway. Dekin no Mogura anime announced for July 2025. It adapts the supernatural manga by Hozuki's cool-headedness creator Natsumi Eguchi. I also forgot why we shared this. Quote, oh yeah, I can't die because I've been banned from the afterlife. Certain circumstances lead Mogura, a dubious self-proclaimed hermit, to collect the light of spirits in a lantern in the hope of being allowed to pass on. It's said that those who encounter him begin to see strange things. Natsumi Eguchi, author of Hozuki's cool-headedness, portrays a world where humans and spirits weave together in mysterious ways. The curtain rises on a thought-provoking tale of immortality. So I'm guessing this thing about him collecting the souls in the lanterns or whatever is like whatever the pose from Ocarina of Time are kind of based on. You and I Are Polar Opposites manga gets a TV anime in January 2026. Holy shit, that's a long ways off. Suzuki's a high school girl in love, but the guy she's fallen for is nothing like her. Fuck, I'm sick. While she's cheerful, outgoing, and always trying to fit in, her classmate, Yusuke Tani, is stoic, quiet, and doesn't seem to care what people think of him.
What?
This hitting a little close to home, huh?
What?
Will Suzuki be able to overcome her anxieties and ask him out, or will she discover that opposites really don't attract?
Wait, why are you looking at me?
She's a cheerful, outgoing, always trying to fit in, and her classmate is stoic, quiet, and doesn't seem to care what people think of him.
Yeah, that was us.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck. All right. The Too Perfect Saint, tossed aside by my fiance and sold to another kingdom, reveals main cast. Yeah, so Phileas family has produced saints for generations. It's no surprise that she's known as the greatest saint of all time and set to marry the second prince, Julius. What no one expects is for Julius to call off the engagement, claiming that Phileas' perfection makes her charmless and unlikable. To add insult to injury, Philia is packed off to a neighboring country in exchange for gold and resources, forcing her to leave her homeland. Despite bracing herself for mistreatment, Philia finds a warm welcome in her new town, where she puts her saintly abilities to good use, erecting barriers against monsters and curing epidemics. But
So
even
she's
as
good at erecting.
Yep, she's so good at erecting. But even as she flourishes in her new life, her homeland is under threat of destruction. So that's an anime coming out. I don't know. Is she kawaii desu? Ne? Ka? Desu ka?
Desuneka.
All right. From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman has a new key visual. I forgot. We had all this great material planned for this, and I already forgot all of it.
Something about abs.
Yeah, well, I will say that the large breasts do not make up for those abs. Distractingly.
Were you gay?
Oh, this is the girl who has like the weird like thong thingy underneath, whatever the hell that is. The strangeness going on here. He seems so tired. Like, I don't even want to be in this harem anymore. There's no freaking way I'll be your lover unless. Oh no. It is a Yuri comedy at Studio Mother.
Get Mother involved.
There's no freaking way I'll be your lover unless. High school Yuri comedy about fake dating, real dating, competitive dating, and one very overwhelmed girl who's accidentally doing all three at once. Awkward, introverted Amauri Renako is leaving her lonely middle school life behind, determined to become an outgoing and popular high schooler. Glamorous, confident Oduka Mai is Renako's total opposite, wealthy, carefree, and a literal fashion model. Against the odds, the two girls form an immediate connection. Renako thinks she may have found the best friend of her dreams until Mai's love confession sends her feelings into a tailspin. Renako wants to prove to Mai that being BFFs is better than being girlfriends, but Mai is dead set on convincing Renako that they're destined to be lovers. Anyway, that's a thing. All right. Also, Bullet anime from Jujutsu Kaisen director reveals new trailer and visual. It looks a little wonky. Also, Disney Plus. So this poor sap got roped into doing Ninja Kamui too. That's unfortunate. You do one good thing and then you're given a bunch of opportunities to do some shit. It looks like something that should on paper be great, and yet like execution wise it just feels soulless to me.
The name seems cool, but like, well,
how is the name cool?
Bullet.
Bullet. Like,
I like it.
Kind of a dumb name too.
I don't know. I like
Does this bullet shoot bullets?
What if it was called like Taco Taco or something? Would that still be equally cool, or is it because it's the word bullet?
Bullet would be good enough.
I mean, bullet works. I don't know. If Taco Taco would be okay for like a comedy.
You know, be a really good one is if it was Booby, right?
That wouldn't get past the censors, I don't think.
Ah, come on.
I'd go for ass.
Here's hoping Sung-Hoo Park actually knows his limits this time and doesn't do shit CG. Did you see the trailer?
Dude, we're past that part. We're past that part.
Tell us you didn't watch it when you're without telling us you didn't watch it.
Well, I mean, he
could
said
have
that at 8:18,
commented it before,
which was a minute ago. So I don't know. What's the point of all that strength if he can't reproduce? Good, we already got that. Cool, awesome. Wait. Yes, a crease. I suspect they use the same AI square used on the manga app. Oh. Regarding Raging Golden Eagle. Yeah. Yeah, that's a reference to the car. Boom. Okay. The Darwin Incident TV anime reveals new teaser art maze app. Now, look, we've covered this before. We've looked at this image.
Does he have a slur on his shirt in the middle there?
No, that's a GCT. And that's an AA.
It's pretty close.
There's double T. It's like an optical illusion where all you see are slurs, right? Anyway, so let me show you this. And you're like, wow. You know what? I'll be honest, it looks less appealing, right? Like this, you'd be like, yeah, I'd watch that, but this just not as much. Except I'm dying to know why there's a Guy Fawkes mask on the dumpster.
It's going to be about revolution. Happen? That's why.
Monkey revolution.
Evolution?
Revolution. Humansies. Yeah, the half human, half chimpanzees. Man. Yeah.
He's going to stand up to the oppressive government.
I'm just saying, if that ugly bastard is strong and powerful, look, this is a story about chimpanzees having sex with human women and reproducing. All right? Surely the guy with the ugly mole guy could definitely get it on with someone. Rascal Does Not Dream of Santa Claus anime reveals new teaser trailer.
She's not a Santa Claus believer?
Please explain to me what the puberty continues.
Well, that's what like the first title translates to, or something. Or wait, no, that's the first season's concept. There's something called like puberty something syndrome, which for some reason means you can see an invisible girl or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Puberty syndrome.
Yeah, puberty syndrome.
Anyway, what are you listening to?
Looks like YouTube.
Social
How to
World
Goon
music
101
video. JOI compilation. 10 hours.
Ultimate Goon.
Puberty syndrome. Abnormal experiences rumored on the internet to be caused by sensitivity and instability during adolescence. This year, Sakuda Azusagawa, a second-year student at a high school near Enoshima, meets several girls that are experiencing this puberty syndrome. This is all of them. Yeah, this is the 2019 Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai one.
Yeah.
For instance, he meets a wild bunny girl in the library. She turns out to be an actress on hiatus, Mai Sakurajima, who is also his senior at the school. For some reason, no one else can see this enchanting girl. How does she become invisible?
And there's no dub of this, right?
There is.
Not yet.
Sort of, like the dub.
There's
the
no dub of the
these
first
things
season yet.
Yeah, it's getting all weird. Also, super mondo expensive if you want to start collecting it.
Yeah. Aniplex.
Aniplex, all of them.
Unfortunately, they are going to miss this Christmas, though. So,
yeah, sadly,
going to be late.
Future Haigakura anime episodes delayed to an undetermined date. Episodes 1 through 6 will rebroadcast through December 30th, with the future to be announced later. Shinobu Takayama's Haigakura fantasy manga came to life in an anime adaptation that kicked off on October 7th, but future episodes will have to wait. The official website announced an indefinite delay for the series, citing the need for production house Typhoon Graphics, have you ever heard of them, to take more time producing episode 8 and beyond to maintain quality.
What quality?
Whoa.
The notice states that the new broadcast schedule will be announced on the official site and social channels as soon as the details have been decided. In the meantime, rebroadcasts of the first 6 episodes are slated to begin on November 25th, closing out with episode 6 on December 30th. Anything beyond that has yet to be determined. The first 7 episodes of Haigakura are currently available to stream on Amazon Prime Video, which describes a series like this. On a journey to find ourselves, with captured family and a missing past, Ichiyo Akashi battles alongside Tenko to regain what's lost. The Immortal Realm. What's lost? The Immortal Realm. And more. Okay, that's not how that sentence should work. Immortals and humans dwell in a world on the verge of collapse. Ichio and Tenko search for the key to salvation. The four perils who hold this land together. Base. Nobody gives that. That's awful. Anyway, so I almost saw this at Anime Expo. They had a screening or whatever premiere. I'm glad I didn't because it kind of looks like Sayuki, where it's like everybody who's watching this knows that they're gay, but there's never anything outwardly done that's gay. It's just like Fujoshi bait, right? That's what it looks like. Now, Reese and I looked it up on my anime list, and we saw a review. Where's the review, Reese? No reviews.
Did it get deleted?
It got deleted. But you know what?
Man.
I archive that shit.
It's a good thing the other 400 hours you spend archiving other things all accumulates to this one moment where it actually is useful.
Not recommended. My poor ears got clapped by the cracked audio of this stupid anime. Lore is similar to Parkour Civilization. It's actually a copy. I can't remain in silence. At this point, the 7 Deadly Frames is better. Well, I'm going to watch the newest PNG Lock episode because I need to redo my eyes with something actually well animated. Here's a poem about what I think. Haigakura, more like Hakatua. My ears are screaming. That's so skibbity. The problem is, what is? What a great haiku. All right. In other news, Anne of Green Gables novel gets a new TV anime adaptation in April 2025. How many fucking times has this happened? Right? Can we finally get a DVD over here? Holy cow.
Yeah, with that Afrikaans stub.
The Afrikaans stub, yes. I want to see it with because there's a VHS.
What happened to her what's it called? Her bangs.
Yeah. there is an extreme problem here. She has the hairline of Motoko Kusanagi from Ghosts in the Shell Arise.
Micro bangs.
Baby bangs. Baby doll.
Baby bangs.
That's what they call them. Baby doll bangs. I mean, to be fair, I never noticed it before, but her original hair wasn't much better.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's definitely different.
It's interesting that it's like it feels like it's literally coming off the heels of that adaptation instead of just like a reboot or whatever.
Yeah.
She has a big head.
Oh, yeah.
Like
it was also made in what, the 70s, 80s or something?
Like Promised Neverland had proportions.
Yeah.
I mean, her hair is sitting a little high there too, but
yeah,
it looks way nicer with it spread out like that instead of the like crops.
That's totally watchable, right? That not so much.
That looks like the barber messed up.
Yeah.
Maybe she cut her own hair.
Let's cover it. It's hideous.
I had a friend.
Oh, your forehead! I can see myself in it. Right?
Or at least someone I went to school with that had a haircut like that, and I was like, I saw it on Facebook, and I was like,
dude, never like you see that once, and you say, there is a haircut worth killing over. Like,
I wanted to ask them, like, is that on purpose? Like,
is it supposed to look that hideous? Were you going for disgusting?
She seemed like she was, like I don't know if she was, but she could have been lesbian. So like maybe it was like I don't want.
Stay away from me, men. Don't find me attractive, men.
It could have been that.
The original Anne of Green Gables novel, published in 1908, tells the story of Anne Shirley, an orphan taken in by Marilla and Matthew Cuthbert, Alicia Cuthbert's parents, in Prince Edward Island, a beautiful small island in Canada. Oh, it's a local story for you guys. Maybe it's her. Maybe Canada. Maybe your high school girl is Anne.
Maybe.
Was it this series used to have like its own like North American TV show when I was a kid as well. Like this has had probably multiple other adaptations,
like a live action, right?
No, there was a cartoon.
Oh, really?
Canadian cartoon.
Anne's overwhelming imagination and beautiful heart, which have supported her difficult circumstances up to the age of 11, gradually changes the hearts of those around her.
There's also Pippi Longstocking, which I don't know if is related.
It's not.
This actually just looks like the predecessor to Wendy's.
Since its Japanese translation edition was published in Japan in 1952, the novel has been a timeless classic that has been loved for more than 70 years. Anne of Green Gables was previously adapted into a TV anime series twice in Japan. The first one directed by Isao Takahata in 1979, and the second one directed by Katsuyoshi Watabe in 2009. Both were animated by Nippon Animation as part of World Masterpiece Theater series.
Is the second one the movie?
I don't know. The Answer Studio, which was a high production quality and was involved in such films as Your Name and Suzume, works on the anime production of the TV anime Anne Shirley. Is that what this one is? Yeah, Anne Shirley is what that says. Shoddy. Huh. What's the other anime that looks like this? Is it Flip Flappers?
Of the World?
I wouldn't say Flip Flappers looks like
What's
that.
the other anime that has like this sort of look to it? Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the Star Wars Visions one by Studio Trigger, maybe. Kind of reminds me of Promare.
I'm a little out in the wild on that one.
At least grab it. Where is it?
FDD&M is Canadian.
That's the correct one.
Oh, there it is.
I'm a little out in the wild with that one.
This will be important later. Anyway, so that's the news, I guess, about Anne Shirley. Anyway, yeah, like I said, I just hope that we get the original ones released over here on disc.
Yeah, My Hero is on disc on I think it was Australia or the UK. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, it's been released on disc elsewhere, just not in the States. My Hero Academia's manga's final volume adds 38 pages of new content following the original ending.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Horikoshi took it personally that people wanted him to die after the ending?
Maybe.
Well, what probably happens is the next 38 pages is All Might shaving off all of his pubes and distributing them to the next Deku.
That'd be hilarious.
That's not how that's gonna work. Have
So,
you not followed the series? Jeez.
What's up? Yeah, come on.
No, I'm not that much of an idiot. Wait, what?
So anyway, the volume 42, the cover is designed to mimic the original first volume
the
issue.
first one? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. With a nice stealth weebifiable shirt here. Perhaps, maybe, possibly, maybe we might, maybe, possibly. So anyway,
That's
yeah.
Lovely.
Is there anything more to this that you want to say?
Like when I was looking at the chapter, like if without this, it would have been almost like just barely over half the normal length of a volume. So like this at least brings it back up to like somewhat of a normal page count. Because
imagine all the pages are just like bullshit. They're not story based at all. It's just
it's
like
literally just Horikoshi, like,
yeah.
talking.
Deku shaves off his pubes and distributes them. That's
that's the correct.
Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. If in the story he banged Uraraka and it was like really aggressive banging, maybe it's like a blow bang. I don't. Point is, the pube gets inside somehow. That would be the funniest way to end the story.
But
right?
they've already set up that both the person giving and the receiving people have to want it to happen.
Yeah. So he's like, I'm giving it to you, baby. Please give it to me.
Right? But it doesn't. Well, the thing is, it doesn't need to be hair, too. It could have been the semen that did it.
Yeah. We'll see.
I almost
All Might's a virgin confirmed.
I almost think it's just gonna be. I almost think it's just gonna be like, it's like, here's a picture of Deku's dad, who I promised to show but never did.
Yeah. We'll see. Literally, I just
so you haven't read the 32?
Here's 38 blank pages to make it seem like a normal book next to the rest of them.
Right.
Written by Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Did you read? I thought you had read it already. Is it not out yet?
It's not out yet. It's just coming out in Japan, right?
Yeah. I've only read like to 38.
Okay, I thought you read the finale.
Or 39? Yeah, 39. I read 39, but I have been spoiled by the end.
Me too.
All right. Cool. Moving past that.
Cuts off his Deku.
Dick Puku. All right. Japan's biggest manga magazine is raising its minimum payment rate for creators. New manga artists will be earning more for their work at Weekly Shonen Jump. Weekly Shonen Jump is Japan's biggest and most popular manga anthology, and publisher Shueisha apparently thinks it's gotten big enough to share a little more of the wealth that the magazine brings in. In an announcement made Monday through its official Twitter account, the Weekly Shonen Jump editorial department said, quote, "We would like to inform everyone that the minimum manuscript payment for serialized one-shot manga in Weekly Shonen Jump has been raised, effective as of November 2024. Based on sales profits received from readers of Weekly Shonen Jump, print and digital editions, we will continue to make such reservations in the future in order to produce better working environments for our magazine's creators. Under the new policy, artists will be paid a minimum of $206 per color page. What is 20,000 yen?
Roughly $200.
That's got to be like what, like 150?
Oh,
because 31,350 yen is what they put as $206. So this would be like what, like $150 per black and white page.
What's the number?
20,900 yen.
135.
Okay, so you're making how many pages typically go into Shonen Jump?
Well, for one shot, it could be like 60 to.
Hold on, but that's for a color page.
No.
Oh no, sorry, that's
for
the black
and white. Yeah. So 135 ish. So we said
with one piece per chapter, it's roughly like anywhere between 15 and 20 pages.
But this is for one shots.
Yeah. So let's just say
one shots are usually like 40 to 60 pages.
Let's just say you did only black and white. You did 15 pages times $135 per page, $2,025 a week. If you're doing weekly for Shonen Jump, multiply that by 52 weeks in a year, $105,000 ain't fucking bad. Holy shit! No wonder Oda's been doing One Piece for
spreads.
20 fucking years.
That's just for the manga. That's not like licensing for the anime or like.
Yeah.
Sorry. What was the math that you just did?
I did. The idea is if you just did black and white, 15 pages times $135 US, $2,025.
I think you should have done 20 pages.
Okay.
That's your typical Shonen Jump chapter count.
20
Well,
pages.
20
times
no,
$135
not for One Piece anyway.
is $2,700.
Yeah.
All right. Multiply that by 52 weeks in the year, and you're making $140,000 and 400 change, right? Per year.
You wouldn't make
No, but the idea is this is for one shots. This is for beginners. This isn't for like the breadwinners of the.
Yeah, Oda's got to be making more than that, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Now, if I then do this divided by 12, that is $11,700 per month that you're bringing in.
Yeah, you wouldn't like.
And this is the new price, just so we're clear. Like,
this is just for one shots. This is not weekly. This is just for.
They said that they're doing this. We'll continue to make sure.
For context,
or serialized or one-shot manga.
Or one. Okay.
Yeah.
I missed the serial.
For context, One Piece does 3 chapters on, like, generally the most it'll do 3 chapters a month. Now this year they've been taking like Oda's been taking longer breaks and stuff, but like, so you're not going to do 52 chapters a week. A year, sorry. It's gonna be probably more like 45, maybe 40. Because Shonen Jump also takes breaks as well, just in general, right?
It's amazing though. Like, think about it. The cost of living in Japan is so minuscule. Well, no wonder so many people want to become manga artists.
But the thing also that you have to consider is they have to pay their assistants.
Okay.
Because Oda doesn't work on this alone.
Okay, if you're a good storyteller, you don't have to have good artwork. Like, you could, like, Goodnight Poon Poon level artwork for most of it, right? Like, you could make good-ass money. I mean, I don't know if Goodnight Poon Poon is going to show up in Shonen Jump, but Shonen Jump might require a little bit more effort, but freaking Togashi.
I think Horikoshi had like 8 assistants or something.
Okay. Regardless,
and he has to pay them a living wage.
Yeah, but the living wage in Japan is not very much.
I know.
Like, it is easily possible of surviving at like 30 grand a year. Like, you might not have a great life, but you could live off of that. So I don't know, man. Like, I really think. They could. Oh my god, dude. Weebifiable? That doesn't make any sense. No Metallica fan would wear an anime shirt, even when Kirk Hammett wore a Devilman shirt before in the Cliff Burton days.
Let's just
Your comment doesn't make any sense. Like, stay tuned. Stop talking. Oh, God. Okay.
I definitely do like that. Knowing how much they make now, it's like there is this whole idea of like animators don't get paid well, and I know animation would be a separate like thing.
But cost of animation is so much greater. I don't know that you could pay them better. And I think that the difference here is that there is creative burnout or creative, like, drawing a picture is one thing. Creating the world that makes that picture meaningful is dramatically more complicated.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
I remember.
Real quick. So when you're developing the anime of the thing, you're working off of, like, the hard work for the most part has already been done.
If it's an adaptation and not an anime original.
True.
Although generally the anime original people would have other people doing the story part, and not like the animators generally don't come up with the story. But I guess in some cases, like a key animator might. But what I was going to say though is I remember in one of my old art classes, there was a kid. I hadn't got this concept down in my brain yet, but like this kid, this fellow student, made this. It was supposed to be like an ad or something, and he like did like a trace of Africa. I can't remember exactly what he did, but he used it like as a cutout or something. And I looked at it and I'm like, that would take me like 5 seconds to do. And so I kind of like dismissed his poster as like inferior. And then years later, I realized that was stupid of me. It's not that it took 2 seconds to do. It's he had to come up with the idea to do it. And that's the thing that actually was worth.
Pencil mileage is, you know, like a major, like people don't realize how much an artist suffers compared to how much of their work you see, you know. And I mean suffering as in like nobody cares more about an artist's work than the artist producing it, right? And so there is a ton of it not being good enough, you know, for the artist before they finally will even let you see it. And the version you see, you know, you might appreciate it for being good, but you don't appreciate the amount of blood, sweat, and tears that went into it, you know, to make it that level, or even just to reject and murder the darling of the previous things. What is this, dude?
Just to finish my other point, though, I was saying, like, I know animation is said to say, like, people say animation, animators don't get paid well. And so I was always concerned, like, oh, manga probably don't get paid well, and they have very strenuous jobs where they're, you know, working crazy hours, and there's constant like health issues with the Hunter x Hunter guy, and Oda has had a bunch of health issues. At least with the mangaka, it seems like they're getting paid enough to like compensate their grueling workload, it seems.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, this is the introductory. I'm sure Oda's making fucking bucket loads of money.
Oh, definitely. You know, he's I mean, licensing out his characters for like commercials and shit, like he's got to be making bank, which is great.
Well, I don't know how that works because like I don't know how much of the licensing he gets because it would depend on the deal he has with Shueisha, right? They might have already paid him for the licensing of his characters like way back when they weren't worth much, right? But even still, I'm sure as just a salary, I'm sure he's taking in a bunch.
All right. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom. Keep talking. I'll be right back. Got to be.
And then we proceed to not say a thing.
Star Wars Visions is Trigger's worst anime. Oh my god. Never sorry for saying that.
Speaking of Trigger anime, this is kind of going back to Cyberpunk Edge Runner's question. Where he's like, oh, should we do it for Watch? I was like, I don't know. I don't feel like having another Gynax ending or whatever to experience because, you know, Trigger has continued the tradition of having the Gynax ending.
What is the Gynax ending?
Even if you have something that's great like Gurren Lagann, they usually like have something that messes it up plot-wise, story-wise, or whatever that makes an ending that's like unsatisfying, bitter, whatever it might be, sad, whatever it might be, any of those combinations. And it's like pretty consistent. And even to some extent, Bones does it. But when they adapt stuff like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood specifically, not the first one, and then My Hero Academia, it's like, okay, well, they have to follow the manga. So they can't run into that unless the mangaka writes that way.
Have you not watched Cyberpunk? Edrunners?
No, I haven't. But my brother and I were talking about it the other day when we were talking about Arcane, and for some reason he was comparing it to he's comparing Arcane season 2 to Edge Runners or something.
Yeah.
But he's like, at least Edge Runners, with its ending was like, oh, sad, blah blah, but it at least meant something. Whereas Arcane season 2 just kind of made me angry.
Shouldn't have started Arcane to begin with, bitch.
Oh,
all right. Sorry about that. I was feeling quite dehydrated, and also simultaneously, my bladder almost exploded. Okay. So, under the new policy, artists will be paid a minimum of 31,350 yen per color page and 20,900 yen per black and white page. The vast majority of manga pages are published in black and white, and assuming an average page count of 20 pages per chapter, that would work out to 418,000 yen in earnings per chapter per week. Or I guess per chapter / week, because they're one chapter per week usually, which extends to 1,627,000 yen for a month with 4 issues, or around 21.7 million yen for a 52-week year.
Yeah, you're not putting 52-week chapters out, though. But anyway.
Moreover, these are the starting rates for new manga creators whose work is being published for the first time. For continuing artists whose series is past its first year of serialization, Weekly Shonen Jump offers annual rate increases. Shit, that's a good model. Like a really good business model. If you have been producing content good enough that we've kept it going for a year, you deserve a little extra, right? Keep going.
I wonder how they handle, because presumably this is a raise for their minimum, right? So just like when you give a minimum wage increase, do you proportionally change everyone else's salaries as well, or rates? Or do you just say, everyone, here's the new floor, and if you were below the floor, you're up. If you're above the floor, fuck you.
I don't know. It says here, for continuing artists whose series has passed its first year serialization, they offer annual rate increases, and the magazine's management is open to negotiation even with first-timers if they have been offered a higher rates from other magazines. First-time serialized authors are also provided with 500,000 yen in funds to help cover expenses in getting the series off the ground. For reference, they get 418,000 yen in earnings per chapter per week, right? So that's like you get your weekly payment up front just to get it off the ground. Weekly Shonen Jump sibling publication, Jump Giga, simultaneously announced it is increasing its minimum rate as well to 19,800 yen for color pages and 13,200 for black and white. So that's a massive drop compared to these ones. Oh, yeah. That's like half price almost. Not quite half price, but it's a significant drop, right, from the other one. Higher starting pay rates are, in and of themselves, good news for budding artists. However, it's also important to keep in mind that while 20 million yen a year sounds like a whole lot, few manga professionals produce an entire series by themselves.
Yes, Chloe?
It's customary for...
Sorry.
It's okay. I know.
I just can't do it.
I know. It's also where human... It's customary for manga creators to have multiple assistants, and those assistants get paid by the creator, not the publisher. In other words, a sizable chunk of that 21.7 million yen is going to be going to production costs. In addition, getting paid by the page means not getting paid by the hour, which also means no paid vacation time. As mentioned above, 21.7 million yen is the projected payment for 52 weeks of 20-page black and white chapters. So if the creator wants or needs to take time off, it's going to come with a deduction to their earnings. That's why you marry the Sailor Moon creator. As a result, it's hard to say whether or not manga creators are in an easy spot financially when starting out with Weekly Shonen Jump without knowing what their other expenses and preferred work/life balance is like. If nothing else, though, at least they're in an easier spot than before the rate raise. Yeah. I mean,
well,
they are in an easier spot if they're competent. If they're not competent, they're likely going to be on the chopping block because you're going to want to pay. If you're going to be paying more, you want the people that you're going to be paying more to be providing you an increase in output or an increase in value in exchange. And the question is, are they also going to raise the cost of their subscription service to the digital version and the price of the weekly magazines?
Yeah. What I was gonna say though about the pay, like they're saying, well, you have to pay for like an editor and all that kind of stuff. You wouldn't imagine that your pay for the editor would be a full-time, maybe for One Piece, but like if you're starting out, you're not going to be paying for a full-time editor, right? So you could probably get around, I don't know, maybe like a half part-time. Like an editor could probably do at least 2 different manga, and you'd like, again, starting out, I can't imagine you'd want more than just one editor maybe and do everything yourself. And then as you start becoming more popular, like
do you think
if your series kicks off, then you can invest in, I think Oda has maybe 4 or 5 editors.
Does the editor count as the does an editor count as the assistant? I would suspect the editor is somebody who's if it were me, I wouldn't want to employ my own editor, because if I could, then I would try to get a yes man just instinctively. You want somebody who's not going to compromise your creative vision, right? But historically, Akira Toriyama's editor was a hard ass who made Dragon Ball even better because he forced Akira Toriyama to do things that otherwise he wouldn't have, right? For example, Akira Toriyama originally wanted Android 19 and 20 to be the androids Trump warned Goku about. But the problem is that they looked stupid as shit. So the editor said, no, do something better. And then he integrated Android 17 and 18, which directly changes the progression of the series, because then Cell gets introduced as well to make the stakes get higher. And in addition to that, you have Android 18 get married to Krillin, which dramatically changes the trajectory of that. You know what I mean? Like, so there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens. Similarly, Kishimoto's editor like saved us from some truly cringe names for the characters in Naruto. He was going to call one of the characters Momotaro, the Peach Boy, and like all sorts of dumb shit that he's like, yeah, how about we call him Zabuza instead? Like, this is weirdo. So anyway, yeah, I just think that I feel like the editor is going to be somebody from the publication rather than part of the payroll of the assistants.
Okay, so I'm not an expert here, but I think even in normal book publishing, you pay for your own editor.
Yeah.
And whether or not you listen to them, that's on you. So I believe Oda had fired an editor because they didn't they
didn't work well together.
Yeah. So
I'm just saying that when it came to Dragon Ball, the stories of Toriyama with his editor, I mean, you hear stories about characters where they draw their editors into the manga and have them die in the manga, right? Like, is it like also, Dr. Slump based on a Toriyama's editor or something?
I don't know. Also, editors and assistants, I think, are different. Like, editors are helping with the story, and assistants
are helping with the artwork usually.
Yeah, that's my idea of it. Maybe you could use
from-
the words interchangeably.
From reading Bakuman, which I believe kind of at least has some realism to it, the editor is basically assigned to them by the magazine.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
And the assistants are basically hired by the author to help out.
That
like,
makes
for
a
sce-
lot more
like,
sense to
for,
me.
for like screen tone, background, just drawing like the buildings or whatever.
The editor is there to make sure you don't go off the rails and do things that will get the magazine in trouble.
Yeah.
And stop them from being able
help,
to like that they're paying you to produce something they can't show.
They want you. They're there to want to make you pick. Like,
and also they're there to keep you on task,
and
to keep you like,
keep you on task, on schedule, because you have to finish these chapters like 3 weeks in advance before it gets published.
Yeah,
I don't think an editor is the one that's like trying to get you on task. Anyway, I don't know enough, so but my understanding,
really go, like in the series, like Bakuman is done by the writer and artist for Death Note, and like it basically, I feel it has a very realistic feel to it. Like this is like based on at least in somewhat of realism of what the characters are doing. Like
it's like Pompo the Cinephile, but for manga creation.
Yeah,
but accurate
and more accurate.
And for and like the editor would go to, and they would have the editors change. Like they had an editor reassigned, and there was like a slump because the editor wasn't very good for them.
Yeah,
and until they got the certain.
So we don't know.
Back.
Make up your own understanding, audience.
Choose your own adventure to figure out what that means.
I do want to address this comment from Lakotsu T. Are puberty blockers the cure to puberty syndrome? One might say they're the cause.
Right? Wow.
Okay, let's continue here then. Do we finish? I think we read the rest of it. Yeah, we're gonna move on. Okay, cool. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure creator Hirohiko Araki expresses concern regarding AI's effect on manga. Quote, "We're going to see an increasingly shady world filled with scammers exploiting it." Such a fucking weird drawing. What is happening?
You don't know? Have you not watched that far?
No, we haven't done it for the Watch Club yet. This is from part 6.
It's from part 6, right? Yeah. I remember seeing
someone's turning him into a CD player, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I just
essentially
the nose ridge and the like I don't know, that's fucking weird. Anyway, as AI continues to see more, look, Hirohiko Araki, I just say that nobody is capable of stealing your style because your style is about significantly more than just how you draw. It's about what you
how
draw.
Schizophrenic.
I honestly don't think anybody, like at this point in time, like trying to fudge your way through making a manga exclusively through AI, or at least mostly through AI, it's not going to be doable.
I don't know.
It's doable. What are you talking about? 100%
We
doable.
saw that Kickstarter featuring the lovely lady in the prehistoric thing
but having a consistent
clearly drawn fully in AI.
But having a consistent style that isn't called out for being AI.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing, though.
That's a different.
You can
raise
train
the bar
your own
there.
AI, and you can create, your own. What are they called?
Model.
No, not the model. Like the thing where it is a textual inversion, where you can tell it a character name, and it knows who you're talking about and draws that character.
Yeah, there's different ones.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So anyway,
submodels basically.
Yeah. So you could train stuff on your own artwork in order to speed run some aspects of it. And it'd be interesting to see, honestly, if Shonen Jump is going to increase the rate at which they'll pay you for people to develop a way to speed up their workflow by feeding it artwork that they did, even, or otherwise, and then trace that artwork output in order to speed up how quickly they can produce the artwork in order to get more pages out or live a better life or not hire an assistant or, you know what I mean? And then be able to pocket more of it. I don't think that's a scam though.
No, it'd be fine for normal art. So can you do it to make a manga? Yes. Will it be a good manga? Probably not. Unless it's like a maybe a rom-com or like something where you're not doing crazy like angles. If you have to start doing like crazy angles or
like Promised Neverland style,
as soon as you go away from like main characters standing in a shot, like it's gonna be garbage. So could it help you with some of the boring stuff? Yeah. Are you gonna make a very good manga with it alone? Probably not.
My wife used to read a story. I'm trying to remember what the name of it was, but it was charming in terms of like the romance and the situations that were unveiling in the personality types, but the artwork was not great. Like, like you ever see an artist where they're always drawing their characters like holding a pan or lounging because they can't fucking draw hands. You know what I mean? Like there's just always something going on to just excuses to not draw the thing they can't draw.
Hands behind the head.
Yeah.
Well, that was famous with.
I'm trying to remember the name of it.
That was famous with Rob Liefeld, right? He would never draw feet.
Yeah, it's something and.
Is that why you like
the name
him?
of the one? Yeah, that's why you like her. What is he? The Deadpool creator?
Yeah.
That's why you like it, huh? Anyway, so let's get back into the article here. So, as AI continues to see more widespread adoption. Oh, well, I guess I'll say one thing before we get into this. I personally, this is my projection forward. Sony is attempting right now to buy Kadokawa. If they buy Kadokawa, which owns things like Spike Chunsoft, all these things, they're going to acquire the rights to produce other things that probably won't get produced because it would be a cash grab and also tank the capital of that thing, right? So, for example, we're doing a watch club discussion tonight about Steins Gate, right? Steins Gate is released by Spike Chunsoft, right? I'm not saying necessarily Spike Chunsoft specifically owns like the rights to be able to do this, but just as a thought experiment, if Sony came in and took over Kadokawa and then hastily did another season of Steins Gate, for example, because it's popular, we're going to capitalize on this and get a quick turnaround, bang for our buck money out of this, right? Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero are a masterpiece in writing and payoff and like the intricacies of episode to episode overarching into a major top-down view of the story. All that shit is goddamn brilliant. You couldn't just swoop in and make that shit happen,
overnight.
Just because, like, you can't snap your fingers and make it happen. Like, the reason that worked is because the genius behind the concept of the original Steins Gate game made their money. That got made in, let me put it this way. The fucking movie, the Steins Gate movie sucks ass. That's the cash grab. And it's immediately identifiable. Nobody gets fooled by the cash grab unless the people responsible for putting it on, the actual people who got hired, were extremely talented. So talented that they were able to supplant the aspect of it that was meant to be a cash grab. Like, in spite of it being a cash grab, they turned it into something that was worth giving your cash to, right? So, for example, the original Lord of the Rings trilogy is a masterpiece. The Hobbit is almost universally hated, right? And it's obvious. Yeah, the Hobbit movies. It's obvious when you're watching it that it is a manufactured, designed to get butts and seats piece of trash, right? They included a love triangle. Certain actors in the movie claimed that they would not be in the movie if there was this shitty love triangle, and yet they like edited around it to make it happen like they wanted and still get the people in it, right?
Like
some of those
was
people say that after the fact because they realize how cringe it was. But the point is that you can tell when there's heart and soul behind the production of the work versus when there isn't, versus when it's designed exclusively to sell shit, right? Like, for example, I work at a place right now where we do consulting work, right? And we do training, like coaching for different groups. And my boss has completely lost all motivation to do anything real anymore. And now every week it seems like he's trying to get us, like not even him, but get us to come up with a way for us to repurpose something we've already produced and turn it into another workshop that we can sell for another $2,000, right? And all we're doing is just taking a little bit of that and a little bit of this and just merging and mashing them together and then packaging it with a bow and pretending it's a new product when it's actually just the old products recycled, reskinned, repurposed, right? And we lose people in our coaching group all the time because not everybody's stupid enough to not see it. And in my company, as soon as you realize the grift, you get blacklisted. Like, fuck that guy, get rid of him, he's not allowed back in, you know, all that kind of shit. This is how they operate. And this is exactly, it's like, it is an effort for money. It's an effort to churn something out for a quick buck rather than having lasting cultural impact, right? And I think regardless of what you can get out of AI, even if it becomes the most beautiful work that could ever be created, without that spark of creative intention, of actually coming to the work, there's a deliberate thing. The intention, even in just like the phraseology you're going to use, or the creative process you're going to use to create something, you will approach it instinctively differently when you're coming to an AI artwork vessel to create something that is meaningful to you versus create something quickly. Daddy needs to buy another boat or something. You know what I mean? Like, if you come in there and you just want to rush through it to make money, it's not going to have the cultural lasting impact as the person who suffers for their art, even if they're using AI. That person is different from the person who's doing it to try to churn something out and make a quick buck and be done, you know? So coming back to this, as AI continues to see more widespread adoption across the world, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure mangaka Hirohiko Araki has become, okay, great job. Hirohiko Araki has become the latest creative to voice concern about the negative implications the technology will have on his industry. The esteemed mangaka offered his thoughts on the topic in his recently released Hirohiko Araki's New Manga Techniques, How to Create a Villain, a sequel tutorial book to his previous Hirohiko Araki's Manga Techniques that specifically delves into the process of creating captivating and charming bad guys. I think I own this.
Step 1, make Dio. Step 2, use Dio again.
Dio!
Question mark.
Step 4, profit. Step
Kill
1,
Dio,
get lucky.
then-
Step 2, get really lucky. Step 3, question mark. Yeah.
When you've had enough of Dio, kill Dio, and then include
And
a
then-
new
and then
character. That's
kill them
Dio
off.
again.
And then just have Dio come back again with a new skin color.
Yeah, if
Make him-
your protagonist
black this
tanks
time.
in popularity, but your villain hasn't, have the villain cut off the protagonist's head, put his own head on the protagonist in order to live longer and continue in the series, and then you get a chance to bring in a new protagonist that possibly people will continue to like. Right? 10 out of 10. I hope that's word for word exactly what the entire book is. Right? was a where did I stop reading? Which he argues are the linchpin of any good manga. Okay. In the book's second chapter, super important, the basics of creating villains. After advising readers to stay aware of current events, because doing so, as recapped by Twitter user @JojoWiki, quote, can help enrich a villain's background and motivations, Araki has made a slight detour to touch upon the topic of AI. So I got to tell you, I took a class in college called Film and Society, and the class was about subtext, right? Meaning that like it was about the esoteric versus exoteric messages being conveyed in media. And it blew my mind when it was first presented to me because it didn't seem logical or possible. But my instructor explained, good night, old man. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. My instructor explained it in such a way that seemed so nonchalant and like it didn't matter that it broke my brain for a while. But the idea was that movies and stories and games and art in general was, and always will be a specific product of its time. Meaning that movies that came out in the 90s can't be made now, and not for the reasons you think, but just simply because the messages being conveyed are almost never going to be timeless enough that they can be done without the overarching like cultural zeitgeist feelings that made them impactful when they came out. And sometimes films will come out, or you know, any type of media will be released that is ahead of its time. Like, for example, The Matrix was an example of it being ahead of its time, but still captivating because there were some core truths being conveyed in it that people were able to grasp onto. And even if they didn't fully understand the message it was conveying, it still captivated them, even though it was so ahead of its time, light years ahead of anything else that was coming out, right? And so that's, I think, what he's saying here is that being aware of current events makes your villain more captivating. And I think what he means by that is that writing, and this isn't like an orange man bad, make Trump the villain thing, but it is like the human condition that faces resistance to certain ideas or events. You can capitalize on to make your character that if you want your audience to hate a character, you know, being aware of what makes their stomach churn because of what's happening in the world that they're culturally sensitive to, you can subtly use that in ways to evoke that from your character, right? And vice versa. Like you could do that around the horn with any character you're trying to write. So anyway, after he says this, he makes a detour to touch upon the topic of AI. Quote, speaking about societal evils, I think that as AI continues to spread throughout society, we're going to see an increasingly shady world filled with scammers exploiting it. We already see that, 100%. Like people, I can't tell you how many ads I see where Joe Rogan is talking and it's like a 480p version of the stream. And he's saying things that if you're not paying attention, you'll be like, yeah, he could be saying that. But if you are paying attention, you're like, he's definitely not saying that, right? Because AI is being used on top of clips from Joe Rogan's podcast to convince you that he's endorsing a product that he's never talked about, that didn't exist when he recorded that episode, you know? Per a translation of the text by Jojo Wiki, quote, recently I came across a drawing and thought, this is something I drew, right? I was shocked to find out it was actually AI. When I draw manga, I add subtle personal elements that make the work mine. The Thus Spoke Rohan Kishibe manga. Oh, great. Okay. I thought he was going to talk about that manga specifically, but they're just going to refer to him that way. But this AI-generated piece even mimicked the details, like the way I draw eyelashes so precisely that it was almost impossible to tell it apart from my work. If it were based on recent drawings, I'd know right away. No, I didn't draw this. On the other hand, I honestly wouldn't be able to tell the difference if it were done with my art from about 10 years ago, when my memory of it would be a little hazy. The more AI advances, the more
foggy,
this kind of
perhaps?
thing happens. It's actually kind of alarming for him to tell you that he wouldn't be able to tell, because I would be able to tell if my work was done that way, just simply because I can see, you know, like there's some things the AI is never going to get quite perfect, you know, where like lines for the hair just terminate into nothing or something, you know, and then you like those details you'd start to pick up on if you actually analyze your own work. You'd see what you were thinking, you know, you'd understand the thought process that you had for the choice, the creative choice that you chose with a line, like for example, this line, or the bulge that Dio's clearly got going on.
Or the left knee being microscopic.
This one? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's because his this is supposed to be like he's walking, but yeah. From there, the award-winning artist proceeded to issue a word of warning to his fellow creatives, asserting, quote, "Art reflects the times, and manga is an example of that. Seeing this world of con artists appear in manga could very well mean that we're headed for a future dominated by fraudsters." I don't think so. I think that, as with any new technology, like for example, when voice replicating technology first came out, people started to scam old grandmas by calling them as their, you know, grandkid and saying like, "I need help. I need money. Please send me money. I'm stuck in Mexico," or whatever, you know. And because you hear a voice and you don't know that there's any possible way that you could mistake the voice because the technology, you're not even aware of it, right? You won't be as skeptical for a few months or maybe a year while these new fraud, you know, techniques are coming down the line, that you're not going to recognize specifically the danger, you know, until it starts to pop up in the cultural zeitgeist, and then everybody starts to evolve beyond. It's like, for example, I can't tell you, like this has happened to a couple of people I know, including people I work with currently, where I'll get a phone call with a panicked person saying, "I need your help. I don't know what to do. My computer's telling me it has a virus," right? And I'm like, "Can you send me a video of your screen if I'm there, if I'm not there, or otherwise I'll just walk in?" And it'll be like, "Warning, malware has been detected on your computer," right? It's like, it's one of those like phishing, you know, scam pages that's made to look like you know, just like tells you
the virus or whatever, but
your virus count is just like a counter that's like, you know, like this many viruses detected. It's just a GIF or whatever, right? So yeah, you just like, you see stuff like that, or like when you download a torrent, for example, and the download button, like there will be an ad in that spot that says "download now," and it seems like the download button. And then you click on it, it takes you someplace else, because all it was trying to get you to do is click on it so that it could infect
or it downloads you an exe file. That's they're gonna pray that you're trying to get yourself an exe or something.
Yeah.
So you're gonna pretend that, oh, that's the right one, right?
Or that you even have a PC. Right. Yeah. So exactly. And these are like, scams like this are always going to be coming on the new horizon. It's just stupid for anybody to like, water is wet. Like a new technology came out, oh, there's going to be scams, just you wait. It's like, yeah, of course. You know, fucking, it's not that prophetic, right?
Well, even just the phone.
Yeah.
Right? Like when the phone got invented, now you have people calling up, "Hey, I'm your grandson. Like, send me money. Wire me money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from the IRS."
That happened to my wife's grandmother with my wife's voice. She thought she was talking to my wife, and it was just somebody who'd done possibly just enough research, literally finding an old person who's posted their phone number on Facebook and then looking at their family and the photos that they post, and they say, oh, they post a lot of their granddaughter. I'm going to research this person a little bit, and then I'm going to call them and tell them things that they would only know if that were the real person, such as their boyfriend's name, or I got in a fight with my boyfriend so and so, and I need money. I'm stuck out here. He kicked me out, or something like that. He took my phone. That's why I'm calling you from this payphone. All that kind of shit. Anyway, so from there, the award-winning artist proceeded to issue a word of warning to his fellow creatives, asserting, quote, art reflects the times, and manga is an example of that. Seeing this world of con artists appear in manga could very well mean that we're headed to a future dominated by fraudsters. This type of evil in today's age will undoubtedly end up impacting manga down the line. Turning towards the specific threat the technology poses to the manga industry, Araki then acknowledged, quote, copyright infringement by AI is also a villain that we manga artists must face.
Is that going to be a new stan?
Yeah, the AI stan. The extreme scenario is that AI-generated fakes might be accepted as the real thing. And even if we try to protect our work, these counterfeits will become so accurate and sophisticated that it's no longer a fight an individual can win. No longer a fight an individual can win, I guess. As for a solution to this problem, unfortunately, the mangaka was at a loss as to a cure-all for AI theft, as he admitted that while having some kind of laws would probably be the only way to regulate this, the sad reality was that because we're dealing with a world of con artists, there's also a very real possibility of that laws favoring them will appear before we know it. Okay. Meaning, like, if rather than a law that that helps protect me, it could be a law that protects them in their efforts to scam people.
What kind of law could you propose that would protect every person's thing from being copied in an AI?
Absolutely retarded. You can't stop people from pirating. You can't stop, like, this is an asinine way to go about it, because even if you make the law, it cannot be enforced. It cannot be proven. Every single instance of AI generated stuff will have to be arbitrated in court. Every single instance. It cannot be done. The only thing you could do is try to round up and get rid of the companies that produce the AI stuff. But Stable Diffusion is run locally on your machine. So you'd have to individually go in and find every single person who's ever installed it in order to come after them to stop it. It cannot be done.
They would have to ban AI entirely, and then if you get caught like posting images with AI, there'd be some penalty. Other than that, any law that they make against AI would only be able to be applied to, like, Disney or Marvel, people who have such, like, recognition and power in the space that, like, not only a prosecutor or I guess if they made it criminal or a judge or whatever would go through and say, okay, yeah, like, we don't, the law, like, by definition, the law would have to be murky, because how can you prove anything? And then you basically get to the point where, okay, the judge is like, well, it's Disney. We're obviously going to side with Disney. Like, that's the only outcome.
Yeah. And even still, that's like a Hydra, right? You're fighting off one person at a time, right? And you have to prove in court, even if the judge is going to side with them, you have to prove in court the malicious intent or the damage is done. It would get exhausting even for the judge to have to listen to this on a daily basis and not, ever really make any headway one way or the other,
it's, if you make an AI make an image, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you trace that image. Now it's not made by AI anymore. Now you traced it. So, like, it seems so silly to me to be like, AI is this, like, evil thing
traced it. Maybe you can take
Entity.
off one of the 6 extra fingers. You know?
Yeah, honestly, I think this is just it's expected, right? Every person for whom their creative job is now at risk due to the advancement of this technology is going to be irrationally afraid of it, because there is a rational portion of that fear component, right? In that I might lose money because of this. Like, I am not equipped to survive in a world where I don't make as much money for this task now that other people can do it with the click of a button, right?
Yeah, and I'm sure the artists that made all of the little images and textbooks of like what a fucking butterfly looked like were pissed off when people invented a camera.
Mhm.
But like, we move on.
No, I 100% agree with you. And this is the thing, is that this is where the major difference happens. As we sort of talked about before, when it comes to drawing a manga, you're not just drawing a picture. You're creating the entire world that makes the picture significant. So if now Hirohiko Araki was able to just jump into AI as well, he will be able to use that AI in a way that will make his output better and faster, and creatively pursue ideas outside of wherever he's mentally tapped out at the moment, and be able to use those things to then cohesively combine them together to create the thing that has that spark, right? Again, Kotuchi says AI will have the spark too. I'm not sure I agree. You will have separate AI to make the story all together. The only reason the audiences will grow tired of the work is the hedonic treadmill, referring to me regarding that in the long run, people will be able to see the cash grab, right? But the thing is that, like, I've worked with AI a lot to produce things. And like, there are instances where I could ask it, like, for example, I have to send a lot of emails for work. I can ask it, write me an email like that'll accomplish this, right? And I can just go copy, paste, done, send, right? But for me, like, I will write the email like 50 times, right? And I will adjust and manipulate, because I can tell when I read it what's compelling and what's not, when it comes to trying to sell, the coaching that my company does, right? And so I can utilize it more effectively, but what I'm putting into it is that effort. I'm putting in the creative direction required to transform it from one button click and then I'm on with my day, versus ingenuity and effort that produces something worth doing, and now it's an assistance rather than the entirety of the job. You know what I mean? Let's see. So you go on to say people who grow up with the AI will get bored. Yes. If you take someone away from the present, they'll be blown away by the work of the AI. Yeah. Humans are slaves to our biology. We tend to write the same types of stories. AI adds a component of randomness, and there's value in that. There's value in the randomness, not always, but due to the idea of it being random, there's the potential for the random output to spark in you an idea greater than what you could have come up with on your own, just simply because your brain would never have gone down that path. But as soon as the idea is suggested, and all of a sudden your brain starts going into high gear, and you're able to turn it into an even more comprehensive, flushed out idea than what the AI even was proposing.
And just take a look at Random 11. We wouldn't have gotten him without Random.
Oh, no.
Random is good. Randomness is good, right? It would be funny if we had an AI that just puts Random 11 in every output. Recall the pop-up virus decades, right? Defamation laws actually make defamation more effective, as people will assume it's factual unless you file an expensive defamation suit. not referring to the current AI. So you're saying down the line, you think a lot of the things I'm talking about will get fixed. I agree, but see, here's something that I was thinking about. Like when I had that class that I was talking about called Film and Society, I often wondered, like I've looked at, my whole life I've been a student of film and, watching movies and experiencing stories told in different mediums and whatnot. And there are certain movies for which the medium that we've been culturally exercising all of this time since the invention of movies has created a more sophisticated realm. Like, for example, we recently watched Shooter together, and the ending of that movie on the fucking mountain is so goddamn weird, right? It's weird in the ways that a 70s James Bond movie treats action, right? It's actually a bit unsophisticated. If you watch an old action movie from like the 70s or earlier, like there's like the guy punches the guy and then the other guy's like, oh, like he just kind of like falls down onto the table. And it's like, in that time, if you watched that, it would be like impactful. But now we've seen such visceral action scenes put to film that our brains are actually bored by the unsophisticated way that things are produced. So I've had, as a thought experiment, I thought a lot about what would happen if you could take a film, like a masterpiece film, like just imagine, for example, you had the raw data for the movie Your Name, and you had a time machine, and you ended up in like 1984 Japan, and you were able to just produce and give them a film reel. Like, yeah, hey, I made this, right? Knock yourself out. Let's show it in theaters. Like, I wonder if it would have the same impact being able to see something like that. I mean, obviously going all the way back to 1984 with like the smartphones would probably be a little weird or whatever, but just imagine that concept, right? Of taking something made for a much later audience and releasing it now. Like, you took the greatest movie that's ever been made in the year 2500, right? Like, yeah, 2500. Yes. 2500. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think you'd relate to it at all if you saw it in the year 2000. You know what I mean? Like, so anyway, yeah, I think that as AI becomes more sophisticated, so will we. Like, it is going to accelerate the rate at which we make more sophisticated stories and more sophisticated ways of conveying those stories, more sophisticated ways of cutting from one subject to the next and choosing how. Like, for example, one of the things they talk about in film school is that how important editing is. Because, for example, if you have a scene where a party is at a table and they're enjoying drinks and stuff, and there's a bomb under the table, but you never see the bomb, and then all of a sudden, 5 minutes go by in the scene, and then all of a sudden the bomb explodes, that has a very different impact than if you see the bomb early on in the scene, and then you keep cutting back to it with, closer and closer angles where the timer's getting closer and closer to zero, right? Like, that is a visual medium of communication that conveys that existential dread amongst the audience, that anguish, that anxiety that we get from suspense, right? And this is something that, although we've gotten way better at it than movies made in like the 1940s or whatever, like, we still have not gotten to the highest peak of what it possibly could be, and we never will, because as we progress, as the medium progresses, so do we, right? So I think that what you're suggesting about, future AI, I think all it's going to do is dramatically accelerate how quickly we advance through this, until we get to the point where something in the process of developing the AI has like a post-apocalyptic effect of, Skynet levels. I've heard of people talk about the singularity in a degree where they say intelligence that we create will be so significantly more intelligent than we are that we will be like ants compared to it. And how often do you think about ants in your daily life? Almost never, unless they're in your home, or, there's something with the ants that it's causing a disruption in your life, right? But for a computer, there will be even less chance of that, right? If you won't interact with it as much because you're not getting in its way, right? But even still, the possibility of that difference. I mean, what do we do to ants when they're bothering us? Like a little spray.
We shove them in our urethras
until the dick ants. Yes. So anyway, I don't know. I just I think that I think they're still quite a ways off from that, right? But I think that humanity is going to evolve with this as like the propulsion forward. Going. I think that the AI is going to be the thing that we evolve alongside of. And by evolve, I just mean like the sophistication of our ways of thinking are going to constantly become more and more detailed, right? Anyway, I'm not talking about what they'd call the greatest. I'm actually referring to what they'd consider mid or even trash. I agree. Humans have hundreds of millions of years of evolution. AI doesn't. I don't know, man. I think that AI gets to stand on our shoulders, and then we will then in turn stand on its, and it will be a constant exponential increase. The revolutionary phenotype, it shows the only real danger of AI. Check it out. Anyway, as for a solution to the problem, unfortunately, the manga was at a loss as to a cure-all for AI theft, as he admitted that while having some kind of laws would probably be the only way to regulate this, the sad reality was that because we're dealing with a world of con artists, there's also a very real possibility of the laws favoring them will appear before we know it. This possibility in mind, Araki drew his thoughts to a close by noting that while personally I entrust my copyright management to Shueisha, unfortunately, some manga artists are lax in managing their copyrights, leading to their artwork without permission or even leaking original drawings. Okay. I feel like there's a section of that sentence missing. When I see that, he concluded, I worry they might face serious trouble down the line if they don't take it seriously. At current, Araki's 9th entry in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure saga, the JoJolins, is currently being serialized in the aforementioned Ultra Jump. Unfortunately for English readers, due to the beginning of their localization of the series long after it began, Viz is currently a few volumes behind, with their most recent being 6th volume of Part 6 Stone Ocean. That's an interesting way to end it. Yeah. Unfortunately, you're fucked.
Just a little bit behind, but we're catching up.
Just a little bit, yeah. All right. I apologize. I have to take another leak. Sorry.
Wow.
Too much water. I'll be right back.
Again?
Yes. I've had like 3 of those milk teas.
Now you're having milk teas.
I feel like Groundhog Day right now with the whole AI rabbit hole retread.
I'm back. I'm sorry. Goddamn, can you get out of the way? God.
Make the damn chairs. The box is not there.
It's Bean who's in the way. I have to get through this part. All right.
Go suck a dick.
No, thank you. All right. You guys ready for this? Okay, so there are a couple articles coming up that we will probably skip in favor of the watch code, just so we know ahead of time. All right, North Carolina School District removes Unico Awakening manga. Is it because they assumed it was about awakening transgenderism? Because I'd approve that. Removal falls similar moves by other districts to remove series, including Assassination Classroom, Sasaki, and Miyano. Do you think they're just going to get rid of all manga? The Richmond Observer newspaper reported on Thursday that Richmond County schools in North Carolina removed all copies of Unico Awakening sold at scholastic book fairs in the district, pending a review. The move follows a complaint from a mother of a first-grade student at Mineral Springs Elementary. What, they thought it was My Little Pony, and then it was really, like, dark?
It looks like My Little Pony mixed with Kimba the White Lion.
Right? It is Tezuka, so. Scholastic publishes the series. Oh, it does? What? Which is Samuel Satin and Gurihiru's manga adaptation of Osamu Tezuka's Unico manga and describes the story. Quote, Unico tells the story of a fierce young unicorn who angers the goddess Venus with his ability to inspire positivity and hope. Driven by jealousy, she vows to destroy him, ordering her servant, the West Wind, to abandon Unico on the Hill of Forgetfulness. I thought it was going to say in hell, right? Instead, the West Wind takes pity on Unico and to protect him, brings him from era to era, constantly on the move, always forgetting where he's been before. As he works to unravel the mystery of who he is and where he comes from, he is hunted by gods and monsters and will need to unlock his full powers to save the world. Unico is joined by a cast of characters, some of whom, like Chloe the Watch Cat, or the mysterious Sphinx, are brave and kind, while others, like the all-powerful Venus and her servant, the Night Wind, are bent on destruction. Nikki Fletcher, the mother who filed the complaint, reported being shocked by the graphic novel's depiction of gun violence and animal abuse, specifically when a man attacks a cat. Cameron Whitley, the district's executive director of communications, told the Richmond Observer that the district has removed the book from its scholastic book fair events to, quote, allow us time to review the concern and reach out to Scholastic. The series is rated ages 8 to 12 or grades 3 to 7. Anyway, I guess we already covered this other stuff about Assassination Classroom, so there you have it.
This seems stupid.
Yep.
Well, was it gun violence and death?
Gun violence and animal violence. Like
animal violence.
Hurting animals.
Like the Assassination Classroom thing, you had a point.
The Assassination Classroom thing makes sense because it features the girls in lingerie straddling men.
Oh, the teacher. Yeah.
This does not make sense.
I thought the gun violence was for Unico. It's like, wait, what, does Unico pull out a
Unico pulls out a gat. Unico shoots up a school. Hilarious. All right, move on. All right.
I'd read it.
So into games news here, Baldur's Gate 3 is doing even better in 2024 than it did in 2023, with daily users up 20%. And Larian, the company that makes it, thinks it knows why, because, quote, mods are very good.
No, it's just everybody hated Dragon Age Veilguard.
That's the other reason. The itch didn't get scratched by the Veilguard, like, As you currently are also looking for me to pick up Baldur's Gate 3 for you, because this trash you're playing right now is not scratching.
You know what? That's true. I forgot. Yeah, you can get it on your PS5.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing is I don't think you'll see it at book off.
Yeah, it's been a while. I will have to obtain it for a Christmas present, I think.
The physical. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say it used to run kind of sketchily, at least on my PC and all that. After some patches, it ran better, but with my new
your
graphics
PC is
card,
garbage though, or was garbage.
Well, no.
It ran fine
with
on my PC.
With the new graphics card, I think I'm literally maxing like almost every setting, and it's running perfectly fine. So,
are you PC Chad now?
Well, no, my previous PC was the Chad, and this one is the Giga Chad PC. See, that's how it works.
Question.
So just to clarify, that a physical version is exclusive to their web store, and it's not sold widely through normal retailers. So that's why I doubt you would see it
at Book Off.
At Book Off. I don't even know if it's technically out yet either. I'm not. It might be. It might.
If I'm not mistaken, the game was only released for Japan on PS5, but it plays in English.
No, that is incorrect.
Because I've been looking at it on eBay, and they only seem to have the Japanese version.
No, there's the physical version that you can get on their website is the only box art on their website is for the UK version, like the Peggy
18
Peggy symbol is on it. So I don't know if you order it in North America, will they send you a ESRB version? I don't know. But that's the one that if you could say I'm buying it for North America on their website, they will send you a physical version.
All right.
Well, for reference,
not the Japanese
we haven't
one.
had region locking since like 360 PS3 era, so it's not even a big issue.
You'll have to help me make sure I purchase that correctly later. Anyway, so back to this. So he says, quote, "If you zoom out on our sales chart, it looks like the heartbeat of a happy little guy. Some fun data facts I have dug up just now. 1, our average daily peak concurrents are up 3% this year over last year. Mods are good. 2, our average daily active users are up 20% over last year. Mods are very good. Average daily Steam Deck users are up 61% over last year." Now, if you continue this thread, he goes on to say, "I'm also happy to announce we have achieved one more sale in the Holy See, the Vatican itself. Thank you, Mr. Pope, and enjoy the game." Now it goes on from here. He said, "Was it the account that wishlisted it or somebody else?" Okay, I'll check. Unfortunately, we still have one wish list in the Vatican. Must be looking for a deeper discount. Hard times over there. All right. Anyway, into other news here. So Shift Up confirmed Stellar Blade PC release. Could it steal Steam's concurrent single player record from Black Myth Wukong? I doubt it. What do you think?
Could it beat Black Myth Wukong?
Well, I say that because the reason Black Myth Wukong got so many sales is because it was a Chinese game also released in China.
Yeah,
and
it depends
it has more universal appeal because it's an action game based on Journey to the West. Like, I just don't think that like the same player base is playing both. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, also this one I think is higher rated, isn't it?
What do
Like
you mean?
age rating wise.
It's probably mature. How much is Black Myth Wukong? Is it mature or teen?
I don't know. But yeah, just the fact that I don't know if it's even if it's going to be sold in China. That's a big hit. And then a lot of people have already played it. So
yeah, Stellar Blade is rated mature. Yeah, I just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. Personally, that doesn't matter. This is more about the fact that it's coming to PC. And then my excuse to talk about this. This is a real outfit from Stellar Blade. Imagine one employer pitching this to a Western AAA developer in a brainstorming session. Just picture the reaction from the them developers. Hot damn. Yeah,
all the more
the AAA developer too.
all the more questions as to why those
Hold on.
other skins couldn't have come over here. Or sorry, been put in the final game.
The AAA Western dev team, right? Getting pitched this. Yeah. That's
how do I unlock this outfit?
Good question. Anyway.
Yeah.
Black to look it up on.
Isn't that from like Staring at the Holy Grail or something?
Yeah.
Black Myth Wukong is rated teen. So
okay, and Stellar Blade I checked is rated M.
Is rated M. Yeah.
Anyway, so this person said, I'm convinced Stellar Blade has the best graphics this gen. Right? Horizon, Hellblade 2, Last of Us, Stellar Blade. I don't know. They included like the squeezing them together mechanic, but they seem to be applying in weird ways, you know?
It's like there's a phantom arm there.
Yeah. Oh, dear
pushing
Lord.
it together.
Move your head, Randy.
Oh, yeah.
Let
me just give you a glimpse of this. Of course, there's Rule 34 for Stellar Blade. Right? Okay.
I would be shocked if there was.
Please take a screenshot for me. I need to.
The internet would let me down.
Don't worry, I've got you. Here you go, Green Line.
I need the source.
Goon Line 743.
That's you're damn right.
Engage.
And proud of it.
By the way, I have that other link to the other gooning thing that I was mentioning.
Okay.
Like 2 hours ago about the artist who did what was it we were talking about? I think Nier Automata, where you were like, oh, it's totally the animation for the...
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
See, I thought you were talking about the
thing,
Trump
like,
hentai manga.
No.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and post it in private chat, I guess. Anyway, Aloy, Woman of the Year by the popular magazine Vanity Fair versus Eve, bad representation according to the mainstream media. Harry, huh? Yeah.
They look the same.
Yeah.
The same picture.
Speaking of Aloy, in another black eye for Sony, Lego Horizon Adventures debuts to even less Steam players than Concord. I mean, they were just busy that week. We were all just busy that week, right?
Like, I didn't play Horizon Zero Dawn or the other one. But
why did it need a Lego thing?
I can't imagine it being popular enough to be like, this we need to make a Lego game out of.
Yeah, like they've only really made things about these hit movie franchises and stuff like that, right? So it's also crazy that it's another video game. It's like, really? We're gonna have 2 video games? Like, are they gonna take the exact same levels, just now you're in Lego?
Is this the first Lego game based on a video game?
It's hard to say because there's so many goddamn Lego games that I haven't been keeping track of.
I mean, there is a Lego game that's basically Lego Grand Theft Auto, so that's pretty much
There was a Lego game that's based on Lego. It was like there was an old Lego game in the like 90s, early 2000s, and then they made a new Lego game kind of as a sequel to that game. So maybe that one kind of counts, but it's Lego still. So I don't know if there's been a licensed brand that has been a video game.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of one.
Like, I mean, like, you got Marvel stuff, Harry Potter, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. I mean...
In other news, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League's $100 deluxe edition now on sale for just $5.
Ow.
Sweet Baby Bomb hits a new low. Another way of saying this, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is 90% off. Less than a year from release. Remember this when we talk about the Game Awards later.
Oh, apparently there is Lego Fortnite.
Oh, no. Okay.
Is that an add-on to Fortnite?
Is an open world survival video game developed and published by Epic Games in association with the Lego Group. It might have been inside of Fortnite. I don't know. The game, the game can be accessed on the Fortnite game platform. Okay. Maybe that one doesn't count enough.
I don't think that would count. It's not a standalone game.
Let's see if we can speed through this one. President of Trails and Ys series developer Nihon Falcom says he sees, quote, potential for AI translation in terms of shortening the time it takes to deliver content to overseas customers and improving accuracy. In throwing his hat into the ongoing debate surrounding the future relationship between AI and overseas localizations of Japanese media, Nihon Falcom president Toshihiro Kondo says that he's at least optimistic towards the idea that the technology could both help get his studio's games, particularly those in their signature Trails series, to players quicker and improve the accuracy of their respective translations. Kondo, who prior to his 2007 appointment to studio boss, served in a variety of roles at the Trails and Ys series developers since starting it there in 1998 after his The Legend of Heroes 3 White Witch fan site got him his foot in the door, spoke to his thoughts on the burgeoning AI localization scene during a recent interview given to the Japanese video game news outlet 4Gamer at the recent Tokyo Game Show 2024. Thereat, the outlet invited Kondo to review a series of Japanese to English AI translations made from text originally found in the upcoming The Legend of Heroes, Trails of the World, Farewell O Zemuria, and produced by the fledgling Ella localization engine. Pressed for his thoughts on the respective results, Kondo asserted, as machine translated via DeepL, quote, all I'm going to say is, no.
Not on me.
Goddamn. Oh, shit. Mirage gave me his cold last podcast. I'm sorry. So he said, there were times when the translator got minor subtleties wrong, but at the same time, I felt that he translated some parts so well that I was sometimes surprised to see that he translated them exactly as they were written. Although there are still areas where human translators are not as good as they used to be. Human translators just ain't what they used to be. Huh? I can't help but think. Honestly, this might be the time. Let me just bring this in here real quick. Where's my? Here it is. Okay, it's in streaming news. I lied. It's over here. It's right here. I lied again. Where the fuck is it? Is it in anime news? It is. Not. All right. Well, that's a conundrum. All right, we're gonna.
While you're doing that,
we're done. Yep. Go ahead.
Lego Rock Band. That's the only one I could find.
True.
But it's not like a classic Lego platformer game. It's literally just Rock Band again with Lego characters.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's more of a Rock Band game than it is a Lego game, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, those are the ones I have open. Okay. Sorry, it's gonna have to wait. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
You know what they're probably gonna do? They're gonna make the cutscenes in Horizon Zero Dawn. They're gonna turn those into actual playable levels, and then the actual levels in Horizon they're going to turn to cutscenes in Lego.
What? Is that how that works?
I don't know. Like,
I'm not playing the game.
That's my best guess, because like otherwise you're literally just gonna play the exact same game, right? Or whatever, same level design.
I'm just okay. It's not that. It would be this one. It's this one, right? It's got to be this one. Nope, I lied. Okay, I'll find it later.
Damn, Henry
It's
on
not
the roll.
Sorry, I was doing so well. All right. Although there are still some areas where human translators are not as good as they used to be. Why can't I find it? Tiresome. Let me see. Hold on. It's not Old Doc. It's not that one. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Oh, God. Fuck. I was doing so well at this.
What are you looking for?
1 second. Is it this one? It's not that one. Is it this one? No.
Censored Blade has no hope. Even if the PC version is uncensored, a censored Blade has lost its novelty. Player's Phantom. I saw this fucking VR chat TikTok of this guy waving around a knife in some guy's face, and he's like, "Stop doing that." And he's like, "What do you like? Why? It's just a knife." It's just like, "Oh, stop doing that." And he's like, I'm gonna tell my friend who's the mod, and he's gonna ban you." And he's like, "Why? I'm just holding a knife." And he's like, "Because it's hurting me. Because I have phantom pain." And like he's claiming that he's actually feeling pain through the VR model in VR chat.
I found it. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. Let the record show the reason I couldn't find it is because it was an archive instead of a Reddit thing. Okay, so let me come back to this now. All right. So he said, there are still areas where human translators are not as good as they used to be. Let me show you Exhibit A. Crunchyroll, r/Crunchyroll. This is so annoying. Aaliyah hides her feelings in Russian. In the Japanese version, it says like "Watashi," like it's actually giving you what she's saying, subtitled in Japanese. But the English subtitle just says "speaking in Russian." The point of the show is that she says what she actually feels in Russian. And it just so happens that this guy also speaks Russian and he knows what she's saying, but isn't letting her know.
Oh, right? Damn.
So Crunchyroll hires people who can translate Japanese to English, but they can't translate Russian or can't translate this into English. Yeah, so I'm guessing this is what he's sort of talking about. Or AI did this. I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like the AI would be autistically correctly translating the Russian as well. You know what I mean? Anyway, I can't help but think that this is an amazing technology compared to what we had a decade ago. I myself used to play PC games made overseas that were translated into Japanese, and I think the text used was probably at the level of first-person translation nowadays. Compared to that, the translation of Ella is at a much higher level. Also, since the AI is learning more and more, I feel that even if human intervention is necessary in the end, it will save a lot of work time in the future. Next, asked by his host as to whether he, or whether, I think it's just to say whether or not he held any concern that human jobs will be taken away, as especially in the English-speaking world, negative opinions about AI translation seem to stand out. Yeah, by fucking cowards who are not capable of just fucking doing something else with their life. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Kondo admitted to himself, I myself believe that it is inevitable if the trend in the world is toward the use of AI. In England, in the early 19th century, the Luddite movement took place when workers opposed the introduction of machines, and perhaps a similar phenomenon is occurring. I also had the experience of living in Thailand when I was a child, and I was told that there was a time when the local people were said to have lost their jobs because the Japanese brought in all sorts of things. I think it is natural for people to think in this way. It is a historical fact that a mechanized society has changed the role of human beings and created a society of a higher rank. You know, I was thinking today, I saw some AI. I've been looking at, like, you know, like when you are, sort of what we were talking about before about the fraudsters, right? My wife loves coffee. Like, she's a coffee fiend. And the number one go-to way that I can always 100% kill it for Christmas or birthday is buying her a coffee mug, right? So I saw an ad for these like coffee mugs that look like they're made, like cut from like rare earth, like geodes, right? But the ad is clearly animated as AI. Maybe the original image isn't, but they're like having coffee get poured in, and like you're seeing the coffee through the geode in certain ways, and it just looks unreal. Like it's breathtakingly cool looking, but the truth is that's probably not what you're buying, right? I totally lost my train of thought where I was going with this. What were we talking about just a second ago?
How much of a
Oh, yes. In this display, this AI display, I keep scrolling, and eventually I see an AI generated food thing that looks like an egg being cracked into. Oh no, it's not even AI. I just saw I saw a picture of a bunch of eggs cooking with spaghetti, and the caption was like, my girlfriend thought she could save time by cooking the eggs and spaghetti together. Shake my head, or whatever. Right? And I thought for a second, I thought about the concept of, first of all, can you boil eggs? Like if you had water and you cracked the egg into the water.
Yeah.
Could you make a edible thing that you would want to eat?
Yeah.
And then I thought to myself, how long would civilization go where food is scarce and you are required to actually save your food, otherwise you might not make it through the winter, kind of thing, to where you have that extra egg you don't need, where you could try it. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's not like an unthinkable level of needing an egg. Like you could possibly get an extra egg every once in a while or whatever. grandma died that morning, so you got an extra egg, just use it on something else, whatever. Yeah, like you no longer have to feed that person. So let's throw this egg in some boiling water and see what happens. I don't know, but the idea is that humankind, like if you think about like the development of mankind, there is a level to which, like, and I've talked about this before, the concept of liberal arts. The idea of liberal arts is that it is an art you are at liberty to pursue because your normal needs are taken care of. Like, you don't need to worry about where your next meal is going to come from because you're in a society of such abundance that you can pursue philosophy, art, whatever, as your schooling, your liberal arts, because you're not worried about getting food on the table the very next day, kind of thing, right? And so I was thinking about this concept, and I think that this is where, you know, there's that like slow down with AI because we're going to lose our jobs. But actually, it's like we live in a world now where, because of all these technological advancements that the previous generations were saying, like, slow down, I don't want to lose my job. Now you have the ability to pursue almost anything you fucking want because we've developed as a society with the advancements of this technology, whether it be, you know, books that would, you know, with the printing press that could give you guides on how to properly prepare certain foods so you don't fucking die or whatever. Just like generally speaking, because of this technological advancements, we're now in a place where we've actually like we are better off in spite of the inconvenience. You know what I mean? So anyway, sorry for that tangent. It's a historical fact that a mechanized society has changed the role of human beings and created a society of a higher rank. As for games, until now, only well-known titles have been translated. But if it becomes easier to translate into multiple languages, even slightly geeky titles that appeal to a certain segment of the population, this will be a great benefit to game creators, and not a bad thing for gamers either. Some people may lose their jobs temporarily, but overall, I believe that society will enjoy the benefits of AI in the future. This will be especially true for game development. To this end, 4Gamer moved to ask Kondo if there was any possibility that Nihon Falcom will introduce AI translations. In reply, he detailed, quote, "Speed is also an important factor in game development. Until about 20 years ago, 80 to 90% of our customers for our titles were Japanese. Recently, however, the percentage of overseas customers is increasing, especially in Asia. If our games do not sell well overseas, we may not be able to deliver them to Japanese customers. Given this, we see potential in AI translation in terms of shortening the time it takes to reach overseas customers and improving accuracy." Met with the observation from the outlet that, quote, "The more global the game market becomes, the more important it becomes to overcome language barriers." Kondo further affirmed, quote, The Trails series is a game where you enjoy the story, so human power is still needed to make final adjustments to the translated words and lines. However, by delegating the primary translation work up to that point to an AI, could the entire process be compressed? In turn, this may speed up the development process. From a managerial point of view, I think it would be a good idea. Quote, "The Trails series cannot be released simultaneously worldwide because the amount of text is several times larger than that of a typical RPG." God. Guarantee that I will not play your game, will you? Oh my God. Growing up, playing RPGs, oh, they're talking again. X. Like, I'm not reading that shit. The Trail series cannot be released simultaneously worldwide because the amount of text is several times larger than that of a typical RPG. Because the amount of text is many times larger than that of a typical RPG, we have to work on the Japanese version until the very last minute, and then the translation process begins. So the overseas versions inevitably comes out a year later at that point, or at the earliest. Under such circumstances, if we can release the overseas version 6 months later, or at the same time by using AI translation, it would be a great thing for us as a business owner and not a bad thing for the fans. Ultimately, Kondo closed out his the AI discussion, great job, by acknowledging the uncertainty felt by some staff members at Falcom who remain cautious about AI, especially among developers. Quote, they are in a position where their drawings and designs could be illegally used for AI. So I understand their apprehension. This is a different situation from translation, but we would like to find a better way to use AI without denying humans or AI. We cannot escape from new technologies as they emerge, and we would like to deal with them well while keeping a close eye on the challenges. Anyway, water is wet. There you go.
So I have some about that.
Go ahead.
I believe in that screenshot that you had up that you just removed.
Oh,
that I said that, and you're like,
yeah. Sorry.
Oh yeah, okay, go ahead, and then you close the tab anyway.
Not that one. There it is.
So I don't know where they got the Japanese text. If that's Japanese, yeah, that's Japanese.
That's burned in. That's supposed to be.
This is the burned in subtitles. This is Watashi. This looks like but I don't know what these extra marks are here.
So it seems to be burned in, but I don't know where they got it because I just went and looked at the episode and it's not burned in. So that's my question is I don't know where they got it. Anyway, my point being, I just went and checked the episode. Now, obviously, they may have changed it since this screenshot was taken, although this post was from 3 days ago.
Yeah, 3 days ago. So,
but on the one I watched, there was no burn in, but they are also listening to the CC, the closed caption. So that's would make sense as to why it says speaking in Russian and not the Russian. That's the
CC subtitle font.
Yeah, so you're right. He's saying here that I switched to English versus the closed caption English, and it does translate it.
That said, when you switch to the signs and subtitles, they do nothing. It goes untranslated, right? For the dub. And in the dub, she just speaks Russian, presumably.
I'm just curious. Do you think that the character, the voice actor, is dubbing into Russian, or do you think they just switched to the Japanese VA?
The Japanese Russian track.
I didn't listen to it that closely. The part that I saw, she also said literally one word in Russian. So, when you switch it to Japanese and audio and subtitles in English, then it actually subtitled it as Russian. It said the Russian word in Russian.
So it said like Deutschka or something like that.
Yeah.
Like written
spelled out in Russian characters and everything.
That's annoying.
Except if you put on the Chinese subtitles. If you change the subtitles to Chinese, then it translates it into Chinese.
It might just be phonetically in Chinese, like Chinese phonetic, like the Chinese writing to write.
I translated the Chinese characters, and she says, now I don't know what she says in Russian. I didn't translate the Russian. I guess I could have, but I translated the Chinese, and it says like something along the lines of "he's cute." And so that kind of fits. I guess I could go back and translate the Russian, but anyway. So it does seem like they're not applying the same rules on whether or not the Russian is getting translated to every language. And it also seems silly that they aren't translating the Russian. But anyway.
Well, it's clearly because of protests against the Russians currently, right?
Gilzino said it's pretty quiet in here. You mean on Twitch? Come to YouTube, buddy.
That was when you had your second bathroom break and it was dead silent for like 3 minutes.
Apologies.
No,
that was your fault. You guys could have used words.
Use your words.
Censored Blade has no hope. Even the PC version is uncensored. Censored Blade has lost its novelty. It's true.
It's like a scam bot in the Twitch chat.
Ooh. The player's phantom arm. Oh, the referring to your story about the guy who was complaining in VR chat or whatever.
No, I said the story because of that comment.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that was in reference to then originally. I still have my giant Trails in the Sky poster that I got from the pre-order in the UK version. Nice. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you like reading all that text.
How do you delete comments in Twitch?
Is that Da? Watashi Da? Yeah, I guess it could be. Because I think, oh, that's Na behind it right here. I thought that might have been O for a second. Huh. Yeah, it looks weird because it's touching here. But yeah.
Can you do, how do you know, who knows how to delete comments in Twitch chat?
You talking about this guy?
The Deson, whatever.
Isn't Gilzino a mod?
I thought I was a mod.
Gilzy, aren't you a mod? Didn't I make you a mod? Anyway, I'm not worried about that guy. Watashi date something ua kimono. Thank you. Some reference to the Phantom Boob Squish. Oh, yes. Thank you. The player's phantom arm is the one causing them to squish together. Got it. Nice. Okay. All right. Continuing from here. So, Pokemon breeding forum accidentally turns into eugenics forum again. Oops.
Again.
Schenectady, New York. Another Pokemon forum has regrettably turned into a discussion of eugenics, according to saddened users on the site. According to those who use the site, which is called Ditto My Widow, users used to spend their time discussing the ins and outs of how to effectively breed Pokemon across the series' various games. Unfortunately, as has happened before on hundreds of similar websites, the forum devolved into madness after one user pointed out that Pokemon breeding, quote, isn't that different from real life. Did this come out on April Fool's Day? No, July 30th. Wow. It's a damn shame to see it happen to another site. Fifth one in a row for me, said user Shiny Snivy123. That sounds like a fake name. Quote, I really just want to discuss the best way to make a tournament viable team with the Pokemon at my disposal. I do not want to discuss whether or not the Jews naturally have a high special attack in real life on account of their alleged ability to use psychic moves. And yet, every few months, that's the kind of shit that shows up. Rhea Bates, a psychologist and avid Pokemon player, explained the phenomenon. Quote, once people really get into Pokemon breeding, if they're enough of a capital G gamer,
hard G,
they're only a real G. They're not a real G unless they start getting the eugenics.
Especially if they're enough of a capital G gamer, they're going to start seeing it everywhere in their lives. But the real world isn't that simple. Pokemon may have fire type, water type, electric type, etc., but those are much more rigid categories than white, black, Asian, etc. The amount of times I've had to explain to people online that there is no stat bonus for being Italian would shock you. Sorry, Julie.
What is it he like here? Yes.
People just want things to be simple, but they need to remember that Pokemon is just a video game. So what you're saying is these forums unexpectedly just accidentally let autistic people in. There are no real life types, just like there aren't real life save points, legalized animal fighting, or hospitals that don't cost money. At press time, Ditto My Widow officially shut down after users started wondering aloud what would happen if a trainer tried to breed with a Pokemon. This has to be fake. This has to be fake.
I can see it happening.
Well, we already have the answer to that. They'd be Typhlosion.
Yeah, we know. Definitely.
Pokemon had. There's your answer right there. Hard drive, buddy.
Is Hard Drive a satire site?
Yeah.
Damn. Still funny. Thank you.
They've
for
burned us
sharing,
before, haven't they?
Damn. Yeah. Oh, they did the no nut challenge
Yeah,
guy
that
that was
one.
taking the
No nut
sleep aid
challenge,
or whatever. Damn. All right.
We'll be
I was
on you.
I was busy. I didn't notice that it was to answer what I was busy with. Drum roll, please. I translated the Russian. It does say cutie, so the Chinese subtitles, for whatever reason, translated the Russian.
All right, so Tenku Senki Shurato anime is getting a 35th anniversary Blu-ray box set in February 2025. I don't Tenku Senki I don't know what this is. It's from
Tenga the anime?
Your joke killed AC's mic.
Oh,
No, I'm just reading. Shirato and his friend Guy are drawn into a gigantic ball of light, and they find themselves transferred to a mystic heavenly sphere. However, Shirato is shocked when Guy suddenly turns hostile against him. After this unfortunate incident, a spectacular yet fantastic drama develops involving the two. Gay. What if Guy was a girl the whole time? All right, anyway, so we might get a Blu-ray of this from Discotheque. We'll see. All right. Oh,
there's 4 things. There's only 4 things. So Mashal, Chain Soldier, My Isekai Life, Steelbook, and then Snafu.
Okay.
Cool. Moving on.
Should probably open these, huh? We can actually look at them.
You don't have to.
Julie, Operation. Get me a popsicle. That'll become relevant later.
Wow.
All right, so My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu released again. This is the complete 3rd season.
No, this is
this is a complete.
The complete 3. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
All 3 seasons.
So, like, how many times now has this gotten a re-release from Sentai?
They did like a 1 and 2.
First season sub only. I think the 2nd season sub only, perhaps, and then seasons 1 and 2 dub, which was
is this the first time they've done all 3 seasons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Is it the fine? They're not. There's no more.
Are you sure that's not the first time worldwide?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. As someone who's seen all 3, yes, it concludes. So that's good.
All right. Well.
So I think there's an OVA they miss.
Ah! All right. Uh-oh.
What'd you do? You opened up like too fast. Refresh.
Fuck, I did. Refresh.
You screwed up somehow.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
You probably clicked on like the heart or something.
There you go. My Isekai Life.
This is a Steelbook.
Yeah.
Why have I never heard of this one? Or did I? And I just totally spaced it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm trying really hard to
exactly
imagine what this thing is.
Is it an isekai?
It is.
Was this the one with the cute little
about to say, look how cute those slimes are.
Those slimes are
like
so cute.
You
like
see
a ball
this
that
slime
has
with
2
his
circles drawn
mustache?
on it.
Like,
But it's not a
has a
Hitler
scar.
mustache.
Well, it is if you're freaking Grok.
I thought that was closer to Stalin when you did all the markers.
I could not get. I literally said, "Okay, fine. Super Mario with Charlie Chaplin's mustache." Fuck you. That's the one where he's got a mustache and then a second mustache coming.
And did you see my reaction to that? I just like.
Yeah, I was done. All right.
It was a fun show.
Mashal season 2, right?
Is that a double wide Blu-ray?
No, I think it's a slipcase on top of
Digipack.
On top of a double wide, yes, I guess.
In other words, yes.
28 millimeter.
Is that
looks
what you meant to say? A double size Criterion case.
I think it's a Digipack.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think it is. Criterion meaning it doesn't have the top part of the Blu-ray thing.
The header thing.
Anyway. All right.
It would be hilarious if that was a DVD height case to match your season 1's Blu-ray height.
Do you think we'll get a limited? Did they announce one or no for Chain
That's
Soldier?
the limited, isn't it?
What?
No, it's the standard.
No, he's asking about Chain Soldier, not Mashal.
There's
okay.
Sentai did not have a note on the website that there was a premium edition coming.
Does this have a? Oh, thank God! At least it has a dub. Yeah.
So this is the one that unlocks so many factions for everybody who watched it.
And also doesn't
can't wait.
Yeah. Enslaved.
What'd you say, Reese?
He said it unlocked so many fetishes for anybody who watched it.
Oh.
You're gonna love feet after
Did you watch it?
I did.
Well, that's quite the confession.
And it was pretty spicy.
Do you have a new list of fetishes now?
No.
Operation Pop.
Care to list them
you
from
lied.
Numbers 1 through 10?
Being shrunk down and put it in girls' cleavage. That was pretty good.
Nope, no thanks.
That's one of your fetishes.
Not a fan of that. bathing between it's like going into a car wash if instead it was sweat.
Bathing in boob sweat? Oh yeah.
Drowning in boob sweat. All right. So Schmollis over at Discotech had this to say. The encode on Macross Plus looks pretty good from a quick glance. Left the subs on in one shot as an example too. All taken from the OVA as I haven't fired up the movie disc yet. So it looks real good. Like
this is like, but the release is like cancer sized.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, when I looked at it, it looked kind of like. Actually, wait, when was this made?
90s?
Wasn't it 96 or something?
Something like that.
Because I was going to say, it looks kind of like, it almost looks like digital with how much they cleaned it up.
Yeah.
Like, it almost looks like there's the slightest bit too much DNR, but it's still, like, good. I wasn't sure if you were sharing this because you mistook it for the Kickstarter Macross 2.
No.
So
my question is, if you were God damn it, brain.
Let me make my joke. We got butt chin here, next page. We got balloon chin here, next page. And we got bulge chin here.
Dick chin.
There we go.
What's the next page?
Armored
metal
chin.
Metal chin.
Actually, no, the last one was hoodlum chin.
All right,
where the mouth is like halfway.
I totally lost my train of thought. I'm just going to keep moving. All right. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I would like to invite you to go over to stealthweeb.com and you can buy stuff, maybe, possibly. Also, debuting today, we have new merch. We have new merch. We have new merch. Current year beauty standard.
And that's the only one that we're going to sell.
I have been toasty in that sweater all night.
Has he been wearing that shirt the whole time?
I may or may not have taken that off each time I ran off to the bathroom just to cool down for a second. All right, yes. So you can, in fact, buy
Current Year Beauty Standard.
Current Year Beauty Standard. Now, I felt it was important for me to wear it because for some reason it looks faded as fuck in the thing here.
Preview.
But just so we're clear, it actually looks pretty darn good in the print. Like even the lettering looks better than my previous print. So whatever they're doing with the fulfillment center I'm using is actually like dramatically improved. that aspect of it, I guess.
Are you gonna have to pay tariffs on that soon?
No, because it can be printed in the US of A or locally wherever you live, actually. So there you go.
Oh my god!
So it comes in purple with
such a good photo.
Right.
I like how it's way bigger than the actual preview. At least that's what it seems like.
It does seem bigger, doesn't it? Maybe I'm just a petito.
You're wearing the IMAX version?
I'm wearing the large instead of the extra large. Anyway, if you get this one, it comes with black text. I go the
Do we
extra
have
route.
that as a clip? We should make that as a clip. The whole Ogley
No, we don't, but I did discuss the production of it recently with Reese. Okay, now Operation Popsicle makes sense now.
And AC was the one who ruined that, but
I ruined that butt. All right. Japan's Nikka whiskey recommends serving with a frozen sweet bean bar inside. Why did I go to the Japanese market?
No.
Yes. All right. Now here's the problem, though. I also looked for Nikka whiskey, and to be honest with you, it's quite hard to find in the United States. You have to special order it, and it's $150. So I ain't doing that shit.
My friend has a bottle of Nikka.
But is it the black clear? Nikka black clear.
Nikka black?
Sure.
Isn't that a double entendre?
All right. So I'm just going to use old reliable knuckle noggin. Now, here's the thing.
Upside down.
Despite my immense eagerness to jump right in and just have this be the base, turns out they have in the article here, which we're now not going to read because save time. They are mixing it with Schweppes or whatever. So I'm going to just use this Dollar Tree style. What is this? This is from Ralph's brand. Come on.
Do it.
Sparkling water, peach flavored.
Yeah, sparkling water. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
That's gonna taste like shit. I bet you.
Believe it or not, that is what the article said as well. The article said, I don't know how much Azuki paid them or who hacked them, but holy shit. This does not taste good. So here we go. I'm going to drop that right in there. We're going to let that sit for a minute as we continue. I mean, I'll take a small sip. Why would the fuck is wrong?
You said continue, so I thought you were going back to the article.
Oh. Sad face. It is already none of that has melted into it at all yet. But quite frankly, this didn't go well with the whiskey to begin with. So all right, but it's funny in the article they talk about like first I mix the drink all together. One important step is to use a cup that can hold both the drink and a full Azuki bar. So plan carefully. Next, I dipped it into the highball. Immediately something seemed strange. Azuki bars are notorious in Japan for their durability and resilience. This one is much more durable and resilient than the Nikka whiskey one. Being able to hammer nails into wood and last days without refrigeration. Holy hell.
Wow.
However, the highball appeared to be eating away at it with alarming speed. Maybe I just need more whiskey than sparkling water.
It must be the higher alcohol count.
Yeah, there's more alcohols in it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Percentage.
Poison.
It doesn't look like poison. It looks... Okay, it does kind of look a little like poison. All right. As for the taste, well, longtime readers of Sword News 24 are probably aware that we tend to be pretty lenient with our food reviews. Whether it's so-called fast food or recklessly unhealthy foods, we celebrate innovation in all its forms, blah, blah, blah. With that in mind, It's with a heavy heart that I have to report this drink kind of sucks.
Wow.
So the funny thing is that as the Nika yeah, he zoomed me. Ah! Randy, is this your dick from last podcast?
No, I don't think so.
Just Photoshop it and make that an asset for your VTuber model.
Yep.
No, I don't think so.
So they tried it with other things. I don't know. We're never going to read it now. We're just going to drink it. Anyway. All right. Snuggle up to a Japanese Shiba Inu that looks real but is actually a cute hot water bottle cover.
It looks like a dead dog.
The only kind of good dog. Good boy.
One that can't speak or
Yes.
move.
And is never in the way and is a comic part of the life. Oh.
Hector's got some competition.
No. Hector is doing just fine. unless the audience has a better name for you.
I did
All right.
suggest White King.
White King? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'd love
The
to
true
watch. I'd love
king.
to watch the ranking of kings, but was there a LE for that?
Yeah.
I don't think I bought it yet. Anyway, Yakuza vending machines are coming to real-world Tokyo neighborhood that inspired the Like a Dragon games. And you can buy I Heart Kabukicho, or no, that's not what it is. It's Kamurocho on it. It's in Kabukicho, which inspired Kamurocho, I think is what it is. Anyway, there's a thing. Wow, you know who's not on those things? Pierre Taki! All right. Let's talk about the aquarium star whale shark that shocks visitors because it turned out to be a robot. This is the AI you should be worried about, Luigi. Ricada has the Nika whiskey. Of course he would. It's in his name. Nika Ricada. Nice, yes. Only available at Forever 21. You should invite Nick and tell him to bring the Nika. Yeah. But if he shows up with Drexel, we know there's a problem in communication. Ooh! Ogboy looks like it should have had blue hair. No, you don't understand. You have to... Seb, my friend, you are the one who said, hey, that looks just like Augie. All right. This is a very interesting thing happening here. All right. It was a whale of a fail. Just when you thought it was safe to go back to the water park, a Chinese aquarium was ripped by angry fans after its much-hyped giant shark was revealed to be a robot. I mean, China's the king of knockoffs, right? This shark was used in the movie The Meg, right? Filmed right here in China. The deep fake occurred in the Xiaomeisha SeaWorld in Shenzhen, which opened on October 1st following a 5-year renovation. During its week-long dry run, the 645,000 square foot Ocean Zoo attracted around 100,000 visitors who paid around $40 to enter the wet wonderland. Enter the wet wonder. So honestly, it's got to be that they said they used like pictures of a real shark, and then when they got there, they just didn't have one, so they threw this in there. Because nobody's looking at that and thinking it's a real shark. Visitors were eager to check out the theme park's star attraction, a whale shark. The world's largest fish, capable of attaining over 60 feet in length, However, many felt cheated after realizing that the so-called regal sea beast was actually just a mechanical doppelganger. Photos taken through the tank glass show the fishy robot, which sports obvious gaps in its torso where its segments have been connected, evoking a prop from a cheesy sci-fi channel shark movie. So real quick, interesting thought popped in my head. The idea that language is such that there are certain terms for which you must use the foreign word because there is no equivalent to say it in your native tongue, right? And the idea that certain cultures have experienced phenomenon to do with such things that they've created a term to explain Schadenfreude, doppelganger, right? Like the Germans in this particular case are so advanced in their and they're needing to articulate things that they have terms that we have to use in their language. Other ones would be like French, right? Like with a lot of terminology we use with French stuff. But anyway, outraged over the great white lie, park goers flooded Xiaomeisha with a Sharknado of criticism online. Quote, the venue isn't large enough, and even the whale shark is artificial, griped one disillusioned whale shark watcher online. By 3 o'clock, people were already demanding refunds. The most disappointing part was the whale shark exhibit, wrote another on the social media platform Xiaohongshu. When I heard the name, I was full of anticipation, but when I arrived, I saw a mechanical whale shark. It's not interesting at all. Xiaomeisha reps have since addressed the criticism, claiming that the robo-shark, which cost millions of Chinese yuan to construct, was not devised to catfish visitors, but rather to adhere to laws banning the trade of whale sharks. Come on. The shark tail didn't make the artificial fintelligence easier to swallow, however. Quote, even though it's for the sake of animal protection, I'd rather they didn't protect animals. No, I'd rather they didn't have one at all than show a fake one. The same critic took issue with the park's live critter exhibits as well. Quote, the fish care was not professional enough. I noticed that some of the fish in the tanks had white spots, they wrote. Most people wouldn't notice, but anyone who's kept tropical fish knows that's white spot disease. Some of the fish didn't appear to be in good health.
It's called ick.
Ick. The ick. You gave that fish the ick. All right. Any thoughts on this? Say yes, because I have to pee yet again. New record. I do.
Baby penguin.
Hector, don't fall. I think I'm going to need to go back and buy another Hector just in case.
No, we're not buying another one. No more Hectors.
Hector is a fat boy.
But then, can I name it Hogarth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Blue.
I remember that. You guys thought the same thing. The paper was you taking credit. I had the same thought. And I think I said something first in
private chat, but you
chat.
didn't want to breach it. No one wanted to breach it. And then
What?
Seb.
I'm back. I'm sorry. My bladder has grown small.
Reese, why are you telling me to, what are you saying?
I'm saying something that shouldn't be said out loud. Nothing.
You're being weird, man. I don't know.
You're really weird.
Oh shit. My substitute. My substitute.
Is that? Did you? Wow.
So it looks like Random 11's
She looks like
what do
somebody
you
took
call
a
it?
shit in your piss
It
glass.
looks like he's been castrated and put into the whiskey.
Oh no! It broke in it. Oh.
You can use it as a stir stick.
Yes. What the fuck is happening on the share screen? It didn't really change the flavor at all.
Is it bad?
but now it just looks like shit and piss.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't unsee or unhear it.
It's gross looking.
You're supposed to go in the bathroom, not in your cup.
Well, I think you've had plenty of proof I didn't, considering how often I had to go. All right. Anyway.
How do people not know how to do the Trump dance? It's the most simplest fucking dance, and people don't know how to do it.
It's like the guy who bought the hat.
People trying
like, how does it go
are
again?
white. And white people cannot dance.
Trump is white. The reason he does the dance is because
yes, and
it's because he can't dance. So how can he?
We might have just gotten a copyright claim for that. Thank you.
Oh no,
it's all right. We got one last time, but we allowed it.
I did fast enough. I didn't think it. You think it'll still count?
I'm not worried about it. We weren't going to be monetized this night anyway.
I didn't realize.
With all the Nika I've been drinking.
I didn't realize we had gotten copyright strike down here.
No, it's not a strike. It's just a claim. So we just
Claim,
they
whatever.
took our monetization. It's all right. Anyway, all right, moving on here. Florida woman who hid stolen Rolexes in vagina beats charge. What happens to the watches?
They get washed, hopefully.
The question is,
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
even
you
want
watch
them back? Like,
No. Yeah.
prosecutors were forced to drop criminal charges against a South Florida woman accused of stealing 5 Rolex watches, 4 of which were found inside her vagina during a jail strip search.
That's not mine.
Yeah.
Someone put that there.
You put that there.
How do you pronounce this name, Julie? Delajuria.
What?
Delajuria.
What? I can't even see.
Delajuria?
Point
Delajuria?
at it.
Delajuria?
Delagina. Let's go with that one. Delagina. All right. Delajuria Brookins, 29,
Is it?
Delajuria.
beat the grand. I mean, she doesn't look very Hispanic.
Oh, she looks like a De La Juria.
She looks closer to like a Shaniqua.
Or a Huria.
I think that gives Shaniqua's around the world a bad rep.
De La
No, what have we done? The Miami Herald. How dare you?
What happened?
It's I can't even
Oh.
read it.
Ah, for shame. For shame.
There.
Soft.
Oh.
All right. So De La Juria Brookins, 29, beat the grand theft charge earlier this month when the victim, an Orlando businessman named Ramon Diaz, stopped cooperating with prosecutors. So what happens to the watches? Diaz only had proof of ownership of one Rolex. According to the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, the rest will remain in the property room. So he got one of them back, is what you're saying. The rest of them will remain at the Miami Springs Police Department until someone files a motion with the court to claim them.
Yeah.
Her defense lawyer could not be reached for comment. Oh, damn, because he's a busy guy. Brookins, 29 of Oakland Park, was arrested in January after police said she first met Diaz at Mango's, the popular Ocean Drive nightclub on South Beach. The two later ended up at the Clarion Suites in Miami Springs. What if she just convinces them that she met Diaz and he fisted her, and that's how they
It just came off.
It
Yeah.
just came off.
And she's just so tight, just stuck up in there.
She's just so slippery.
Her vagina is like one of those magicians that like steals them.
And he's like the monkey in the Busy World of Richard Scarry who has like 8 different watches all the way up his arm. And he went all the way up. Uh-oh. All the clasps came off. Come on, Judge. That's what happened.
Because it fit in there.
I think I could win this case, to be honest. 2 weeks later, the two later ended up at the Clarion Suites in Miami Springs. Police said Diaz went to the bathroom, then emerged to find a Crown Royal whiskey bag gone. Inside were 5 watches valued at $108,000. So you stuck your watches in a Crown Royal whiskey bag? How about put those in the goddamn safe? Diaz confronted Brooklyn as she tried to get into a cab outside. She beat him over the head with an unknown object that everybody knows is the Crown Royal bag of $108,000 with an unknown object. He fell over dazed, but managed to grab the bag with only 1 watch inside. Miami Springs police officers found Brookins, who sports a tattoo on her left arm that reads "whore," in a nearby alley behind Tally Ho Taylor's. Inside a Miami Springs patrol car, Brookins spit, banged her head, stomped windows, and bit officers, police say. Brookins was also charged with resisting an officer with violence, possession of cocaine, and battery. The other watches were not found until Brooklyn was booked into jail and underwent a strip search. 4 Rolex watches, which were found in Delajuria's Brooklyn's vaginal cavity, according to a Miami Springs police report. Miami-Dade prosecutors and Miami Springs police tried for months to get a hold of Diaz, with phone calls and written subpoenas mailed to his home with no success. Wow. All right. Let's skip this for next podcast. Let's instead learn about the transgender policewoman, 27, who assaulted 2 colleagues with a penis pump and seriously injures their genitals. Seriously injured their genitals after offering them a threesome, then drugging them following a night at a notorious sex club.
Wait, what? I'm having trouble unpacking all of that. Excuse me? Like, the policewoman,
a man,
or the man,
a woman.
The policeman.
Some other guys and said, "Would it be hot if we had like a threesome?" And they're like, "No, not with you." And she bashed him over the head and then stuck their penises in a pump so that she could get them nice and erect and enjoy them for themselves.
So she injured their genitals.
Yes.
Oh, fuck that bit. Or fuck that guy. I hope they can get that fixed. Dear God.
And this is, remember, seriously injured their genitals.
Oh no.
Like this is like it ripped off probably. I don't know. Let's read to find out.
I would have that motherfucker.
Did the thing happen from Deuce Bigalow where the penis exploded in the penis pump?
I have never seen that. Thank God. Thank you for ruining my life.
I can't remember if that was in the first one or the second one. I want to say it was the second one.
Second one, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Deuce Bigalow, European Gigolo.
Yeah, with Rob Schneider.
Electric Boogaloo.
Which one? What are you talking about, Reese?
There's a character.
So there's a scene in Deuce Bigalow where a penis pump causes a man's junk to explode.
It's just like a flashback scene or whatever.
Wow.
And he's telling him how he lost his dick. And he was like in his class using the penis pump, and he was like used it so much it just exploded.
In class?
in Gigolo class.
I don't know. All right. A trans police officer in Germany has been accused of drugging and abusing 2 colleagues with a penis pump after partying in a Berlin nightclub famed for its hardcore sex parties. You know what? If it's in Germany, I actually believe they may have been gay. Lederhosen. Judy S., 27, has been suspended since allegations emerged that she took 2 men home to her apartment to take drugs and have sex before assaulting them earlier this month.
It's fine.
Okay, good. Just make sure a child's not coming in to hear this. The men reported having sustained serious injuries from the incident, including to their genital, including but not limited to their junks. They claim Judy S. assaulted them using a penis pump, among other things, as reported by German outlet Bild.
Oh God, other things? She had other tools at her dispense? Or his dispense? Excuse me, why am I saying her?
No,
His dispense?
I can think
They,
of at
them,
least one.
Dispense.
See, that's why I was confused. I was like, is it a they them when the article is like
I was just making fun of them, but
injury
yes.
Because I wasn't sure. The article made it sound like a they them, but then it was like, so the assault.
No, I made a joke earlier that made it sound like a they them.
Okay. Because it sounded like the assaulter had his penis injured, not the poor bastards that got drugged and fucking.
Oh, injured. Oh, because their genitals. Right?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
right.
No, it's cleared up now. I get it, but like.
See, this is why pronouns matter. People in the community that ends with the plus. All right. The men reported having sustained serious injuries from the incident, including their genitals. They claim Judy S. assaulted them using a penis pump, among other things, as reported by German outlet Bild. The men claimed they did not take cocaine, but suddenly became very intoxicated and unable to act in the apartment. They're thespians who've lost this fuck, according to the information seen by Bild. The suspect, who has not been unable to act, could mean get it up, and that's why the penis pump was necessary. That's very possible, right? The suspect, who has not been formally identified in line with German law, had recently run for a top position within Berlin's police force, becoming the first trans woman to do so. Congratulations. You're the first guy to win this job while wearing a dress. Nice. Judy S. had reported.
Now you're the first trans woman to get fired.
This is a major step forward for the trans community. And then she assaulted men and seriously injured their genitals with a penis pump. No. All the ground we gained. 1 step forward, 2 steps back again.
It's the straight's fault.
Wow. Does your partner think you're bad in bed? Our sex expert reveals the 6 signs you're a letdown. And how you can, the first sign it better be they don't finish. Right? We'll put that for later. All right. Judy S. had reportedly put herself forward for the role of Berlin Police's deputy women's representative before the allegations emerged. Well, you are the first man for that role as well. She was suspended from her role before the election results were announced. Police raided her home in Berlin on November 11th after 2 people, unnamed, referred to the incident to the police and filed a complaint. They claimed to have been drugged and sexually assaulted at the apartment, police reported on November 12th. Other people had reportedly joined them at the flat, where the crime was said to have taken place. Police later reported having found cocaine at the police officer's flat. The search was successful, police confirmed, sharing scant details of the events. Hold on. So the police found cocaine. They planted that. This is a hate crime. Judy S. is unlikely to take the role of deputy women's representative in any outcome of the investigation, Bild reports. Judy S. was reported to have met the 2 men at Kit Kat Club in Berlin on a night in early November. The club was founded in 1994 by teetotal astrologer / pornographic filmmaker Simon Thaur. Okay. That's like saying This film was directed. This pornographic film directed by Neil deGrasse Tyson. Right? Early adverts for the club boast of a bizarre and grotesque experience. The club has been described as a landmark for the city and has reportedly hosted many famous names over the years, including Kate Moss and Robert Pattinson. Oh.
Whoa!
Wait, what? What has Edward done?
Robert Pattinson has been in a club called the Kit Kat Club, which is a club founded in 1994 by teetotal astrologer / pornographic filmmaker Simon Fowler.
Yeah, sounds like Edward.
Sounds about right. The dress code is given as fetish, latex and leather, uniform, kinky, glitter and glamour, elegant evening wear, sackcloth and ashes, per the Irish Times. Wow. Sorry, you dress too normally. Can't let you in.
Yeah, you can't come as you are.
But I was born this way. That's not going to fly. Get out. Smartphones are reportedly banned, and patrons have openly have sex in the venue. Nice. A spokesperson for Berlin police said no further details could be shared, citing data protection and personal rights. Wow. That was a very unsatisfying article. I didn't even hear how they were grievously injured in their genitals. 0 out of 10. You know what's great? I didn't make that the SpongeBob. Instead, we are going to talk about the BBC presenter jailed for raping 42 dogs to death.
Well, I'll let you guys have fun with that one. I'm gonna get out of here.
It's the last one. And then we have the Watch Club. Put your big boy pants back on.
I don't have the Watch Club. I don't watch.
I just thought that this was a better headline than this one. British croc expert jailed for sexual abuse of dogs. 42 to death. Come on. You can't. You're bearing the lead. This is the BBC reporting on this. Of course they would report on it this way. Oh, there goes my
big black cock.
All right. A renowned British crocodile expert has been jailed for 10 years and 5 months in Australia after admitting to sexually abusing dozens of dogs in a case which horrified the nation.
Horrifying me right now.
Adam Britton, a leading zoologist who has worked on BBC and National Geographic productions, pled guilty to 56 charges related to You raped 46 dogs to death? How are you?
42.
Where are the 56 charges coming from? Related to bestiality
Some of them
and animal
survived. That's
cruelty.
why.
The one that survived to tell the tale. He also admitted to 4
Who
counts
do you
of
think
accessory-
told the cops?
What's that last week? Find us in the well? Oh no, that guy's raping dogs to death. All right. He also admitted to 4 counts of accessing child abuse material. That doesn't add up to 56. The Northern
that's on top of the
Territory.
56.
What's up?
That's on top of the 56.
The Northern Territory Supreme Court heard the 53-year-old filmed himself torturing the animals until almost all died, and then shared the videos online under pseudonyms. His abuse went unnoticed for years until a clue was found in one of his videos. Britain was like his dick's birthmark? Wait a minute. I recognize that dick at the furry convention I was at last month. Britain was arrested in April 2022 after a search of his rural Darwin property, which also uncovered child abuse material on his laptop. Sick fuck. Much of the detail of Britain's crimes are too graphic to publish, and so grotesque, Chief Justice Michael Grant warned the courtroom they could cause nervous shock. Are you undergoing nervous shock?
rage. Just like pure rage.
Is this better or worse than Fauci torturing the beagles? Like,
about the same.
Dog is my witness. Was his laptop a BlackBerry? All dogs go to heaven.
How did you die, little Johnny? I don't want to talk about it. Oh, God.
Much of the detail of Britain's crimes are too graphic to publish and so grotesque that they would cause nervous shock. As the facts of the case were read aloud, some members of the public rushed outside. Others, watching from the gallery, cried and mouthed insults at Britain. It's a mistrial, isn't it? Like, he at times hung his head and reached for tissues. Rubbing him out, I guess. Hearing about the rape he was doing, he's like, oh, that was a hot one. Calling the offending devious, Justice Grant said the unalloyed pleasure Britain took in torturing the animals was sickeningly evident. Why are you only giving him 10 years? Like, it's easier to hear about a rape murder, like a rape homicide, right? You're probably going to get more time for it. That's fine. But like, people are literally running out of the room. 10 years is as long as he has protection from the outside world. Like,
God, Peter, grow some balls and take this guy out in 2028.
I mean, just for the child porn, you'd think you'd get longer. But...
yeah. Your depravity falls entirely
This
outside.
is the UK, where they were giving...
this is Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a British guy living in Australia.
I was going to say the UK were giving people sentences for child porn less than that of the people that were tweeting about going to protest.
Yeah. Well, since you're so kind as to set me up.
Did we not cover that?
Oh
No,
my God.
I do just so happen to have an extra I just gotta find which folder it's in.
You still got
right.
Watch Club to watch.
Yep. No, you're not watching it. Come on. Get over here.
I'm tired.
Guys, are you ready for a 24-hour Steins Gate marathon?
Yeah, I am. Bring it on.
We're going to do the whole thing in chronological watch order.
All right. Thank you. You're so kind. Now that I'm able to put this in here.
You know, I kind of don't want to, seeing as though I just binged it just a second ago.
Here is what Canada is up to. Yelling, I hate white people, and punching one isn't a hate crime, Canadian judge rules. However, hate messages show up on University of Manitoba campus. It's okay to be white. Also, just...
I don't think we're as bad as the UK, but we're
You're right.
closely going down.
Thank you for setting me up for another layup. Hate incidents being probed by police include a child who said a classmate smelled like fish, a woman likening another to a Rottweiler, and the homophobic name Leonard.
Leonard is a homophobic name?
Mirage Leonardo, are you homophobic?
Leonard Nimoy. What a...
This is...
He corrupted generations with his name.
I don't see anything in here about this being the UK.
Leonard.
Wiltshire. Okay, that's the UK. All right, great job, us. We did it. Okay. Including time already served, Britain could be eligible for parole in September 2028. He is also banned from owning any mammals for the rest of his life. What?
Reptiles, though.
He's a crocodile expert. He knows exactly how to rape them to death. Mr. Britton's lawyer argued his offending was driven by a rare disorder causing intense atypical sexual interests. He says, quote,
"Get a flashlight, buddy.
I deeply regret the pain and trauma that I caused to
dog-shaped
innocent animals and consequently to my family, friends, and members of the community. Bro, you don't have any friends. You have no friends. The only friends you have are the sick weirdos online downloading the videos you uploaded.
He definitely doesn't have any friends anymore.
Adding that his family was not aware or involved in any way. Who have I heard talk about their poop pants shitting fetish that was a private matter that nobody else needed to know about?
Who was that?
Steve Poop Pants, right? Adding that his family is not aware or involved in any way, he wrote, quote, I will seek long-term treatment and I will find a path towards redemption. Your path towards redemption starts with the removal of your testicles. Abuse spans decades. Born in West Yorkshire, Britton grew up in the UK before moving to Australia more than 20 years ago to work with crocodiles. With a PhD in zoology, he had built a global reputation for his expertise, even hosting Sir David Attenborough while the veteran broadcaster filmed part of the Life in Cold Blood docuseries on his property. So I was just thinking the other day, like, I've been around for a long time. You hear stories about people recognizing people that they know in porn, right? And I just thought to myself, like, never experienced that. But I'm also really shit with faces and stuff. I just wonder if I've ever been scrolling through Reddit and been like, that person lives down the street from me, but you'd never know it. So I just wonder, like, how many people have I interacted with that rape animals to death?
Jesus Christ.
Because the internet makes it easy to interact with people, right? Like, I didn't know that multiple people I've interacted with are fond of shitting their pants. Like, it's sexually gratifying.
The idea of it.
Just simply the idea of it is so intoxicating that they...
Subliminal messaging.
That they post on their public Reddit that is on their YouTube channel and ask for people to help them to figure out how to force themselves to take a dump in their own pants. Like, I'm just saying, this has occurred in my life too many times. I am scared of learning more times this is going to happen in my life because, quite frankly, I expect to live many more years. I expect to do the show for many more years. I expect to run into more poop fetishists for many more years.
Oh, I did it on purpose.
Well, it's a good thing that Reese said he gained 10 more fetishes from that chain soldier slave manga anime.
Whoa, not that far, not that far. Dial it back.
Look, man, you gotta have standards.
Reese, you are the one that's always taking things too far.
This is absolutely disgusting.
Oh no.
It looks like JT got your cup.
Two JTs, one cup.
When you get to the end of this, it's like drinking refried beans. All right, let's get back to this article. Let's get this shit over with. All right. Locals have told media he seemed like a quiet but passionate defender of animals. No, don't let anything come of that animal until I rape it to death. He was harboring a sadistic sexual interest in them, court documents say. Exchanges with like-minded people in secret online chat rooms detail how Britain began molesting horses at the age of 13.
Jesus.
Well, goddamn it. If it isn't an opportunity.
Do you have to like talk about strategies to like avoid getting kicked in the face?
If you're smart, if you learn, you probably don't talk about strategy like that. It probably comes up naturally when a person says, "Oh, I lost my jaw tonight because I tried to rape a horse and it kicked me in the face." Here it is. Found it. God damn, I love being able to knock these out naturally, organically, without any prompting whatsoever. Hey, look what I had the immense misfortune of seeing on Cursed Comments. Not gonna lie, if it was legal, that's the only thing stopping me. She says, if it was legal.
Oh.
If there wasn't a law against it, you bet your ass this would have already happened. She says, not gonna lie, if it was legal, I'd totally have sex with a willing horse. It ain't rape. Listen up, man. I would totally have sex with a willing horse. It would be so hot if a horse came up to me.
If it was legal and I could mind read and communicate with a horse and I could know that the horse would not kill me.
She's a horse whisperer. That must already be a thing for her. She knows. See, the only thing that's stopping her is the legal part. She already knows these horses want her. If it was legal, I'd totally have sex with a willing horse. It would be so hot if a horse came up to me and started rubbing his body against mine with a hard cock and lust in his eyes.
Okay.
I'd look back at him with lust in my eyes and start rubbing my body against his. Now, the biggest shame here is the part where this is one of two, and there is no two.
God damn it.
Can you believe it?
For all we know, the second one was a joke.
Type that entire message into Google and search for it.
Do you see the part where it says this tweet was deleted?
Oh,
sorry, can't. Yeah. Wish. Sickeningly.
I think that was just his ruse of you being put on a watch list.
Yeah, the second tweet. What would you change horse to? Oh, I'm sorry. Autocorrect said horse. I meant house. Gonna have sex with a house.
Turtle.
All right. Anyway, she was molesting horses at the age of 13. This is one of his cohorts. Look at her. Disgusting. All right. I was a sadistic. FYI, Trump made bestiality illegal. No wonder they hate him so much. Because all that was stopping her, if it was legal. All right. I was sadistic as a child to animals, but I had repressed it. In the last few years, I let it out again, and now I can't stop. I don't want to, smiley face. He wrote in one message tendered to the court. I don't want to. Be lenient, Judge Son. Right. For at least the past decade, Britain had exploited his own pets and manipulated other dog owners into giving him theirs.
Wow.
My own dogs are family, and I have limits, he explained in a Telegram chat entered into evidence.
Oh, God.
I only badly mistreat other dogs. I just rate them in front of them for... AC use your horse pickup at FDM's neck to get guests for the OCA podcast.
How dare you? Would you suggest he whore out Hector?
Oh, my horse! Yes. I don't want those guests. That's like saying use your shitting your pants to get more guests. I don't want those guests. I would throw those guests off the show. Hint, hint, hint. You know what? All right.
Reese, you gotta leave.
Whoa!
Reese is clearly still here. He did not get thrown off the show. I only badly mistreat other dogs. I have no emotional bond to them. They are toys, pure and simple. And there are plenty more where they came from. I like the idea. He's like, I don't mistreat my dogs. They're family. I rape other dogs in front of my dogs so they know what will happen if they cross me. He tortured at least 42 dogs, killing 39 of them. Ah, boo! Boo!
Fake news.
killing 39 of them, according to court documents seen by the BBC. The files only detail his crimes over the 18 months before his arrest, but still fill more than 90 pages. Using online marketplace Gumtree Australia, Britain would find people who were often reluctantly giving their pets away due to travel or work commitments. He would build a rapport with them to negotiate taking custody of the animals, and if they reached out for updates on their old pets, the court heard he would tell them false narratives and send them old photos. Goddamn. In reality, he was abusing the animals in a shipping container on his property that had been fitted out with recording equipment, which he called his torture room, before sharing footage of his crimes online using aliases. Britain would also coach others on how to copy his behavior and get rid of the evidence. Are we like dissolving these animals in like hydrochloric acid or something?
He only got 10 years.
Maybe. Best case scenario, he ratted on some of his friends and they all get 10 years.
They should all get the chair.
They get 10 years before their inevitable date with death.
Well, no, they should be sentenced to having daily orgies with each other and being like, oh, this isn't a horse. Oh.
They should be put. Actually, they should be put in the pen with the horse and let the horse have his way with them.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that horse. You guys got
willing
last
horse?
Week. We got another one for you. It's a willing bull. We're filming this for posterity. We're going to put this on the internet.
Let's make an example
of the article, I hope. Podcast match.
And this is how your spleen gets ruptured.
Asked how to dispose of the dog's remains, Britain, who shared his sprawling property on the outskirts of Darwin with 8 crocodiles, said,
Oh, Jesus.
Some might feed to other animals. Just leave it. He's been, I say, another year just for tricking crocodiles into eating semen. He was only caught after uploading a clip in which he tortured at least 8 dogs. All except one were puppies, which was passed on to NT police in an anonymous tip-off. Britain usually went to great lengths to avoid identifying himself or his location in the videos, but in this one, a bright orange City of Darwin dog leash could be seen in the background. Fucking amateur. Within weeks, in April 20... I don't understand how that makes a goddamn difference. Within weeks, in April 2022, police swooped onto his property and arrested Britain. I mean, unless the city of Darwin has literally one shipping container visible from Google Maps. Within weeks, in April 2022, police swooped on his property and arrested Britain, who had been remanded in custody ever since. They seized recording devices, animal remains, and a laptop on which they also located 15 files containing child abuse material. Animal advocates say the case shows the need for stronger animal cruelty penalties. Speaking outside court, many who had traveled from all over the country for the hearing expressed disappointment at the sentence, but said it offered some solace to the owners of pets Britain abused. Addressing the zoologist directly, one activist told Britain he was, quote, right where you should be, locked up.
You lost Britain.
Once respected and esteemed, you're now a disgrace to the scientific community. Got him! Damn! I don't think he gives a shit, actually. No one will ever look at you with admiration again. No one did. Who fucking cares? You're not Steve Irwin.
You're not my dad.
AI editor would have caught that leash. Yeah!
Brother.
That didn't sound good.
Power strip fell.
I know, but it's okay, right? I'm not like hurting it or anything. All right.
Put it back.
Welcome back, Footnum. Would you like to help me go over OCA needs to send the Indian monitor lizard story to the judge. Where the Indians raped the monitor lizards to death. Yeah. R.I.P. R.I.P. monitor lizard.
How are people so awful? Just.
All right. Thank you, Cool2T. I got one more thing to share with you that I honestly don't think I'll ever find an opportunity to share.
Oh my God.
I'm dead serious. There's no fucking way this is ever going to come up naturally, ever. Thank you for bringing the word monitor into it. Lizard. No, the word lizard. The word Indian, actually. Hold on. Where is it? Where is... It's over here. Opening discussions. I just got to find it. It's right here. It's one of the Twitter ones. It's an archive, actually.
Brad, check this out. Good job.
Wow. Don't have too much fun.
Is she showing you her personal horse collection?
She's showing me like her hair physics. What the? She just jumped onto a chair and it exploded.
I whipped my hair back.
All right, let me.
Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
All right, here it is. Edit. Indian ad. All right, got it. Where's that? All right, right here. You guys ready for this? All right. Thanks, Cool2T. You've helped me so greatly.
This is all your fault, Guilty. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, it's not loading though. So let's talk about Steins Gate though.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
I'll go first since I.
Yeah, let's do it. You just
Since I literally, we started the article before the dog fucking one. That's when I finished it. And God bless you for putting it on Dropbox at a ×2 speed that I could just zoom through the entire video. Like,
all right, now that you're done telling that hilarious joke about that piracy, here it is. Is there any group that's taken a harder hit to their public image in the smartphone era than the Indians?
Wow.
As you can see, I could have gone the rest of the podcast never having an opportunity to include that. Thank you.
You could have gotten one that just mentioned a smartphone. Jeez.
That would have been like ham-fisted, though. Did the footage show feet? The footage?
Footage.
All right. Can't spell cuck without the UK. Yeah.
I forgot the K and cuck.
True.
Zoophiliology. They also filled in the homophobia security of masculine males and feminine female. I don't think it is actually. The Oni-chan Onimai creator has a piss fetish. Oh. The sex change victim character pisses himself. Oh. But is it Juden-chan levels? Because I just see that's omorashi or whatever that term is, where they're like actually wetting yourself or whatever. I don't know. I'm not an expert. But do they have because I'm just saying there's like watch Juden-chan. Anyway.
Watch Juden-chan.
AC, use your horse pickup and guess special helicopter episode. Come on. Don't you want to meet my thick boy? He's right here. Whoops. That's a lot of dog. That's a lot in dog years.
Oh my gosh. No, it's Deb. Wow.
AI editor would have caught that leash. Japan would have deported the Kurds. Oh, should have. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's do. You're saying Green Line.
So I just finished Steins Gate. I liked it. I did like it. There were a few things that I had problems with, like well, the minute I find out we can time travel, I'm not telling anybody about this. I'm telling the select few that are involved, but I'm not telling jack all, because it seems to pop up like they just tell random people, oh, yeah, we have time travel.
So you're talking about the original Steins Gate, or
yes,
Steins
I'm
Gate
talking about
Zero?
the original Steins Gate, because I hadn't seen the original, and we
Cool.
were watching it, and I know we're talking about Zero, but like I
That's
hadn't
fine.
seen the
No,
original.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
So they're telling a bunch of people that they have this, and it's like, why? The minute you find out that you can time travel, you don't tell jack anybody.
I mean,
you don't tell
like
anybody.
somebody on the street comes up to you, hey, I made a time machine. You're like, you believe them right away? Fuck no, you don't.
True, but like too many people.
I mean, the only people they're telling is like, and they're not really telling. They're just kind of overhearing. They're not actively going out of their way. Like freaking Rukiko hears about it and then makes the request. Like, once they kind of piece it together, Ferris has a similar request, right? I don't think they were actively going out of their way to be like, hey, everybody, listen, we've got a time machine. Give us money and we'll do stuff.
Right. But it felt like they were telling a few too many people about it, type of thing where it's like, don't know if you should do that. Maybe in Japan it's fine, but in America, fuck, I wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many people would bust down my door so fucking quick and I disappear without even like...
Did you see the number of people that were busting down his door? Like, did you watch that part?
In Japan, fucking like what? How many people was it? Like 7 people.
That
was Japan. In America, it would have been like 30, 40, 50 people if it was in America.
If it was America, the government's coming down.
Yeah, exactly.
I would only do it to win the lottery, like maybe 2 times.
The other major thing that bothered me was like, I don't know if it was on the Blu-ray or not, but I could not read the text in Japanese that was on the cell phones. I could not read the text worth shit. Now, occasionally
he's over here talking about the Dropbox, really. Like,
I had to stream it on Crunchyroll, and they didn't have the subtitles.
Yeah, that's the thing with Crunchyroll too.
One might say they would choose not to translate the Russian.
Yeah. So the text on, like, for example, like the cell phones. The cell phones were used as shit.
Cell phones are pretty important in the show.
I couldn't read a damn one of them.
Yeah.
Then it was like, oh, I wonder what those texts said. So I had to kind of use my own judgment.
Did you check to see if there was a Signs and Sounds subtrack?
Maybe. I didn't. I was too much in a hurry. So the other like minor issue that I had was the fact that later on in the series, is it Okabe? Yeah. He wasn't telling anybody about like what the fuck was going on with time travel, and it's like, why are you being cryptic? When things were getting desperate, when he was trying to save people, and so why are you being cryptic about it? Like, everybody in that room knows that we have time travel. You lay everything out on the table and you tell them we're dying. We've got people dying, and if we don't save them, we have Curiosity dying, or we have what's the other
I think part of the thing is, like, every time he'd go back, he'd have to re-explain it every single time.
Right.
And
but
honestly,
at first there was
honestly, I don't think any of them would have been able to give him any.
But that's how it ended up being resolved, was that he confided it with Kurisu and was like, how do we figure this out? And
well, I think part of it might be that he suspected she would sacrifice herself.
Maybe.
And he didn't want that to be offered up as the solution.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
The most annoying thing from the first season is that once they do the thing to turn Rukika into a girl, he assumes it didn't work, and then doesn't tell anyone that they sent, like, doesn't repeat, like, did it, doesn't ask, like, okay, did it work?
Can't you have a voicemail after each one of these jumps or these texts, excuse me, whatever they were, doesn't your cell phone have a voicemail like function? Like, could you have one of the characters be like, okay, I'll send you a voicemail saying what we're going to try. That way he returns to that time period or whatever, or the new world line.
So,
and as the
but in that new world line, he wouldn't have had to do it.
Okay, so in
change word lines. It's not like he goes back in the same timeline. He changes word lines with every single one.
Okay, but he still has the text.
Hold on. Here's the thing. Okay, so I re-listened to our Steins Gate discussion in podcast 35 in preparation for this. And I made some fucking incredible points that I'm glad I re-listened to because I want to bring them up for Steins Gate Zero in a second.
Bring them up again.
But real quick, I'd just say I brought that up too back then about Rukuko. And I thought about it for a long time because think about it from this perspective. Yes, he did pursue an action at her/his request that resulted in what happened. But his reading Steiner ability is that he maintains the alpha, like, or whatever his alpha world lines memories, right? So his entire life knowing Rukuko is that Rukuko is a guy, right? So amongst the chaos of everything he's going through, I think it's okay to, say like there's a very real possibility that in the midst of that, you would start to you would forget, right? There's so much shit happening. He's probably lived decades.
Right.
Forget what? What are you
That
talking
Rukuko
about?
had been turned into a girl.
No. That's not what I was talking about at all. I'm talking about the first time when they send the text message back and Rukuka comes to them and says, I want you to send the text message. And he's like, okay, well, I don't think it's going to work anyway. Whatever the fuck. Like, who cares? Fine, we'll send it. And then he has the boom, right? And he's like, oh shit, something changed. I don't know what it is, but it clearly couldn't have been Rukuka. That couldn't have changed. And then he still goes on and says, like, you're a guy, basically. Or
and reaches
like
for
that.
the junk and finds out it's not.
And well, first he says you're a guy, and then they say, well, why are you being rude? And then, like, the first thing after finishing the text message should be, Rukuka, are you a guy or a girl?
Yeah, he's still a scientist. Like, it's still like he's still running the experiment.
Or just ask literally anybody else that has known Rukuko.
Like,
for
here's the experiment: is Rukuka male or female?
So, like, there's some missteps for sure that he makes in that regard, right? And I think part of that is supposed to be more like the tantalization of, oh, he grabbed her pussy, right? Like, I think that's what that's for.
That's
Also,
when she fell in love.
I enjoyed it, but I another small issue that I had was I wondered how they all came onto this path of time travel in the first place. It kind of just starts and they're just working on time travel out of like.
I don't think they intended for it to become a time.
I think it was okay, accident.
Okay, they were just fucking around with gadgets, like
just fucking around in the garage, and they just
so there are
weird.
There are some.
He said, didn't he? He was trying to make a remote microwave. He was trying to just make it so that he could control the microwave.
Yeah, you can control the microwave for like stick a frozen dinner in there, and like have it start when he's on the way home, and have it be done when he gets there.
Yeah, so there are some paradoxes in the show that I find a little bit hard to wrap my brain around at times. I want to bring up real quick as we go into Steins Gate Zero, and we can go across the whole series. Don't feel like you can't go back. But with Steins Gate Zero, something that I brought up in podcast 35 that I totally didn't think about this time around was in the original Steins Gate, Suzuka is looking for her dad because she doesn't even know who he is in the present time.
Mm-hmm.
In Steins Gate Zero, she not only knows who her dad is, she also knows who her mom is, right? Like, she goes from not knowing to then knowing everything, right?
Because it takes place after episode 23 of the original. Like,
that's
farther
fine.
along in the
But
time.
I'm just saying that, like, you see her in the future knowing her dad and talking to Daru when he's like Chad Daru.
Well, I think it's like the timeline that he lands on at episode 23. She came back from a future where she knows who her parents are.
Okay, so like it changes in that moment.
Like, wait, who are you talking about?
Suzuha. Daru's
Jeremy?
daughter with the
Yeah,
pigtails that are
Jeremy.
like braided.
She knew the whole time. What are you talking about?
She couldn't.
No,
she
she
was
did not.
looking for her
For
dad.
several episodes.
And
she
the
was looking
only
to
thing
find out
I
who
can
her dad
think
was.
of, the only thing I can think of is that she doesn't recognize her dad when he's fat.
Oh, right. Okay.
You know, so that's like one
because
He's
the
younger and he's
future
fat.
because the future she's from is that war-torn one where like famine and
yeah, and we
you
see
can't
that
have the
future.
lazy,
We
you
see
can't have that lazy lifestyle.
We see that in Zero because I barely saw any of
well,
it.
we see that in
original
Zero when
Fiancé.
when Okabe goes back 3,000 times to get back to that point in time, right? So yeah, that's definitely like a hiccup in the logic of the show, right? A little bit for me. But then there's other stuff like paradoxes that become harder and harder to understand. For example, in the original Steins Gate, you see Kurisu die in the first episode.
Yeah.
And then he runs into her and she's like, "What's all this about? You said that like I was dead or whatever." Like when he runs into her the second time, right? And she's not dead. And then you see her start to like get to know him and stuff. And then the events of Steins Gate unfold, right?
Right.
So would you not think that that is the timeline where Okabe went back and was able to convince himself that she had died, right? For episode 23.
Yes.
You'd think so, right?
Yeah.
Man, I
What
haven't watched it in so long. Like I was trying to rewatch it and I couldn't get through it. Like I didn't have time to finish it. So
I found the events after 23.
You guys have had 15 episodes of the podcast.
I got up to episode 8, all right?
I found episode.
Go ahead.
Good.
I found episode after 23. I found episodes or 20. Was it 23 and 24 or just 24? I found the episode where they show up to save Kurisu. I actually found that kind of jarring. I thought they'd take a little bit more time, like to kind of have everything slow down for just a second, but it kind of just
12.
jumps
I'm sorry,
into
not
like
15, 12 episodes.
it kind of just jumps into the whole, oh, actually, we can save Kurisu.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes any sense, but like, because
I agree with you. It's a little bit abrupt, but it makes sense why it's abrupt because the way that they play it off is that you have to fail the first time to unlock this hint that is going to allow you to not fail the second time.
Okay.
Right. So I agree. There's like a little bit like just because the pacing of the rest of the show is that like Mayuri, they spend like 20 episodes practically.
Right.
Yeah. Trying to solve that. But if you also did that with Kurisu, it'd be like, fucking, I'm done.
Right. Yeah. They
know?
kind of had to be like, like fucking speed this up. Like,
and I really feel like the show nails the payoff.
Mm-hmm.
Nails it in terms of making it like, meaningful.
Yeah.
And I actually feel like Steins Gate Zero did it even better than
oh
the
my
original
lord.
Steins Gate.
Okay. I have not rewatched it, like I just said, and I have to go to bed, so I just kind of want to get my 2 cents out here, and then I'll take off. But first of all, Steins Gate Zero, not a good opening. Steins Gate had a good opening.
Okay,
we're already off.
I gotta stop you right there, real quick. When I mentioned that I loved the opening as I was watching it, Reese said, "Oh, you're already on season 2," and I said, "No, fuck that." And that was like Reese's saying like season 2 has a better opening.
I
no.
kind of like.
I hate to say it. In my second time watching, I have to agree. The second opening is better.
Gross.
The first opening is fucking great. Don't get me wrong. But the second opening is just as good, if not a little bit better.
You have bad taste. Anyway, I didn't like the opening. And then
I love the first ending.
I don't remember the ending, but I just remember not liking the ending.
They get together and he saves her
No,
life.
he means the ED.
No, I mean the ending theme.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry. Ending theme. Right. I didn't even pay attention to either or. Honestly, I kind of just sped through.
Wow.
So the story of Steins Gate Zero, Okabe is an absolute twat the whole fucking series. I hate his character so much. His character in season 1 was great. His character in Zero is shit. I know that he had gone through shit to get to where he is in Zero, but I cannot believe like the cognitive dissonance, or not that. What's the word?
Disbelief. Scientist.
No.
Suspending of disbelief.
Yes, suspension of disbelief is not there for me to get to how his character ends up in even episode 1 of Zero.
So real quick, you watched episode 23 beta, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't think that makes sense for him, because what happens in episode 23 and in 23 beta is that he learns that the reason Kurisu dies is because he tries to save her and learns that he is the reason she dies to begin with.
It's been a while since I've watched any of this.
Just to remind you, Kurisu's dad pulls out a switchblade. In the scuffle, it gets dropped on the floor. He picks it up and tries to save her by coming after her dad. He moves aside at the last second and he stabs Kurisu in the stomach and kills her.
Yeah.
And so to be clear with my watch order here, I watched the original season when it first came out, right? I've rewatched it since already, like since then. I watched episode 23 pretty much when it came out. And then I watched season 0 when it came out. And I don't remember if I went back and rewatched 23B again. But there was a gap between there. So maybe
you're familiar at the very least with the concept that in order to understand Steins Gate Zero, you have to know that the original ending aired on TV is retconned in order to tell the longer story that includes how he gets to the future and comes up with the plan to save Kurisu.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the flow. I still don't believe that his character would act like that from season 1. The gap in his character, I don't believe it.
I'm struggling to understand why you don't think that this would happen, because he creates the mad scientist persona as a means of.
That's another thing that
so like I said, I don't remember the details. I'm just explaining to you my thought process.
Okay.
But his character, from what I remember, is like a mopey dickhead the entire season, and he is so defeated and shut down. And from season 1. He was not any of that. He was like,
because he's everything he's done in season 1 was pointless to him. He gave up.
I understand.
He completely gave up. That's why he's so mopey.
And I understand that. But I don't believe that his character would have made that jump between the difference between season 1 and season 2.
Let me ask you this, Spider-Man. You go to save Gwen Stacy. And you can't, and she dies, and she was the love of your life at that moment. You don't think you'd be a little depressed?
I don't know how I would act. I don't believe he would act the way he did.
Remember at the end of the Amazing Spider-Man 2, where he wasn't Spider-Man for like 6 months? That's Steins Gate Zero.
That wasn't Amazing Spider-Man 2, but anyway.
That is when Gwen Stacy dies.
Yeah,
that was in the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
So
he stopped being Spider-Man. I don't remember that. Then I don't know.
Wow, you don't even remember your own movie? Jesus Christ!
God damn it! What are you, Hirohiko or Rocky?
These are bad movies. I'm not watching them. I did watch it once. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked.
I never watched the second one. It was so trash.
All I'm telling you is when I watched this show, I did not believe that. I knew the history. I knew everything. I didn't believe it.
Okay. So
I didn't like the short.
That's actually the perfect example. He stopped being Spider-Man for 6 months.
Yeah.
That 6 months is Steins Gate Zero.
Yeah. I'll just say that I remember feeling similar to how you feel. But upon rewatching Steins Gate, the original Steins Gate, and rolling into Steins Gate 0, and especially doing it the specific watch order way where you roll right into 23 beta instead of watching the original 23 and then going on from there into Steins Gate 0, I really felt like the only thing that I thought was jarring was in beta when he gives up. Like I felt like that felt a little forced, right? Because it's trying to maintain episode 23 and just have him give up at the end instead of getting the stuff that he needs in order to succeed, right? So him giving up is the part that I feel is uncharacteristic, and then him being depressed afterward, I feel like makes a little bit of sense in the sense that like the love of your life, you find out you're the reason they're dead. And you can never share this with anyone because you can't even go to a therapist because they'll lock you up when you try to explain to them how you're so depressed. You know, like this is the most isolating a person could possibly feel. So I kind of get it. And he's like going through the motions of being alive, right? Going to college and going off to all that stuff.
But you agree with me on 23B in that he gave up too easy. But then you disagree with me. Like, I think we agree. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I've talked enough about it. But the other issues, the girl, I don't even fucking remember her name. The
Mahou?
Midget girl.
Monica
Terrible.
Will.
I hated her character. I don't really remember the specifics. I just remember I hated her. Every second she was on screen, I wanted it to be next. I don't think he needed another like possible love interest. I know it's kind of like a harem thingy.
I didn't really feel like they set her up as a love interest. I felt like that was super forced, even in universe in the show.
Yeah. So I
don't
not
feel
like her.
She was falling for him at all. I felt like she was like deeply in love with Kurisu. You know,
making Kurisu an AI was stupid.
I didn't like that the first time around at all.
Yeah. And then I don't even really remember the ending all that much, except for that they obviously get back and they fix.
So the ending actually doesn't make sense, really, because for a couple of reasons. Number one, because in Steins Gate 0, magically, accidentally, he gets thrown all the way forward, like 25 years. Right? And he wakes up in the coma room or whatever, the bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he goes back 3,000 times.
And when he wakes up, the robot thing finds him like instantly or something, doesn't it?
The robot thing? You mean Amadeus?
Isn't
I
don't even fucking know. I don't remember these details. Doesn't he wake up in the hospital and then like go out on the street and then there's like was it robots or was it
they're
people?
Not robots. There's like people.
Was it people? They find him like instantly.
Yeah, he stumbles into them, and they're about to kill him, and then Suzuha saves him, but doesn't know who he is at first.
Yeah, I remember pieces of the ending. I didn't like that bit. The him like jumping back. I don't remember having an issue with.
Well, here's what I didn't like about him jumping back. They get to a specific point when all of a sudden they say, "Well, this is it. We don't know where you're going to be once you jump back again." Right? Because we know what your location was because you've been in that building in a coma for X number of years, right? But now when we send you back, I don't know where you're going to end up being, right? So my thought process is, okay, so why would you not wait however many days it would take so that now when he goes back 2 weeks, it will be that I'm in that room because that's the exact moment you know that he's going to be there, right? That's when we found him, right? Time it up like that. Then go 2 weeks before that and you completely overshoot the potential of being tortured to death or nearly, right? Like that didn't make any sense to me. Like, are you guys retarded?
Yeah. I don't remember.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
I think some of this stuff is also just overly complicated because it's based off a visual novel, you know, so it's got all the different 2000 routes that you could possibly fucking like.
Yeah, I don't remember the very specific details enough to know if it made sense to me at the time. I just remember I don't remember having an issue with the jumping back thing I don't remember having an issue. But overall, I hated it as a season. I really enjoyed Steins Gate first season. I think it's like, I don't know, maybe top 10 anime for me. And Zero is like a little cancer sore on the side of season 1. It was not something that I needed to watch.
Isn't there like a movie?
There's a movie and an OVA. I think I watched one of them. I have them both.
The beta thing that Brad was talking about, or no?
No, the beta episode is like
I know
a special thing.
Okay. Where does the movie play into all this? Do you guys know or no?
Oh, sorry. I know there's a movie for Steins Gate and an OVA for Steins Gate, and I think there's a movie for Steins Gate Zero.
I don't know.
No. Okay.
There's an OVA.
OVA for Steins Gate Zero. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. I haven't watched that. I don't think.
That's the Valentine's.
So real quick, the problem with the logic in Steins Gate Zero is that after he goes back 3,000 times, which first of all, he's going back in 2-week increments, even though previously he was only able to go back in 2-day increments, right? So at some point they figure out how to go 2 weeks, but we don't know when that is. And so he can't possibly go back 2 weeks every time until the moment when he left.
Mm-hmm.
If they had done like, you can only go back 2 days at a time. Okay, let's go. I don't know how I went forward 25 fucking years, but let's go back 2 days at a time. It's going to take a lot longer. 3 million trips. I don't fucking know. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's going to take a lot longer, but the logic would at least be maintained. Now here's where it gets problematic. He gets back to the time and he orchestrates the scenario for which they're going to allow Arclight to take place, which is the mission where Mayuri goes back to convince him not to give up on Kurisu. So it's like a nice little cucking NTR arc for Mayuri to save her Hikaboshi by letting him get his actual love interest so that she's not satiated. And then she goes back to 18,000 BC. And then
I was a bit confused.
And then in the future,
I forgot about that.
In the future, he goes back, and I thought this was like the more satisfying payoff where he says, what did he say? Did you doubt me, my loves, or whatever, when he's referring to Kurisu and Suzuha, right? And he gets basically they're like, oh fuck, we're fucked, right? And like, haha, we're not fucked. Yes. Except here's the problem, because he does that after initiating the plan where she goes back in the other way and is able to give him basically the pep talk that allows him to then go back and save Kurisu, therefore invalidating the entire future that caused her to end up in the past 18,000 BC to begin with. So therefore, you save her, bring her back to the war-torn future, only for it to no longer exist because he's now saved Kurisu. And yet, this is the worst part, Kurisu has no memories of him. So literally, all that has happened in this poor schmuck's life is that he has fallen in love. He's had to save somebody from being murdered dozens of times. He's had the trauma of all of this shit going on, living in a world where now he doesn't even know which way is up because he's got the lifetime of memories in all these different world lines converging together with people who do not share them with him. And then he saves Kurisu, the love of his life, only for her to not know who he is. And the only way that we're going to circumvent this and make it somewhat less of a cucking ending is to have the OVA where she starts to magically, for some reason, invite them to America, which seems fucking weird to begin with because she barely knows the guy. And then she starts to remember the other alternate world lines where they were falling in love. It's like the biggest fuck you ending ever in the sense that all that shit's going on. Then the fucking movie is dog shit, like the disappearance of Okabe Suzumiya, right?
Okay,
Where
I
they
was
just
asking
turn
about the
everything on
movie.
its head and be like, now Kurisu's doing it. Except when does this take place? Because it doesn't fucking make any goddamn sense for her to be doing this stuff when she wasn't involved one bit in the time travel stuff, unless this is happening literally moments before he decides to let her die. It's the biggest like paradox of the whole series, and it actually makes all the stuff that has worked for all the character development is thrown directly out the window. The only person who comes out the other side having changed at all is Okabe. And I also still hate the fact that Suzuha is her own mom in the OVA. Right?
Yeah, that was weird. I was
because
like,
Yuki
what?
doesn't look anything like her in Steins Gate Zero. Not even one bit. You know what I mean?
So the original Steins Gate Zero or Steins Gate OVA was the one where they go to America, right?
I just watched that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
They go to
the one where she starts remembering the other world line, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the movie where you're talking about her going
Takes place like a
time
year
traveling,
later.
I haven't watched that.
Load
I only
Region of
watched.
Deja Vu. That one sucks.
I own it, but I don't have it.
Mm.
Or I own it, but I haven't
Whoa!
watched it.
What do you mean you own it, but you don't have it? Does that mean it's in stock?
It is currently in stock on my shelf. I'm looking at it right now, but I have not watched it.
Jeez.
Anyway, that's pretty much all of my opinion on Steins Gate Zero. I was not a fan of it.
I am 100%
Eventually,
sure that I did this in podcast 35, but I just want to show up. That building behind the Staples Center, the tall one peeking out there, that's the JW Marriott in Los Angeles. And the building that the event takes place in the OVA, this is the LA Convention Center too.
AC's GeoGuessr now.
Is it really?
It's the LA Convention Center with the Starbucks and the cafeteria right in.
Oh my gosh, that is.
Yeah. And then right before you see this, you see him here at the Staples Center next to the JW Marriott.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Anyway.
Went to
But
Anime
yes.
Expo.
Yeah, that's where Anime Expo is held for the last like 20 years.
No, not 20.
Almost. I guess what would it
No,
be?
because
14
it was
years?
when we
15
met
years?
in-
We met in 2006. So that would be 2026.
That was by Disneyland. That was
Subtract
so fun.
2,
18 years.
then subtract 2 more.
16.
And then that's what it's been. 16 years.
Excuse me.
Eventually, I do want to watch the like chronological order and with the 23 and all that stuff. I
would
was
just
planning on
say-
doing it. I just
I
ended up
did
not
do that.
getting through.
And I honestly feel like it's better to not do it that way. Like it does work, but the only problem is that the entirety of Steins Gate's original series is building you up to those moments, and then to just disappear off of that track onto Steins Gate Zero, it works until you get to the point where those moments need to happen, and then all that momentum is like gone for that episode. So it's less satisfying to experience it that way. But
yeah,
the only way
You
to
agreed,
Steins
like
Gate
did.
it was super dissatisfying watching Steins Gate Zero. And so my best chance at enjoying Steins Gate Zero, I think, would be to watch it that way. It would ruin Steins Gate, but
it only ruins that ending payoff.
Steins Gate Zero's best chance for me to watch it all like that.
I'll just say again, I actually really enjoyed Steins Gate Zero, despite thinking I would not. Like I did not like it the first time in terms of the like I didn't like Amadeus the first time around. Maybe it's because AI is advanced to the degree it did. Oh, something I mentioned in episode 35 that I noticed was not accurate in my rewatch is in podcast 35, and just for people who weren't there for it, when we originally did Steins Gate for our watch club, Steins Gate Zero happened to be airing at that time. So I only could watch up to episode 19 of Steins Gate Zero, which is the episode where Mayuri and Suzuha are getting into the time machine and it gets blown up. Right? I think it's the episode right after that is the furthest I could get to. Right? And so I mentioned in podcast 35 that something I found really aesthetically pleasing with Steins Gate Zero is that they animated Amadeus, which is the AI that Kurisu is in. They animated it as a VTuber, like a 2.5D, like you, like the sort of that sort of animation. And I remember thinking that was goddamn brilliant because it separates it just enough from an anime character to be something uncanny. So if you were to translate it into live action people, it'd be like having an AI assistant that is legitimately like a Hey-Gen generated person talking, right? And so I thought that was a brilliant choice. But upon rewatching it, it seemed to be fully 2D animated, which begs the question, because I probably still have the footage that I would have originally watched when I downloaded it to watch it for the original one. And again, of course, I've got the actual box set now that it's been released. But I wonder if the broadcast version actually used like a VTuber type setup, whereas the full version hand animated it.
I watched the broadcast version, and I don't remember that being a thing. The way I remember it, it was just 2D.
I'll have to look for it. I'll have to look for it in the future.
Anyway, it is late. I'm gonna hop off.
Use problem.
Does anybody have anything else they want to say, or should we?
Well, I just mentioned while you were taking a piss how like I give them props, at least for the first season, having to adapt a visual novel that had like 2,000 like endings because there's a few things that I was left curious about, like Okabe's Chinibyo, like him talking to himself on his phone. I was like, what the heck is that? But then there's like also stuff that pertains to the alternate 2,000 different endings. Just that there's like that episode where Chris Sabat's character, the bald dude, like he turns out to be one of the agents. He turns out to be one of the agents, and he shoots the one chick.
Shoots himself in the head.
He shoots himself in the head, and I'm like, what the fuck? And so everything gets fixed, but it's like, okay, but is he still an agent? Like, how?
Yeah, I remember bringing that up in podcast 35. Once you know that he's one of the Rounders, you cannot continue to have your shop there.
Yeah.
Or your lab. Right?
Yeah.
Like, just for me, I would be so goddamn paranoid from then on. I could never do it.
Right.
That bothered me in my original watch. I kind of forgave it my second time or
they fixed everything, and it's like, but he's he works for the enemy. Like, I don't get it. And then there's like
it's crazy to think for me that when I watched Steins Gate the first time, my son was younger than my daughter is now. Like when I first watched it, what was that? Like podcast 35 would have been probably 2018, I want to say. And I remember distinctly that I enjoyed the show. My wife and I were watching it together with my son. And then we got to a certain point and just thought, my gut told me, let's watch this one without him. The exact episode Mayuri dies. Like, yeah. I was like,
5 was 18.
Yeah, I also felt kind of weird about that because I was like, between Mayuri and Kurisu, it was like I kind of low-key preferred Mayuri, but like Kurisu is fine. It just I think it felt a bit forced, at least in the original Steins Gate. Towards the end, it was like,
I'll say this. The alpha world line of Steins Gate is such that all the events, the entire events of the series are erased. The only event that maintains is that he fakes her death. And by the way, that's the other thing that doesn't make sense. Right? I kind of got sidetracked. She says, because remember, I was trying to bring it up before about like that's the world line where he did come back and fake her death so that he could fool himself. Mm-hmm. But she says to him, like, you see me and say that I've died or whatever. And like, that actually doesn't make sense because she shouldn't understand if he fucking cuts his guts open in order to pour blood all over her and he goddamn tases her. She should wake up having at least some recollection of what happened.
And be like,
and notice,
get the fuck away from me.
There's a goddamn large amount of blood underneath me when I woke up. You know what I mean? I think that things would be different when she interacts with him again than like, I'm just trying to find out why you said I was dead or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is a plot hole, a paradox in the logic of the time travel. And obviously, I think that, for example, the OVA is something that's not in the original game, right? Yeah. And so I can forgive the fact that Suzuha looks like Suzuha's mom looks like Suzuha, right? And talks like saying things like,
I don't think Zero had been made yet when
exactly. Like I can understand, I can appreciate that, but that also conveys to me that in the original canon story, he saves Kurisu and never sees her again.
Yeah.
Right? I think in the original episode 24, maybe 25, whatever it is, like before the OVA.
25 is the OVA. So
so you see her, you see her pass him because she just wants to thank him for saving her. Right. So so it's implied that it continues from there. But the whole thing about like, oh, the world lines merging and you start to remember the other world lines and stuff like that doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. That's OVA exclusive. That's not canon. You know what I mean?
You like to think that they formed a relationship.
Yeah.
And like they were star-crossed lovers destined for one each other.
Right.
No matter what.
I just have a hard time because the adaptation was like for 20 episodes was saving the other girl, Mayuri, and it was like okay.
Yeah, which I'm okay with actually because Mayuri is best girl. So I actually really liked the ending to Steins Gate Zero.
Okay.
Because it actually canonizes her as canon waifu.
Oh, it does. Okay. Well,
right? Because in that form of it, he saves her after she's confessed to him, right, her love. And he saves her and she retains going back to you know the normal timeline, which is still post-apocalyptic hellhole, but she returns with him. And even though Kurisu may be alive now in that other timeline, she isn't in the one that he's from, right? So that means that life continues with Mayuri after she's confessed to Okabe in the Alpha world line.
Because I really like the show really wanted me to root for Kurisu, and I'm like, I like her. I like her.
I like her a lot. I just don't think she's best girl.
But I really prefer, Mayuri. Yeah. Like, because I've seen so many. There's a YouTube channel. There's maybe a couple of them that do the whole. That they do the funny clips from anime and stuff, but they start with her little phrase, the do, and I'm like, I know what that's from now. Yeah.
Yeah. I almost called this episode Tuturu.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. It was fun. Yeah. It's one of those things that, yes, there's going to be loose ends because the visual novel, I'm sure, had like a billion endings and like a billion roots.
Let me ask you this. What did you think of Kaguri?
Kaguri. Which one was that?
Kaguri is the red-haired girl that went back in time with Suzuha and got lost. And then that's how Professor Leskin learns about the time machine from himself in the future, who brainwashed Kaguri in the future, but simultaneously also she gets brainwashed in the past. And that's how he learns about the plan because she tells him. It's weird, right? So Kaguri is the red-haired girl in Steins Gate Zero that comes back with Mayuri, that Mayuri is the mom of, like the adoptive mom of.
Okay, I didn't watch Zero, so.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh.
Oh, right, yeah, that's right.
I feel horrible for all the things I've said then.
No, I don't care.
Oops.
I get to look forward to the ending though, but it sounds like I don't know if it's worth watching. Maybe I'll turn it in for the end. But
I think it's worth watching. It's
The
problem with Steins Gate, both series, and this is not a major problem for the first series, it's more of a problem for the second series, is that the payoff at the end is God tier level, but there is a big amount of commitment of basically bullshit happening.
Right.
Slice of life. It's fun. But it's really just there to build up the characters so that you will care about them when shit hits the fan. Right? And so with Steins Gate Zero, I just feel like the build up to that is more of a chore than with Steins Gate, the original, because they bring in characters that you don't know yet. Mahou, Kagari, and other characters that they don't really fucking matter. And so, like, to you as somebody who watched Steins Gate, the original, right? And then they do the whole thing with like the AI Amadeus, and it's like I don't care, right? And then the whole thing with everybody's like wound together for their love of Kurisu. So Mahou's like constantly like talking down to herself and referring to herself as Salieri over her Amadeus, and it's just like it's weird and cringe for a while, but the actual payoff at the end is pretty fucking great if you can get past some of the plot holes that arise right at the end. But yeah, I think it's worth seeing. I really do. I just think that it's a chore to get through the first 10 episodes. So, or maybe the first 15. But stuff happens. It just happens slowly, and then it happens very fast. Right? Yeah. Which is why it took 12 episodes for me to get through both series.
Once Hoeing comes resurfaces, like it's just like, oh yes.
Cool. That
was not cool.
Not good. Pretty awful, actually. Okay. Anyway, so if we're done here, let's check the chat. Oh, one of my favorite anime is Ranma 1. Nice.
Nice.
Good for you.
That means you go watch my video on it. Yeah. Right. Yeah. The better version.
Yeah. What's the name of your video? Tell them.
It's a retrospective. Let me check it out real quick. It's the Ranma retrospective 30 years later. It's gained actually quite a bit of views thanks to the stupid.
Is he breaking up for you?
A little bit, yep.
Remake.
That's not you. Boy, the amount of anime with the amount of I'm looking for here. I got it. If you liked Ranma, let me introduce you to your new favorite YouTuber. It's Greenline. All right, with that, our next watch club is Oshinoko. Julia, you excited? Oshinoko.
Didn't I hear shitty things about it? Oh, okay. Didn't I hear shitty things about its ending? I really hope it doesn't have a shitty ending, but
yes, it apparently does have a shitty ending. But we are only watching season 1 because that's all that's come out over here on disc so far. And then we're gonna watch Attack on Titan, and that
first episode is a doozy.
That first episode is like 2 hours.
No,
and it includes a gynecologist being reincarnated as the baby he's delivering.
Wow.
Yep. I mean, we knew that before the show even aired.
Spoilers. Shut up, Facey. Jesus.
All right. I'm going to shut up now. Anyway. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys for watching. And we will see you next podcast, which will be, I don't know, maybe Sunday. But I have a couple days off next week because of Thanksgiving. So that'll be great.
Oh, Sunday's December 1st.
December 1st. All right. Well, Brazzers outro. Let's go.